last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner again wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
America is the land of the free and the home of the brave. But the land that we love faces grave challenges. And America is not living up to its promise. Chaos reigns, at home and abroad. Elites in Washington have forgotten that they are supposed to serve us, the American people. We don't have to settle for this.
Everything we have to do with, look, if
Despite the threats and challenges our country faces, as conservatives, we know and believe that America is still the greatest country on this planet. But if we don't stand up to defend all that is good about America and push back against the political establishment and cultural elites, America will not recover. That's why the next conservative administration will champion principles that can save America from the brink of disaster. Conservatives will restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. Dismantle the administrative state and restore self-governance to the American people. Defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. And secure our God-given individual rights to live freely. These goals get at the heart of the moral and foundational challenges America faces in this moment of history. And if we can fulfill these promises, America will remain the land of the free and the home of the brave. We have a small window of opportunity to act with courage and confidence, to rescue our nation from the radical left. We've done it before, and together, we can do it again. We know what we're fighting for. We are fighting for America's future.
Please welcome our host and MC for today's program, Heritage Counselor and Spokesperson, Genevieve Wood.
Welcome, everyone. It is so great to see so many friends from the conservative movement in the audience. I know we have members of foreign delegations and ambassadors. Thank you all for being here. And, of course, RNC delegates from all over the country. We also have people joining us via the live stream all over the country. Thank you all for being here. So welcome to Policy Fest. And the whole goal of Policy Fest is to lay out a conservative policy vision to unite Americans for this next chapter in America's history. And I know everybody in this room cares about the next chapter, or you wouldn't be here today. And I know after the events of this past weekend, that sense of caring has only deepened for all of us. So we want to begin this morning with just a moment of silence to thank God for our country, to ask for His comfort for those who've lost their husband and their father this past weekend, to heal those who were injured, to thank Him for protecting President Trump, to ask Him to please continue to protect and bless this country, to give our nation's leaders wisdom, and also to give us courage to stand and to keep standing. So I'm just going to ask us to take a moment of silence for our prayers. Amen. Thank you all for being a part of that. Well, as you know, President Trump has said he's not backing down, and neither are we. Amen. And that's why today we are committed to laying out the principles you saw in that video. We are committed to taking back our country. We're committed to dismantling the administrative state and restoring self-governance. We are committed to defending our nation's sovereignty and our borders. We are committed to restoring the family to its rightful place in American society and protecting our children. And we are committed to securing our God-given rights to live freely. And those are the four pillars that will shape all the issues that we talk about today, and we hope will shape the thinking of Americans as they go into the ballot boxes and they go into voted ballot boxes in November. So we have a great program for you today. Vivek Ramaswamy is in the house. I just saw him backstage. We have Heritage President Dr. Kevin Roberts. Senator Mike Lee is here. Tucker Carlson will be here, and many more. And I know you're all thinking, are you going to make us sit in these seats from 9 a.m. until 5 o'clock tonight? We are not. We will take a few stretch breaks. We will have a lunch at noon. We'll have a networking reception after. But we do have a packed day, so let's get busy with Policy Fest. And what we want to do is ask our friend Vivek Ramaswamy to come out and really shape the moment for us and really shape the discussion of what we're going to be talking today in this very moment. But before I invite Vivek out and you all give him a round of applause, please take your attention to the screens. Thank you.
My next guest, a political outsider, burst onto the scene last year. Former 2024 presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy.
George Orwell intended it as a warning. These people have taken it as a how-to guide. Just as George Orwell said, war is peace. Now diversity is conformity. To revive our doctrine of e pluribus unum. Not just celebrating our diversity and our skin-deep attributes, but celebrating what unites us across that diversity. The Great Reset is a vision from the World Economic Forum in Davos that calls for dissolving the boundaries between the public sector and the private sector. What we're seeing in Western democracies around the world is a rising, an uprising of everyday citizens who say hell no to that vision.
Please welcome to the stage Vivek Ramaswamy.
Great to see you all. We are here this morning under, I think, some uncomfortable circumstances. You rewind 3 days ago, and what happened, I think, in this country is changed the way even I look at our own future. And I do want to start with a reflection on the fact that the Democrat-led media, they called him a tyrant. They called him a despot. They called him a dictator, said it would be the end of the United States of America as we know it, and that we would be the laughingstock of the global stage. And it was shortly after that that an assassin shot the president with a bullet. In this case, I'm not talking about Donald Trump, actually. I'm talking about Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president. This was back in 1865. He was the person who at this convention, the Republican convention, about 160 plus years ago, warned that a house divided cannot stand on the brink of a civil war for our country. The truth is, I think we were a hair's breadth away from a civil war just a few nights ago. And the difficult part about it is we are in the middle of a kind of war in this country, but our enemy is not the Democrats. Our enemy is an ideology, and our task ahead is how do we defeat that poisonous ideology while still viewing our fellow citizens as our citizens, our neighbors who deserve to be liberated from that ideology. We're not going to win this election, and we're not going to revive this country, I believe, by just lambasting the other side. We're going to win this country back by reviving who we are and what we actually stand for, by answering what does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024. What does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? And to me, it means we believe in the ideals of 1776. the ideals that our founding fathers set into motion 250 years ago. Irrespective of what the other side puts up today, we're not going to be reactionaries defining ourselves in response to what the other side puts up. We're going to define ourselves based on the ideals this country was founded on. Ideals like free speech, that you get to speak your mind openly as long as I get to in return. Ideals like merit, that you do get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. That we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government. Not a shadow government sitting in the deep state that runs the show today. See, those are not black ideas or white ideas. They're not Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They're American ideals that we fought a revolution in this country to secure 250 years ago. And I believe those ideals still exist. It is going to be our job to actually revive them. We're here talking about the future direction of policy in this country. It's one of the reasons I appreciate the work of the Heritage Foundation and the people who have done the hard work of laying out the vision for, regardless of who's going to sit in the seat, what's the policy vision we're actually going to drive forward. And if you ask me, there's a lot of policy agenda items that matter to the future of the country. Sure, we can rank order them, but the top of the list, and if we're being honest, I think this is a bit of a fork in the road, even in our own party, even in our own conservative movement, among friends and allies, but we have to acknowledge the rift nonetheless. We're going to be at our best if we actually acknowledge what our priorities are. Is our priority to co-opt and use the administrative state and the nanny state to accomplish our own ends? Or is our goal actually to dismantle the nanny state and the regulatory state altogether? That's the fork in the road ahead for our movement. And I believe that we're not going to solve this through incrementalism. We're not going to solve this through reforming the administrative state, through reshaping and redirecting it. No. I think the only right answer left is for that fourth branch of government, for that shadow government that's really pulling the strings today. The only answer that remains is we have to be willing to get in there and actually shut it down. That is how we revive the United States of America. We don't want to replace a left-wing nanny state with a right-wing nanny state. We want to dismantle that nanny state altogether. And it's worth understanding that this is not some technical issue, right? Right now, most of the rules that bind people in this country, they're not even written by Congress. They're never passed by the Senate. They're never signed into law by the president. They're written by unelected bureaucrats in the back of three-letter government agency buildings who were never elected to their positions with no backstop of democratic accountability that actually create most of the laws in this country. Thanks to the Supreme Court, and thanks to the justices that Donald Trump put on the Supreme Court, we have a historic opportunity. I think this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. I think it's a once-in-a-generation opportunity. It may be the last opportunity that we are given in this country to finally use the overturning of the Chevron doctrine in the recent Loper case. 2 years ago, West Virginia versus EPA, SEC versus Jarski, that has laid the groundwork, planted the seeds for dismantling that administrative state. What we need is a president armed with a policy agenda to go in there and to actually get the job done. And if we do, that's a modern revival of 1776 itself, a modern declaration of independence that we first fought 250 years ago. The thing to understand about the administrative state is that we sometimes fall into the trap of talking about it like the people who are the bureaucrats are actually out to deprive us of our rights because they despise us. I actually think that misses the point. If you really want to understand that deep state, it is not their malevolence towards us, but their perceived benevolence towards us. This is actually the vision of Old World Europe. Old World Europe believed that we, the people, could not be trusted to self-govern. That we, the people, couldn't be trusted to vote at the ballot box to decide how we're going to take on climate change or racial injustice or whatever. No. The Old World vision was that it had to be a group of enlightened elites in the back of palace halls, today in the back of three-letter government agency buildings, that did that instead. And our vision at our founding was to say hell no to that vision. That we, the people, for better or worse, we, the people, would actually decide our differences at the ballot box through free speech and open debate. That's the American way. This is not a left-wing idea or a right-wing idea, but the idea that we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, that the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government. That's how we revive our constitutional republic. That's why our founding fathers fought a revolution 250 years ago. That is what reunited this country after the Civil War and what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is the vision that still gives hope to the rest of the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, not some shooter in Pennsylvania is going to dismantle us. That's what it means to be American, and that's what we're going to revive to save this great country. So thank you all for being here. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our great country. I'm going to call my friend Andy out here. We were actually going to have a bit of a conversation to close this out.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vivek. It's a pleasure to always have you here at visiting us at the Heritage Foundation. You were talking about the deep state. Yeah. Now, I grew up under Ronald Reagan, and he used to say that the 9 scariest words in the English language were, "I'm from the government, and I'm here to help." But I have another sentence for you. These might be the 9 best words in the English language. I'm from Project 2025, and I'm here to win.
I love it.
Tell us a little bit more about how you actually go in and dismantle the deep state.
So I think the biggest obstacle is actually ourselves looking ourselves in the mirror, our side looking ourselves in the mirror and asking ourselves whether we're really willing to do what's required, to incur some of the short-term inconveniences to make that happen. If you're going in and really slashing 75% of the federal bureaucracy, moving agencies out of Washington, D.C., firing millions of federal bureaucrats, not just the mass deportation of millions of illegals from this country, which I do favor, but also, don't forget, the mass deportation of millions of federal bureaucrats out of Washington, D.C. If we're really serious about that, it's going to involve some trade-offs. There will be some practical clunkiness to it. There will be some inconveniences. So we got to look ourselves in the mirror and ask ourselves, are we actually willing to do it? I think there's a temptation from good people, people who I respect and love in our movement, who may say the right answer is to give the FTC a little bit more power to make sure they're looking after the antitrust mergers with the antitrust review of mergers with a broader hand, or the CFPB to protect consumers more, or the Department of Transportation to make sure that our consumers and Americans are protected safe from planes falling from out of the sky or from trains going off the tracks. And these are good intentions that come from our own movement. But the hard part is when the rubber hits the road to say that even though that's tempting to do in the short run, how committed are we actually, in the face of the other side telling us all of the short-term difficulties we're going to face, how committed are we actually to getting in there and dismantling it? And I think because of the work you've done here, you've built that conviction, you've laid out the plan. We have a historic opportunity, both because of the Supreme Court and I believe the president who we're about to elect as the next leader of the free world, to actually get in there and turn that vision into reality. That's what I'm rooting for, man.
Wonderful, thank you. And thank you for the compliments to our work. I want to talk about your work. We're in this beautiful theater, and there's a great Shakespeare line that even in life, a soliloquy can become a grand performance. And Vivek, you have traveled the country, you've traveled the world, you are a spokesman for all of the right ideas and for America. That's a sacrifice. It's a testament to your commitment to all the things that have to happen across this country for change. But just tell us a little bit about that. Tell us about one of those experiences where you went into, maybe not your home state of Ohio, but you're in another state and you were talking to your fellow Americans and you just felt inspired about what's going to happen and the change that's going to come to America.
So I'll give you 2 examples from the campaign last year. I went to the south side of Chicago in the middle of the campaign. This is the middle of a Republican primary, and my political advisors, probably with a lot of good sense, said, you are wasting your time and money going to the south side of Chicago. And considering that I got a solid 4th in the Iowa caucus, they might have had a point. But I actually learned a lot from that trip. It was a room full of people, probably about as many people as in this room were in that room, 95% black. They told me it was 150% Democrat. Depends on how they count the votes these days in Chicago. But the reality was there was some tension in the room. I was a Republican candidate, not well known. The first question I got was a woman, she came up to the microphone, and she said, what is your position on racial reparations to make sure that people like me and my family are compensated for the injustices committed to our ancestors? I answered honestly. I'm against racial reparations because I think they will be more divisive than helpful today and instead favor policies that lift up all Americans regardless of their skin color. She turned around midway through the response and she was walking out the door, and there were a number of other people in the audience that sat up and actually stood up and actually started walking out the door as well. And the guy who invited me, he's a guy by the name of Tyrone. He actually also apparently was a vocal proponent of racial reparations. But he took the microphone and he said, hey, listen up. This man came here to our community in a way that no Republican and no Democrat has done in a very long time. I want you to sit yourselves down and to listen to what he has to say. So some of the people who were walking out came back and they sat down. 10 minutes later, we had a different question that came up. They were converting South Shore High School into an encampment for migrants at a cost of $7,000 per migrant per month, people who are in this country illegally. And people in the south side of Chicago were rightly asking, what the heck about me, who's following the rules and have a country that cares less about me than they do for people who broke the law and entered this country illegally? The next question I got was from somebody who said, how are we sending $200 billion to Ukraine when people right here in America and in this community are left suffering? And what I saw that came out of that, Andy, was that we left that room friends. I still stay in touch with many of the people who I met that day. Several of them actually have told me now they're going to come out and actually vote for Donald Trump this year, which is remarkable. But it tells me that the narrative of division is, I think, artificial, actually. I think that most of us in this country still do share the same basic values in common. The division, the narrative of division is a projection created by the media and created by those who benefit from that division. And the way we're going to unite this country is not, as sometimes we may be tempted to do, to compromise on our principles. That's not how we're going to unite the country. Show up at the 50-yard line, hold hands, sing Kumbaya, and call it a day. No, that's not how we're going to unite the country. The way we're going to unite this country is by reviving those shared principles that unite all of us without compromising on them, by being uncompromising on our principles. That's how we're going to both achieve our vision for the future of the country, but unite this nation while we're at it. And I think that one of the things I'm most grateful for, even though it wasn't necessarily the standard Republican primary activities, was talking to not just the audiences who agree with us, but to talk to many of the audiences who didn't. And I think that's how we're going to save this country in our hour of need.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Vivek Ramaswamy for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Genevieve Wood is right back out here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Good way to start the morning, don't you think? We're going to keep going. Everything that Vivek talked about, and I think you all know this, many Americans don't really know what the administrative state is. You say that word, and they're like, what are you talking about? And it's like, oh, well, they're all the people across the government that you've never met, that you've never voted for, that you pay their salaries, and they basically tell you how to live. You think it's Congress, you think it's these other folks, but it's mostly the administrative state. And that's one reason everything else that we talk about today, this has to be number one, is getting rid of it. And so our first panel this morning, I'm delighted, is going to be a discussion with two people who I can think of no better two people to talk about it. One is a constitutional scholar. He is in the Senate, and you will know him as someone who knows the Constitution inside and out. Great senator from the great state of Utah, the based Senator Mike Lee. And leading that discussion will be one of the smartest women on television, one of the most thoughtful commentators, the editor-in-chief of The Federalist, Mollie Hemingway. So they're going to, yes, give a hand. They're going to have a discussion, and then Mollie will also bring out the director of Project 2025, which you may have heard something about. His name is Paul Dans, and they're going to talk specifically, kind of giving you an inside scoop of Project 2025 and the role of getting rid of the administrative state. But before Mollie and Senator Lee come out, please take your attention to the screens.
The EPA is strangling domestic energy production. The Department of Homeland Security has ordered border and immigration enforcement agencies to help illegal aliens criminally enter our country with impunity. The Department of Education has injected racist, anti-American, ahistorical propaganda into America's classrooms. Woke bureaucrats at the Pentagon force troops to attend training seminars about white privilege. The Department of Justice is going after President Trump, Biden's political opponents, and innocent Americans while letting criminals go free. These unelected bureaucrats represent a bloated federal government and are running roughshod over American liberties and undermining democracy. The founders intended for each branch of government to be constitutionally limited to certain roles and powers, with checks and balances, and ultimately designed to serve American citizens. But today, the administrative state rules. The government is picking and choosing who gets to succeed, whose beliefs matter, and who the good guys are, not based on the rule of law or our constitutional freedoms, but on adherence to an ideology.
I make no apologies for it.
If we want to reclaim our government of the people, by the people, and for the people, as our founders intended, we must purge the deep state. Congress and policymaking must reclaim their representative authority. We must restore self-governance to the American people. We know what we are fighting for. We are fighting for America's future.
Please welcome Editor-in-Chief of The Federalist, Mollie Hemingway.
With all of you, and I'd like to bring out Senator Mike Lee, the great senator from the state of Utah, and just a wonderful person to have in the Senate. Mike Lee. Thank you. So we're here to talk a bit about the administrative state, and I really like talking about the administrative state, but we had some big stuff happening this weekend, so I'm just curious if you can tell us where you were when you heard the news about what happened on Saturday and what your initial thoughts were.
My wife and I were at home. We were preparing to meet up with our kids to go out to dinner, and my phone started blowing up. My friend Jason Chaffetz sent me a text saying, "Turn on the TV, just turn it on now, just turn it on now." And that's what happened. This is tragic.
Yeah. Well, you have been a strong ally of President Trump, but you and I both were not sure how conservative he would be and had some concerns about him when he first came on the stage. What do you think he showed in that moment? Like, what did you think that showed about his character, the way he handled being shot and in that moment?
It brought out in him really what is the best of him, the essence of what has made him a potent messenger for reform, his moral clarity and his moral courage and his willingness to stand up against great odds. That came out in spades.
Yeah, it was really just remarkable to see. I mean, I keep on thinking about it, and it's just truly a stunning moment that we're living through, and it was, I think we're all probably thinking a lot about how close we came to a much different scenario for the country, for the Republican Party, for the conservative movement, for everybody. It's just, we have a lot to be thankful to God for, I think, in this moment.
A lot to be thankful for, and you know, we should continue to keep him in our country in our prayers, because on the one hand, yes, they failed, and on the one, they failed to end President Trump's life. Now, tragically, they took the life of a brave, heroic soul, a fire chief, who was protecting his daughters, who died, literally shielding others, his family members, from bullets.
Yeah, Corey Campari, which is just, it's been beautiful to read the tributes to him too. Okay, so what a couple of days. We also got this news this morning that Judge Eileen Cannon, the federal judge in Florida, has dismissed the classified documents case against President Trump. And interestingly enough, it was on the grounds, I haven't gotten to read anything yet, so I'm excited to read more about this. But I believe it was on the grounds that the Jack Smith appointment as special prosecutor was illegal.
Yes.
And this is something that Justice Clarence Thomas had raised in his recent, was it a concurrence? Yeah. In raising concerns about whether the appointment of special counsels is constitutional. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that issue. I don't know if you got to read Justice Thomas's concurrence.
Yeah, I did read his concurring opinion. I haven't had the chance yet to read this morning's court ruling from Florida. But I will say this, it's with good reason that the Constitution limits who can do what in the executive branch pretty aggressively. I mean, to have a significant pivotal role in any executive branch government, normally you need to be operating as someone who was appointed by the president, who's been confirmed by the Senate, and who also serves at the pleasure of the president. And it's with good reason that the Constitution limits that power, that somebody who couldn't take a job like that and carry out, because remember, the President of the United States is in effect the living embodiment of the entire executive branch. And it's important to have a connection of accountability, because it's the President who is accountable to the people. And if you don't have that, you've got a problem.
So on that note, we've heard a lot from President Biden since the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. He's given speeches and been on TV, and he is calling for unity. I'm wondering what you think about his calls for unity and how they should be interpreted.
This is one of my pet peeves in politics. And you see it elsewhere to a degree, but my general rule of thumb is that when someone is speaking from a position of immense power, as he certainly is, a call for unity, unless it's accompanied by a description, an explanation, a formula, a prescription for how you get to unity, something that actually can and does tend to unify people. If you don't have that, then it's manipulation. It's a passive-aggressive backdoor way of saying, everyone unite behind me. Now, I think he had a real missed opportunity, because he could have. I think this is the kind of moment where a president of the United States can and should say, hey, let's all get united at least around a couple of things. And here's what those things are, and here's what I'm going to do for my part in order to do that. I think that could have helped. Now, I have thought, and I thought since moments after the shooting took place, that one of the ways he could stop, I think everybody can agree that it'd be good to find ways in which we bring down the temperature a little bit. I think one way that he could have done that would have been to signal that he was directing Jack Smith to withdraw the federal prosecutions against Trump, and that he was going to make requests of the governors of New York and Georgia for them to do the same. I think that's the kind of thing, the unifying principle, is saying, here's what we should unite behind, and here's what I'm personally going to do to get there. It's a missed opportunity that didn't go down that direction. Yeah.
I keep on thinking, I mean, we all know how politics is, and all's fair in politics, love and war.
It's all fair. Oh, yes, yes.
But, you know, and you definitely have like heated rhetoric from a lot of people. You'll hear Donald Trump call Joe Biden Sleepy Joe. And you hear Joe Biden say that all conservatives are a threat to the republic, or a threat to democracy. A genuine threat, a literal threat, that they are seeking to destroy America, to destroy all of our freedoms. And so in addition to what you suggested, I think he personally should address the extremely awful and inappropriate rhetoric that has been coming from him. You might remember that red wedding speech that he gave where he said that all Republicans were a threat to the republic. You know, this is very serious stuff that's unbecoming of a president. And I understand that they insult, and certainly, you know, certainly Donald Trump insults. But there's a manner in how you insult, too, that is really important.
The red wedding speech. Okay, I just cut that.
Yeah, do you remember with
paints a great image,
the Marines on his side, and it was red in the back, and he was saying that we needed to do whatever it took to destroy half the country? So
nothing says I'm not a fascist quite like speaking against a backdrop like that and threatening to imprison your political opponents.
But just speaking completely apolitically, I just want to put an exclamation point on what you just said, Senator Lee, because the use of our courts to go after political opponents, yes, that has political ramifications. It might be helping the Democrat Party or hurting the Democrat Party. But what it does to the country is there's no way you can defend using courts to go after political opponents. It's what we associate with the Soviet Union, with Venezuela, with third world countries, not our country. And it's not just Jack Smith, who is under Joe Biden's authority, who is doing this, but really there are municipalities and places throughout the country that are using courts to settle political differences. And I do think that if people truly want to preserve the republic and tone down, lower the temperature, they would immediately, as in by the end of today, stop all of those cases.
Immediately. And in fact, just a few weeks ago, my wife Sharon and I were in a couple of Latin American countries. And in both countries, we heard from their leaders, this is not the sort of thing we expect from the United States.
Right.
And it's the sort of thing that if we did, we would expect to be sanctioned by the United States for doing what was just done to President Trump. And the other thing they said, one of the head of state, this is a private conversation, so I'm not going to communicate exactly who it was, but he said, look, we are supposed to be following your lead, not you following our lead, and that's what's happened.
Amen. Okay, so we're here to talk about the administrative state. We're a very educated group here. I'm certainly, I know everything there is about the administrative state. But could you give us what is the administrative state for dummies, in case anyone doesn't know exactly what's going on there?
Yep. Here's the simplest way of thinking of it. In your junior high civics class, you learned about the three branches of government. You've got the legislative branch, which in our federal system is Congress, makes the laws. You got the executive branch, headed by the president, enforces the laws, or it's supposed to. And you've got the judicial branch that interprets the laws, where people disagree about what it means. You've got to go to somebody who can say, yeah, this is what that means, and then you can move forward. By far, the most dangerous of those three powers and of those three branches is the legislative branch. We know that for a number of reasons, both because it's the most critical in terms of government deciding what government is going to do. But you also know it because the Founding Fathers put the most guardrails around that. They gave that lawmaking power only to elected lawmakers, the branch of government most accountable to the people at the most regular intervals. You can fire all 435 members of the House every 2 years. You can fire a third of the members of the Senate every 2 years. That's why it's there. The administrative state is a type of quasi-fourth branch that exists technically within the executive branch. But it functions almost as a super legislative branch, and here's how it works. Starting in the late 1930s, when Congress got a whole lot of additional power, in part because the Supreme Court reimagined what regulating interstate commerce consists of, Congress found itself newly possessed of power to regulate labor, manufacturing, agriculture, mining, health, safety, and welfare, and a bunch of other stuff that they had never had before, untethered from military or, District of Columbia or something like that. U.S. government didn't touch those things. All of a sudden it could. So Congress started passing platitudes instead of laws. We shall have good law in area X, and we hereby delegate to commission or department or agency Y the power to make and interpret and enforce good laws in area X. So think of it this way. We shall have fair trade practices in the United States. Congress passes a law that says that. And we hereby give the Federal Trade Commission the power to make and interpret and enforce their own law. So little by little, this moved forward. Some more familiar examples. We shall have clean air, and we hereby give the EPA the power to decide what clean air is, what pollution is, how much you can pollute before we fine you and throw you in prison, and what kind of pollution is more tolerable or less tolerable than others. You've got the law being made by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats who work in these executive branch agencies. Now, to put it in perspective, Mollie, I've got these two monuments to law in my office. Anytime you're in Washington, come by, room 361A of the Senate Russell office building. I've got a short stack of documents which consists of the laws passed by Congress last year, usually a few hundred to a few thousand pages. The other stack is about 100,000 pages, and it consists of the executive branch agency, the administrative state laws, what we call the Federal Register, the cumulative annual index of all these laws that come about 100,000 pages. Now, those laws could put you in prison if you don't obey them. They can fine you millions of dollars. They can shut down your business. And yet they're written not by elected lawmakers, but by men and women not of your own choosing. That's a problem. That's the administrative state. That's why it's so dangerous. And that's why I've made it my life's mission to dismantle it.
It seems when people are very frustrated by the government that it is, in fact, this administrative state that is the focus of their ire, even if they don't understand that. And Congress willingly handing over this authority, and Congress is the Article I branch. It is supposed to be supreme. Willingly handing over its authority to these unaccountable regulatory regimes is really something that has caused a lot of problems for Americans. It was supercharged, this ability of this unconstitutional fourth branch of government to destroy Americans' lives was supercharged in part through Supreme Court jurisprudence. And what is, when people talk about the administrative state and this authority that they have that they shouldn't have, they frequently talk about Chevron deference. What is that?
Chevron deference is a term drawn from a 1984 Supreme Court ruling called Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council. In a nutshell, what it said is, we, the courts, will defer to a federal agency's interpretation of the laws it's charged with administering. We will defer to those. We will allow those to stand, even if it's not the best interpretation of the law. As long as it's not unreasonable, we will defer to it. And then they developed a set of loose standards to determine what a reasonable interpretation was. But even in that, it was a very deferentially applied. So basically, it's heads we win, tails you lose. The executive branch agency always won. They always won in how they interpreted the statute. So Federal Trade Commission, for example, or EPA. If there was doubt as to what clean air meant, as used in the Clean Air Act, it would always go to the government.
And so what happened this year to the Chevron deference?
In the Loper-Bright ruling, it came out about 10 days ago, the Supreme Court said no more. They said this is ridiculous. We don't. Courts have tools that they use to interpret law. We call those canons of statutory construction, different formulas. Our laws consist of words. Our words have meaning, and we have rules that judges are trained in using to figure out what they mean, where there are ambiguities in the law. And they said, there's just not a good reason for us to just defer to the government on its own interpretation when we are the interpreters. That is our job to do, and that's what we're going to do.
So does this mean the battle against the administrative state is over, and that people who care about constitutional governance won, and we can all go home now?
I'm so glad you asked that question, Mollie, because the answer is emphatically no. There is a grave temptation on the part of all of us. You remember that great scene in The Lion King? Or they're saying, no king, no king. There is a grave temptation we can fall into to say, oh, Chevron's gone. That means we're all free. But that's not at all the case. Chevron is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end. It is only the end of the beginning. And it's the end of the beginning only if we make sure that it is. In other words, we have to take the next step. All this does is it says that the administrative state, when it makes laws that can throw you in prison, laws that can get you fined, that can shut down your business, they actually define crimes all the time. If all we do is say the courts are now going to interpret whether they are correctly interpreting federal law, we haven't really gained that much. The underlying injury to the constitutional structure is the delegation in the first instance to the executive branch agency of the lawmaking power. The lawmaking power, so that the political philosophers and the legal philosophers that inspired the founding generation, including, for example, Montesquieu, They were very, very firm on this principle, which is that the lawmaking power is not something that can be delegated. The lawmaker's job, once the lawmaker is chosen to make laws, the lawmaker's job is to make law, not other lawmakers. So that's what we have to tackle next. We have to get Congress to make law and to stop delegating. Now, it's a complicated problem because, again, we're producing 100,000 pages of new law every single year. By the way, quick anecdote, and then I'll get back to the main question. A few years ago, we tried to figure out how many crimes are on the books, how many federal crimes you can commit. We asked the Congressional Research Service, whose job it is, to tell us that. It took them a while. They got back to us and they said, okay, the answer is unknown and unknowable, but it's at least 300,000. The reason it was that many, but unknown and unknowable, was because of these administratively created crimes. That's spooky. Anyway, so very complicated problem. There is an elegant, almost perfect solution that would deal with most of the problem. And it's one legislative proposal called the REINS Act. It's R-E-I-N-S, Regulations from the Executive in Need of Scrutiny. In one fell swoop, it would reinvigorate Article 1, Section 1, and Article 1, Section 7, which are the ones that tell us how you make a federal law, that only Congress can make federal law. And it says that these executive branch agency rules, the major rules imposing legal obligations on the part of the public, that are significant in the way they regulate, could take effect only after they've been enacted by Congress. If a genie appeared to me and said you can pass any bill that's been introduced in Congress in the last 15 years, it would be the REINS Act, 100 times out of 100. That would do more to reinvigorate American freedom and our constitutional form of government than anything else I can think of. And I think it needs to be item number one for the Trump administration to tackle legislatively next year.
I saw some of your colleagues after the Loper-Bright decision came out. They were freaking out and saying, you don't understand. We haven't been getting into the nitty-gritty of what the laws are for a very long time. We defer to these experts in the bureaucracy to handle everything. First of all, I love the faith that Democrat senators have in the experts in the bureaucracy, something not shared by many Americans. But it was just kind of funny to watch them say, no, we don't want to do our jobs here. We've been not doing our jobs for a very long period of time. So this would help them actually do their jobs.
Exactly. It's the new idolatry. And this, by the way, is the secret to Trump's sauce. This is the secret to why Trump has been successful. It's also the secret to why we need Trump so much today, and the secret to why they're doing everything they can, why they tried to imprison him, why somebody tried to kill him, why they're pushing back as hard as they could. Look, Donald Trump is an anomaly, to say the least. He's an enigma, especially to the left. He came along as someone who entered the scene at the top level, ran for president, was elected president, from completely outside of the political universe. The only modern president you can think of who fits that description. He came along and identified a whole bunch of problems with government, problems that he had had no role in creating, unlike pretty much anybody else in the political system. And so when that happened, and he showed up with all this moral courage and clarity, they rebelled against him. They said, we cannot have this. We cannot have it. Now, the other side does everything they can. This also explains the lawfare. They do everything they can to denigrate that, to demonize it, because the left, remember, believes that, first of all, they are the rule of law. When they talk about the rule of law, they don't think about it in terms of it's all better if we follow the law, even if we disagree with it. For the left, the progressive is the law, so whatever the law is in their mind the rule of law. They will then denigrate and demonize anyone who comes along who pushes back on that, who challenges those assumptions. Anyone who is against them and their policy agenda is against the rule of law. By the same token, any Supreme Court justice who refuses to recuse from a case where they don't think they will like the ruling, they will push back on them and try to demean their credibility. pushing so far as even to delegitimize the court as a whole so that they can pack the Supreme Court and change its composition. At the end of the day, these guys bastardize the concept of the rule of law to the point that it's really aggressive. It's kind of a fascist approach to governance. But that's why they're pushing back so hard against Donald Trump. And by the way, it also ties into the administrative state. One of my first reactions after I got the news the other night, and I commented this evening on it, is that things like this would not happen. We wouldn't have violence erupt, violent protests and rallies as often as we do surrounding presidential elections if we didn't put so many eggs in that basket. If we hadn't made the federal government far more powerful than it was ever intended to be, and if we hadn't made the presidency itself more powerful than it was ever intended to be.
And I think that is the hatred against Trump, is that unlike every single president for generations, he fought the administrative state more than anyone else. And you might remember that the first impeachment against President Trump was because he disagreed with the interagency consensus on foreign policy. As my husband likes to say, I don't remember voting for the interagency consensus at any point. But that is how seriously they view it as a threat. They view themselves as the permanent ruling class of Washington, D.C., and anyone who thinks that the Constitution, which sets out actual elected positions to oversee the executive branch or to make our laws, anyone who views it that way, that's the actual threat. So, final question.
It was a perfect call.
Just real quick final question. Is there anything that the executive should do to rein in the administrative state?
Yes. All right, so look, first and foremost, the chief executive, the President of the United States as chief executive officer of the U.S. government, first thing he can do is to put the right personnel in place so that we stop getting these ridiculous expansions of federal regulatory power. You look at how many aspects of your life are micromanaged in ways that they shouldn't be. Who misses real light bulbs, by the way? I'm sick and tired of the light bulbs that are terrible. And
me, very much.
Who misses shower heads that can do the job? Washing machines, dishwashers, I mean, everything, all this minutia in your life that's micromanaged by executive branch pinheads. And I say that with all due respect to pinheads. Trump gets in there, and that's part of why Project 2025 is so important. The personnel is policy. And so if he starts on day one with the right personnel in charge, you can have better policy. But the other main thing that he can do, and this is the far more important thing that Trump can do as president, I hope, and I'm going to continue to ask him, to make passage of the REINS Act not just a top legislative priority, but something that he will attach to his agenda to such a degree that he's willing to say, I will not sign must-pass legislative vehicle A, B, or C unless you attach the REINS Act to it. One good opportunity for that might well be the next debt ceiling increase package, which will come due shortly after he becomes president. We actually had a great chance. I worked with the House Freedom Caucus to work this in there in Limit, Save, Grow last year. We got it right to that point. We had something Democrats wanted, Wall Street wanted, meaning to raise the debt ceiling. We said, okay, if you're going to do that, there needs to be some economically stimulative measures and some fiscally restrained measures. And the REINS Act got put in there. We could have gotten that passed, even with the Democratic-controlled Senate and White House, had certain legislative leaders not decided to punt on second down. But if under the leadership of President Trump, if he were to say, I'm going to veto Bill X unless it has the REINS Act in there, we'll get it passed. And remember this, if he does that, that's worth everything else. That is the reform in the administrative state, because at that moment forward, it's not the administrative state. It's legislators elected to make law who are making the law, and we've achieved a lot of the victory at that point.
Thank you very much. Senator Mike Lee, keep up the great work.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. And we are now joined for a few minutes by Paul Dans, Executive Director of Project 2025. Please welcome Paul Dans.
Great.
Thank you, Paul. Great. Wow, it's great to be here with you, Paul. Project 2025 has been in the news a little bit lately.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what it is, actually. But, you know, in all seriousness, it's a glorious day here, and I mean that. What happened on Saturday changed the world, and we are constantly reminded we're all Americans out here. We have to take the vitriol down, and, you know, looking straight at President Biden for that, you know, he said his own political opponent, you know, put him in the bullseye. Just terrible things. He was saying this within hours of the attempted assassination. It was not a shooting. It was an attempted assassination.
And probably right after President Trump, who has been the main object of his vitriol, and Trump supporters, has been Project 2025. It is this main campaign theme of President Biden's to say that this is a huge threat to the country. There have been some funny memes going around on social media where people come up with their own. So many crazy things have been said about Project 2025 that people have been adding to it with their own crazy ideas, like Project 2025 is going to bring back the buffet at Pizza Hut. Project 2025 is going to let you smoke on airplanes. You know, just funny things like from crazy. What is Project 2025 and why did you do it?
Sure, you know, yeah, Saturday morning I was thinking we were going to be debating socks and flip-flops and what to do about people driving 10 miles under the speed limit. But that, you know, what Democrats and what they've said about Project 2025 is probably the greatest misinformation campaign since, I don't know, the Russia hoax. That's what this happens. They move from hoax to hoax. And somehow that whole squad put all their marbles in vilifying Project 2025 and then making this fake attachment to President Trump. You know, we stood up our project 2.5 years ago, way before anybody even dropped his or her hat into the ring for running for president. But it was to bring our movement together. We're 110 conservative organizations who have really committed ourselves to making America a government of, by, and for the people again. What's happened is over the last 100 years, the progressives have built an administrative state, and it's ruled by a class of experts, as Senator Lee was saying, and really it's the anti-democracy at work. This is a class of people making laws, making policies that come right out of the Ivy League academies, and they're thrust upon you. And this is really to get back to our constitutional moorings. There is an architecture, a genius architecture in that document that separates three coordinate branches of government with checks and balances between and among them. But this fourth illicit branch, this administrative state, is really what we're going at. This idea of checks and balances on the president within his own balance is completely his own branch of government is completely antithetical to the structure of the presidency.
And so if you know the history of progressivism and how much they worked to build up an unaccountable administrative state, I mean, this was a fever dream of Woodrow Wilson's. Under FDR, it greatly expanded, and really left-wing technocrats have put a lot of effort and energy into building up this thing that exists as lawmaker, judge, jury, and executioner for American citizens and American business owners. It is this administrative state that is so much what people are frustrated with by the operation of government. But you haven't seen what you might have expected from conservatives in response, a full-throated approach to what to do about this unaccountable, unconstitutional fourth branch of government. And so I just want to put that point in there about the perspective. You guys worked on this for the last 2.5 years, in part because after some really good policy work in the 1980s, there had been kind of a stagnation of interesting policy developments for the conservative movement. And so you bring together how many organizations?
We're 110 groups.
Great. And so what do you think is the best part of it? Or what are you most excited about?
What you're saying about the 1980s, this is nothing new. Heritage has been leading this, and with the mandate for leadership really was the first kind of hopeful guide for President Reagan that ultimately became the Bible of the Reagan Revolution. You know, I kind of joke with my staff that I think most of life can get explained through the prism of 1980 movies. And they have very little cultural relevancy with people who weren't even born in the 80s. But, you know, with respect, so I've kind of moved it out to let's talk about 2000s. And if you conceptualize the deep state as the matrix, what we've done here is basically put up the solution set. This is the source code of how this whole thing works. And I think that that's what's really gotten under the left's collar, is that this is really a way for us to make sure when we ultimately get in the driver's seat that we're ready to move out. Because this whole system's been built by the left, and even when we win, we can still lose if we aren't working to put the policy in place. The day after the election is just day one. You're at the starting gate, and it takes outsiders. That's what's so amazing about President Trump, is that this system is only going to change when outsiders come into Washington and make the change. And that's really the call of Project 2025. It's a threat to the system because it's you taking back your own government.
So in the same way that when that Supreme Court decision that we were just talking about came out, and a lot of prominent people on MSNBC, CNN, other sort of Democrat media organizations, they freaked out about the Chevron decision. Or relatedly, there was a bill that was just passed by the House to prevent non-citizens from voting in US elections, which sort of seems like the least controversial idea for legislation in recent memory. People freaked out, and I think it was like only 5 Democrats voted for it out of the whole group. Similarly, the freak out on Project 2025, I think, and what that told us, the Chevron decision being overturned showed us that was a really big deal for the left. Non-citizen voting is clearly a major issue for the left, which is like more than I think a lot of people on the right realized. And Project 2025, this hysterical, nonstop campaign against it, I think is a reflection of the left understanding that should conservatives implement this project, it would actually dramatically improve the state of the federal government. Is that an accurate read?
It's more than that, though. It's true, but it's got to stop. You know, when you have the President of the United States tweeting, I believe, 50 times between his campaign and himself, standing up a fake website called Trump's Project 2025, that leads to what happened on Saturday. This cacophony of all these mockingbird media shouting out. And it's really an appeal to those of good conscience in the media to stop this. We are not running for president. President Trump is running for president. We're a group of private citizens advocating for better government. And to be clear, you know, when the president uses abusive language like deadly serious and then says we will engage and we will stop them, there isn't much more than a call to violence. It has to be retracted, and it needs to be condemned by all quarters, including our friends on the left.
I will also point out that one of the things that the official Biden Twitter account did and other social media accounts was go through and pick out the policy experts and scholars who were contributing ideas to the Project 2025 campaign and identifying them by name with pictures. And that kind of targeted attack on people who are Americans who want to improve their government is, in this environment, something that I think people should really think deeply about whether they want to target these people, many of whom are, you know, married with small children and who are easily found, or, you know, could be. It just adds a level of, you would ask people if they truly, genuinely care about unity and turning down the temperature, that they would take responsibility for some of these actions.
Agreed. It's a loathsome abuse of power for the most, you know, powerful person in the world to direct fire on his fellow Americans. But, you know, it's something that we've seen in our past, and it should not be tolerated in any quarter. That said, you know, we have a lot of positive ideas. What we've done is put out a positive vision. I encourage the left to try to make a positive case about what they would do, not detract on people. And what we really want is everyone engaged in this country back and taking, you know, really a real interest and a commitment to the federal government.
And Paul, just final thing here, because the document is, what, like 900 pages long? I do desire to read the whole thing. I have not made it far enough to even say that I have. So what do you want people to know as they talk to their friends who may have been misinformed or disinformed by corporate media and other left-wing, elites about Project 2025? What do you want people here to know about it and what to talk about it with their friends?
90% of the characterization is false. We've put out like a true and false, and it's been actually, in fairness to the media, debunked that it has anything to do with President Trump. That is, nonetheless, a lot of made-up policies are trying to be grafted into it that are just nowhere found. But to be sure, the people who are screaming the loudest about it have the most to lose. They are really the ones defending this deep state. They are defending the anti-democracy. This is really Projection 2025 on behalf of the left. It's not Project 2025. So whatever they're saying, pointing at us with their finger, they have 4 fingers pointing back at them. Remember everyone who died from COVID. Remember that disastrous pullout in Afghanistan. Even remember what happened on Saturday. All these are products of this deep state, and we need to reinfuse political control over this bureaucracy, and that's the importance of Project 2025.
Great. Thank you all very much, and I hope you have a great rest of your day as well. Take care. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Mollie. Thank you, Senator Lee. Thank you, Paul Dans. See, Paul's not near as scary as the media says, is he? Project 25, scary stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move now to our second pillar, which is defending our national sovereignty, securing our borders, and our global bounty from national threats. And we're going to have 3 different folks and panels to talk about that. First is going to be led by Derek Morgan, who's Executive Vice President at the Heritage Foundation, who's going to lead a discussion on what should our national security posture be. He'll then be followed by Eric Prince, who's going to talk about the role of the Department of Defense and our intelligence agencies in our foreign policy. And last but not least, the border. And leading that discussion will be, how do we secure it, will be Jason Chaffetz, who you all know is a former congressman and now someone you regularly see on Fox News and who's very passionate about this issue. But before I bring Derek out, please take your attention to the screens.
In his farewell address to the American people, President George Washington admonished us to steer clear of permanent alliance with any portion of the foreign world. Today, the establishment on the left and the right has thrown our founding fathers' caution to the wind, cast our borders wide open, and mortgaged our national sovereignty with global entanglements that undercut our American right to rule ourselves. The current open borders policy has wreaked havoc on American communities and cities across the country and inflamed a humanitarian crisis of trafficking, drug smuggling, and death. Supranational global organizations like the United Nations and World Health Organization seek to impose environmental extremism and economic globalization that choke innovation and jobs, all while undermining our constitutional principles of national sovereignty. Wall Street and America's political, economic, and cultural leaders have embraced and enriched communist China while strangling America's industrial base and turning a blind eye to the disgusting human rights violations the CCP commits against its own people. Jobs have been outsourced. Factories have shut down. China steals our technology, spies on our citizens, and threatens our allies. If we let this continue, we won't have a nation. We must defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. We know what we're fighting for. We are fighting for America's future.
Please welcome Heritage Executive Vice President, Derek Morgan.
All right, well, I hope you guys are having a good time. Yeah, good. Well, we've got obviously a lot of serious topics to address. Just in that short video, you got a glimpse of it. I'm really happy to have my friend Bridge Colby join us. Bridge was a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Trump administration for Strategy and Force Enhancement. Please welcome Bridge. So Bridge, a lot going on in that video and for our national security today, and you had a front row seat. You helped to write the national security strategy. When you look back on the first term of the Trump administration, what do you see as its biggest impact?
Well, thanks. It's really wonderful to be here, Derek, and to be here with Heritage and Dr. Kevin Roberts, great friends and a great admirer of everything that you guys do. I would say, I think that for the first Trump administration, and I very much hope there's a second one, I think the first Trump administration was a historic one. I've said this for many years, that the shift towards a much different perspective on China that President Trump led was historic, and it required a more realistic and sort of understanding of what the Beijing is about, which is a kind of more confrontational approach that we'd been ignoring as the Chinese militarized South China Sea and injected fentanyl and all these other kinds of things. So that I think, I mean, I've said this for a number of years. In 100 years, people will look back on that shift as a very necessary. And in fact, you know, the sort of firmest evidence of praise of that is the fact that Biden administration has basically tried to mimic it, I think, poorly and inadequately in the fundamentals, but that was, I think, the most significant. But also an approach, and I think, you know, look at like what Senator Vance, when he endorsed President Trump, I think last year, an approach towards a use of the military and a force that recognized that America needs to be strong, but also that the military needs to be used sparingly. I mean, I don't speak for President Trump or his campaign. I'm an avid supporter of his re-election effort. But I read very carefully the Republican platform that I understand he had a lot of input into. And I think it was very significant that President Trump said, or the platform said, we need a strong military. And I think Heritage has been in the lead on that for especially in recent years. But also it needs to be used sparingly. And people talk a lot about President Reagan, but that reminded me a lot of the President Reagan approach of the so-called Weinberger or Powell doctrine at the time, which is, you know, we're not looking for a fight, but if you bring a fight to us, we're going to be absolutely ready and you're going to regret it. And I think that's very different from, say, the Biden administration approach where, you know, I mean, just looking at the facts, largest war in Europe in 75 years, weak industrial base, you know, war in the Middle East, largest attacks on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. So I think the contrast is very stark.
Yeah. And we know from President Trump he has a big emphasis on our national sovereignty. So standing up to the UN, and a lot of those organizations that you had to deal with at the State Department. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the shift on China we've seen over the last 10 years. We're convinced that's our #1 geopolitical adversary, of course, and your book, Strategy of Denial, you talk about great power conflict, not just competition, but conflict. Can you talk to us a little bit about how a strategy of denial is the right way to approach this great power conflict?
Well, look, I mean, again, I'm speaking for myself, but I think what's really important to understand is both the need for strength, but also, as President Trump, I think, rightly says, we want to avoid World War III if we can. We're not going to give up our core interests. We've had our industrial base eaten up. We're here in Wisconsin, which has suffered from that a lot, here in the upper Midwest, where I have a lot of family from the surrounding states here. So we need to protect our interests, but we're also not looking to spiral into the potential for World War III if we can possibly avoid it. And I think that the central message that I think he has very eloquently put forward, and that I think you really see energizing not only the Republican voting base, but I mean Americans more broadly, is this idea of putting Americans' interests first. Yeah. And I don't think that is something that anybody should be afraid of. I travel the world a lot, as you do. And in most other countries, you know, in Korea, they put Korean interests first. In India, they put India's. In Poland, they put Polish interests first. Why should we be any different? And now that doesn't mean that we're going to be, you know, nasty or mean or aggressive or belligerent unnecessarily. In fact, I think in the platform, they talked about the importance of strong alliances, but alliances that work for us, too. Yeah. And I think you mentioned things like the international organizations, the UN, the border, things where, hey, foreign policy is not something that just happens for the benefit of the Beltway establishment, but rather something that should be connected to what the American people actually think is necessary. And I think that that's such a critical part of what I understand President Trump's message to be.
Yeah. And you mentioned defense industrial base, and that's come into sharp focus, particularly with the war in Ukraine. And really the inability to supply ourselves and them and be ready for China at the same time. How do we fix that problem? And in the meantime, how do we prioritize? And should we prioritize? A lot of people say we shouldn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, first, on the industrial base, I think that's absolutely essential. So as part of the platform, I mean, reindustrialization is part of a core part of the platform, and the resuscitating our manufacturing base. And I think that's so important, and we've seen that in many different manifestations, how we need good jobs, and we need to be able to produce stuff. The defense industrial base, to me, this is a #1 agenda item that I would recommend for a future Republican administration, is to say, we need to have a strong defense industrial base, but that's only going to happen as part of a broader reindustrialization program. So it's not like we're just going to pour money down, this sort of the gullets of the established defense players. We need to have a renaissance of American manufacturing where, why is one of the reasons we can't maintain our ships or build ships? Well, because we don't have enough welders, because there's not enough demand. So I think that is, in a sense, the root, and that would allow us to get out of the problem that you're talking about, which is scarcity, which I think inevitably, there's a lot of people sort of from I would say the kind of old guard of the Republican Party who are saying we don't have, there's no problem, we don't have the luxury of making choices. I'm sorry, choice is a necessity. Yeah. Because we don't, because of many years of overuse of our military, because of the financialization of our defense industrial base and the consolidation of our defense industrial base, we have to look practically at, how we're going to address this incredibly dangerous world. I think President Trump is right to say we could be on the verge of World War III, and we need to be prepared. God forbid we get in, and we don't want to get in that. But how do we do that? We've got to be able to resuscitate the defense industrial base so we can produce more, not only for our own military, but also as another part of this, to help our allies. We want to have good allies, but having good allies is not having sort of dependencies that just tell us how great we are at, confabs in Europe or something. It's more about having countries, I would single out countries like India, like South Korea, like Poland, like Finland, that spend a lot, not only spend a lot, but do a lot and have serious militaries. We want to be, Israel, we want to be able to supply these countries. The Israelis are always saying, we're not asking you to fight our own fights, just give us the tools. Amen, let's help them do that. So until then, I think we are going to have to be more realistic. I see what I understand the America First kind of foreign policy agenda as being a middle way between what I think of as the primacists of the old guard who want to be the world policeman, which I don't think is possible, or in the American people's interest, or on the other extreme, isolationist. That term gets thrown around a lot. But there are people who think, hey, let's leave the world. I don't think that's what any of us are suggesting, but a middle course that says we have to be strong, we have to be well-armed, we have to be prepared to fight, but we're also going to be selective, and we're also going to make sure our allies do their part. I think that's the only sound and smart approach in a very dangerous period.
Yeah, and talking about being selective, too, it goes back to what we all learned in history class, hopefully, in high school, back when we were teaching history.
Maybe not anymore, given what they're teaching these days.
Teddy Roosevelt, right? Carry a big
exactly.
stick, speak softly, and carry a big stick. So can you talk to me about the importance of red lines and following through? I think we've had an example, unfortunately, in President Obama with his red line in Syria that he allowed to be crossed, and then, of course, President Biden as well. Kind of a contrast, I think, with President Trump's first term, where there really wasn't a major incursion in Ukraine, for example. So how important is it to pick those red lines very carefully and then to follow through with them?
Well, I think that is a really important point, Derek. I'd say a couple of things. First of all, to me, foreign policy, if you're looking at this kind of common sense, I really liked how the platform emphasized common sense, like a common sense perspective about judging, I think, our foreign policy and our economic policy is like, let's look at the results, right? Foreign policy should not be a religion. President Biden's always talking about our alliances as sacred. I'm thinking to myself, I thought the American experiment was about kind of saying sacred is for, your own freedom of religion, et cetera, but the government is about practical things. Obviously, we want to protect our, sacred sort of liberties and so forth. But the idea that these arrangements with foreign countries are sacred is kind of misconstruing them. They should be common sense and they should be mutually beneficial, obviously in a long-term way. But I think one of the things that's if you look at it that way, where you're saying, I want to see what the results of the policy are, people like President Biden are really good at giving soaring speeches about the difference between democracy and autocracy and how evil Putin is. But when you look at the results of President Trump's administration was peace. And the results of President Biden administration, I hate to be one of these guys in the national security sort of apparatus in the Biden administration, because I'm sorry, but the results speak for themselves, and they're terrible. And it could get a lot worse. The Chinese are preparing for, don't take it from me, the Secretary of the Air Force in the Biden administration says they are preparing for a large-scale war with the United States. Kim Jong-un and North Korea are more dangerous than ever. The war in the Middle East could expand. God forbid the war in Europe could expand. So this is a terrible situation. So to me, one of the real problems with the Biden administration, the really telling failures, is this: they're really good at promising things. They're not so good at delivering. I mean, how is it that we're expanding our commitments, talking about how it's, you know, the sort of end of Armageddon-style existential struggle, and they're not even increasing the defense budget, and the defense industry is still in terrible shape. It may be even worse off in some ways. So I think there's got to be a real, you know, kind of narrowing of that, to go back to Teddy Roosevelt. You know, a lot of the critics of President Trump like to wrap themselves in the history of, you know, American foreign policy. But I would say what he's talking about is much closer to President Eisenhower, President Nixon, actually President Reagan in practice. You know, I mentioned the Weinberger Doctrine. President Reagan was very sparing in the use of the military, in the exceptions of Grenada and Lebanon. And instead we get, you know, sort of, I would say, like a guy who talks like John F. Kennedy, but at least John F. Kennedy was raising the defense budget, but spends like Bill Clinton. This is asking for trouble. And now there's even talk about extending further to Saudi Arabia, more countries into NATO. He's saying all kinds of things in the Pacific. And I'm like, wait a minute, you know, let's not write checks we can't cash. We want to defend Americans' interests and work with our allies, but we got to have a more serious approach.
And the Marathon Initiative that you lead has written about how to prioritize and how to shift resources into the theater in Asia. Can you talk about why that's important and what we really need out of our European allies to make all of that happen?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think my sense is that Americans, particularly Republicans and independents, understand that China is the top foreign challenge. Obviously, there's the border, which is the top challenge. There's the fentanyl crisis. There's inflation. But from a foreign policy point of view, external threats, I think China's clearly. And that's actually very sound. It's sounder than the elite consensus, which looks more Russia. My view is Russia is a threat, but Russia ain't the Soviet Union of Joseph Stalin of 1945. China's 10 times the GDP of Russia. It has a much larger industrial base, not only than Russia, than we do.
Yeah.
Asia is now the center of the world. This is not, you know, I'm very loyal to Western civilization. I think Heritage's efforts to protect that heritage is extremely important, et cetera. But again, if you're looking at things practically from an America First kind of point of view, I would say you've got to make sure that China doesn't dominate Asia, because if China dominates Asia, it's going to control over half of the global economy. And forget about reindustrialization if that happens. Forget about being able to fix the social media companies, because we won't have the economic leverage at home. And that's what really worries me. Now, I don't want to fight a war about that. So two things. One, you've got to concentrate military force. And again, that's what the Biden administration is doing, spreading our military all around so that it's not at the decisive point. And this is, you know, I'm not Clausewitz, I'm not pretending to be George Patton here, but this is pretty common sense. You want to have strength at the decisive point with the decisive opponent, which is China. And by the way, the other Asian countries which are working with us, Japan, South Korea, India, Australia, et cetera, they are much weaker than China. Contrast that with Europe. I'm not saying abandon Europe or anything. I'm saying, look, several European countries alone are larger economies than Russia. The European economies 35 years ago had really impressive militaries. The Belgians could put 50,000 troops in the field in the 1970s. The Dutch could put a corps in the field. The West Germans, 2/3 of the current Federal Republic, could put 12 active divisions. They basically demilitarized. That's partially their fault. It's partially on us and our elite for allowing them to do that, encouraging them to do that. That can change. So my view is we should help them, but you know, I think President Trump, I've made this point, I think he's actually helping the Europeans by giving them a clear message instead of false assurances, which is saying, look, things are going to have to change to stay the same. NATO has got to adapt, and if you don't recognize that, I think you're not actually helping them. But I think we're going to really have to prioritize the Asia-Pacific. Where exactly people want to draw that line is up for debate. But I think in any case, we're going to have the military forces to command respect from China. On the other hand, I differ with some people I served in the administration with who say we should pursue regime change with China. I hate communism. I'm a super anti-communist. But I think in this situation, we want to come to a balance of power. And I've heard President Trump has said he's open to talking to Xi Jinping. I think this is important because I think especially when we're concentrating on strength, we want to go for something that's more of a balance of power that would be a sustainable outcome that allows us to kind of push back on them, but also doesn't precipitate the very conflict we're trying to avoid.
And we have a long way to go with just common sense things with China, export controls.
Absolutely.
Insisting that they don't require joint ventures and transfer of technology when we're investing in their country, hardening our targets here, DOE and universities and so forth. Could you speak a little bit to our allies in Asia? Because South Korea has very robust capabilities. Obviously, they have a very hostile neighbor. They need to, right? Japan has talked about doubling its defense budget. Taiwan could do a little more.
A lot more. That
yeah,
would do a lot
yeah.
more. Yeah.
So what do we need to see from our allies in the Indo-Pacific?
I think Korea and India are models. I mean, Korea's spending 2.7, 2.8% of GDP, but that's on the basis of they have national conscription, they have a tremendous defense industry, they have a very serious defense force. I think the Indians, they are up there in the mountains going hand to hand with the Chinese military. They've got a super serious military. Their attitude is, don't lecture us about the Chinese. You're the ones who helped build them up. You know, you need to prove to us that you're serious about China. I mean, that's the kind of ally that I think we want to go with. The Australians, I think they could spend more probably, but they're a serious military. I think we need to see more from Japan and Taiwan. Taiwan in particular. I mean, I think it's unacceptable that Taiwan spends less than 3%. I mean, it's almost a joke. You talk about a country that faces a serious neighbor. North Korea is threatening, but China's like 50 times, 100 times more threatening. Yeah. I don't get it. And I think Taiwan really needs to wake up, because I think Americans, again, are with this America First mentality, is I think people want to help out those where we share interest, where we share a threat perception. But, you know, if you're not pulling your weight, and if you're kind of like in this sort of, you know, making speeches and social media stuff, but not backing that up with real kind of capability, that attracts notice. It certainly attracts notice among Republicans. I think Japan, too. Japan's moving in the right direction, but it's way too slow. I mean, you know, and they're often, you know, kind of telling us to go focus in Europe, and which doesn't make any sense. I think we need to, you know, I think to me, there's this canard out there that the America First approach, President Trump's approach, is not compatible with allies. No, it's a different approach to allies, and it's not even just, obviously, we're all conservatives, but I think it allows working with people across the political spectrum. For instance, the new UK government, they've signaled that they're open to working with Republicans, with conservatives. They say we've got to be more self-reliant, we've got to be more serious, we've got to be realistic. Hey, 2 thumbs up. If I were a Brit, I might vote differently. But we're looking at, I think we should look after what's in Americans' interest. The Minister of Defense in Germany. I don't think it's great that the Chancellor of Germany has basically endorsed President Biden. I think that's wildly inappropriate. But the Minister of Defense, he's a super serious guy. He's saying 3.5% GDP. That's what we need. I think that is very consistent with an America First approach that's saying, look, we're all sovereign. Yeah. We respect each other. We have our principles and views and our historic traditions, and we're going to promote those and stand for those. But we're fundamentally in the business of looking to make Americans better off. But of course, that allows us to work with others.
Yeah. I think noticeably low in the defense capability standpoint these days is our friendly neighbors to the north in Canada.
Totally, wildly unacceptable, yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about, if you look at the foreign policy trajectory of this Biden administration, it really took a nosedive in its incompetence in Afghanistan and really never recovered in a lot of ways. Can you just talk about the importance of competence and the importance of strong leadership?
Well, I think that's exactly it. I mean, I think people had different views about the merits of withdrawing from Afghanistan, but I think everybody could agree that, as a friend of mine puts it, you got to dismount from the horse correctly, and they completely screwed that. And that's so. The irony is that they ran against President Trump and those of us who served in his administration as if the adults were back in town. And it's like, well, with these adults, I'll go with the children, right? Because it's like Afghanistan, Ukraine, Gaza. The Houthis, et cetera. So I think absolutely. But I think at the end of the day, and my sense is that the Republicans and those who are supporting President Trump, as I do, I think there's more of a sense of the direction of travel now. Obviously, in 2016, that was a really fundamental and very important and significant change. But now people are kind of like acclimated to it and are ready to kind of move onward. And so I think on multiple levels, I don't think the Democrats can claim competence at all. I think we should be the ones who are presumed to be more competent. I don't say me personally, but we as the Republicans, you know.
Yeah, and I'm sure you have a lot of conversations like we do at Heritage with the ambassadorial corps in Europe and all of that, just trying to figure out what's going on with the American electorate. But President Trump, in a lot of ways, reflects the core American values of wanting to be strong. And standing up for our country and for our interests overseas. So just in the last minute or so that we have here, what do you think is the biggest contrast point on foreign policy for Americans to think about this November?
Well, I mean, I honestly think, as President Trump says, I mean, we're on the verge of World War III from a position of weakness. We talk like it's, 1939, 1941. but we're spending like it's 1995, and the war in Ukraine is not going well. The war in the Middle East is not in. They can't even get the Houthi problem right. And meantime, there's a World War III potentially looming with the Chinese that we, God forbid, might lose. I think we need a fundamental change. President Trump has the record to run on in terms of peace and prosperity, but also the basic approach that he's saying, which is common sense, America first, strength, but be sparing and be reasonable in what we approach. I think it's a very stark contrast, and I don't think it's an exaggeration. I really do think this is a fork in the road for the American people. I know where we all stand, but I think I'm really worried. I put out my pinned tweet is anybody who wins in November, I hope it's President Trump, is going to have to be prepared for a war with China. I think part of what I'm trying to figure out is how do we avoid that on good terms, but this is such an important election, and the course we're on, I think we're sailing right towards the iceberg.
Avoid it by being strong.
By being strong and being clear and measured at the same time.
That's great. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Bridge Colby.
Thank you.
Good job, Bridge.
Thanks, Dr.
Up next, you have a real treat. We have Eric Prince joining us, and he's a Navy SEAL veteran, and we appreciate all the Americans who serve in uniform. He's also a philanthropist and an entrepreneur, and I had to write down all the companies that he's founded: Frontier Resource Group, Blackwater USA, Presidential Airways, and one of his newest ventures is called Unplugged. So if you're like me and you're a little suspicious of big tech and you wonder about your phone, maybe he'll tell us a little bit about this latest venture that's going to promise privacy for you and for your communications. I think that's really interesting. His philanthropic focus has been on refugees and humanitarian issues and also economic development. So it's really with this background that he's going to be able to survey the world scene for us and give us a unique perspective on economic trends and opportunities. And so with all of that, please join me in welcoming to the stage Eric Prince.
Good morning. Unfortunately, as we saw on Saturday, we have a bloated, incompetent, not very effective national security apparatus. We literally dodged a bullet. If you think about how dangerous it would be for America, how did World War I start? Bad executive security. When Francis Ferdinand, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was murdered. Imagine what America would look like today if that had happened on Saturday. As we think about the wars in Ukraine and the problems in the Middle East, we have a collapse of credibility and deterrence. The debacle of the pullout from Afghanistan, the ongoing war in Ukraine. I think it's very important for the next administration to bring that to a close quickly. For all the neocon talk of degrading the Russian army is better now than they've ever been. They are learning, they are iterating, and the level of lethality and response from them is getting better and better on a daily basis. If you shot at the Russians a year and a half ago, it would take them an hour and a half to 2 hours to shoot back. Now you're down to 2 minutes or less. They're integrating their fire support, their surveillance, their communications. They're exceedingly good in electronic warfare. And they've made many of our high-dollar U.S. systems not very effective, not in very high demand. It's important for us to remember that spending money does not necessarily equate to buying capability. It buys inventory, but it doesn't buy capability. And you see that even with the Houthis. Shia insurgents in Yemen have effectively shut off a waterway. Now, when I started the Navy in 1987, the first mission, you learn on the first day, the mission of the United States Navy is power projection, sea control. Keep the 7 major choke points of the world free and open for navigation. The Houthis, an Iranian surrogate, have effectively shut it off with no effective response from the U.S. Navy. The Navy announces that they've spent $1 billion. They fired $1 billion worth of missiles shooting down all these incoming Houthi drones. The reality is it's more like $4 or $5 billion because they have to restock at current very inflated prices instead of the price they paid 20-some years ago. So again, our stuff isn't working that well in Ukraine. The Navy has been ineffective in Yemen. U.S. has given very bad advice, very mixed advice in Gaza, preventing the Israelis from finishing it, or even preventing from ending that war in a clever way. I provided the Israelis a fully funded, donated ability to flood Gaza with water, with seawater, to flood the 300 miles of tunnels blocked by the Pentagon. We have a leadership apparatus that is truly the most sclerotic and literally obese. We have as many general officers today as we did in World War II, when we had 14 million men in our arms. And so in an era of video conferences, emails, and instantaneous communication, we have a super bloated, super top-heavy, and clearly not very effective security apparatus. If you really love your country, we should force our Defense Department to spend less and end the very unhealthy money washing of spending too much by Congress to a defense contractor base, which has been highly overconsolidated. We have antitrust issues all over America. We really need it in the defense space as well, because we used to have 100 major vendors consolidated to 5 or less, and they truly behave like a cartel, and it prevents innovation, and it prevents speed, and it certainly prevents the cost reductions. America's major contribution in World War II was our defense base. For all the, we lost 250,000 men in the European theater of operations. The Russians lost 22 million defeating the Nazis. It was American industry that made it possible for the Russians to go from Moscow to Berlin with 600,000 trucks. We don't have anything like that defense base anymore, and we need to bring it back. And we need to bring it back by breaking up the cartels and changing and reforming defense procurement to really allow the small guys to innovate, because you'll find you can buy 2 to 3 times as much capability, which, in properly applied, gives you proper capability. But our main enemy is still the Chinese Communist Party. That is the true threat to American liberty. You see them sponsoring. They're certainly helping the Russians. They're certainly helping the Iranians. They buy all their crude. And if you think about what Reagan did in 1981, when he took office, and we had 35 years of containment, and he pivoted and said, enough. We're going to push back on the communists. We're going to go at them economically, politically, culturally, socially, and sever the ability for the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to govern the Soviet Empire. That's the kind of pushback we need on China. They've never had that, certainly since '49. And for us to go at China in a way of severing the CCP's ability to control all 56 of the Chinese ethnicities. China has a habit over the last multiple millennia. Yes, they've been a huge economy, but they come together under a strong dictator, which they have now, and then they break apart again. And a whole of government, mostly covert action program to go at the Chinese inside China is what we need to do to preserve our liberty. The lack of deterrence means that it's kind of free game to take on Americans, and you see that. We get pushed out of bases, we get abused. The Russians, the Chinese are certainly advancing in those fronts, but it's not that hard to push them back. People say they're worried about the Chinese having taken over Africa. Trust me, money and authorities, and we can push the Chinese, the tentacles, out of Africa, because African countries want to do business with America. They want the American way. Chinese understand black bag diplomacy, and that's all, but they've never gained the attention and the support from local communities because they've only paid off their leaders. And I just want to close with a summary or a difference of what I saw as the Trump foreign policy versus what I see as the Biden foreign policy. 7 weeks ago in Haiti, Davy and Natalie Lloyd, new missionaries from Missouri, get stationed in Haiti. They've been there less than 3 months. And they're at a youth rally, and they're driving home. They get ambushed by gangs, cannibal gangs. They make it to their house. The husband is defending the house with an M4, with a semi-automatic rifle. They're calling the U.S. Embassy for help, pleading. The U.S. Embassy is less than 1 mile away. Nobody does anything. You know the result. They are brutally murdered. Their bodies are desecrated. Less than 1 mile from the U.S. Embassy. They didn't send Marines. Hell, if you asked the Marine Guards to go, they would have gone. There was a fast team at the airport. Nothing happened. And I contrast that with October of 2020, the month before the election. Actually, it was October 27. A guy named Philip Walton, another missionary, this time working in Niger, kidnapped by a jihadi gang. They take him, they're driving him away. The U.S. is able to follow them from a drone base, which we've since been kicked out of by the Russians in Niger. And they're watching. President Trump, 5 days before the federal election, authorizes a rescue. Now, you didn't hear about this because he didn't make a big deal of it politically, but can you imagine the risk, right? Clausewitz talks about 2 kinds of courage to win a war: individual soldiers' courage and the courage of leaders to send their people to an uncertain outcome. Donald Trump had that moral courage. He authorized the JSOC package. They mounted up the boys. They free fall in. They group up. They patrol. They find the jihadis sleeping under a tree. They find the hostage. Now imagine Philip Walton goes to sleep. He's surrounded by jihadis. He's about to be sold to Boko Haram with that kind of outcome. But instead, the jihadis are dispatched, and he's tapped on the shoulder by a space alien, not with 2 night vision goggles, but 4. You have better peripheral vision to say, hey, I'm an American, I'm here to take you home. That's what American foreign policy should be. That's what moral leadership is. And that's why you need to put people in the White House that can make risk-based decisions and not be so cowardice. America is the natural leader of freedom in the world, and we need to behave like that. And the rest of the world wants us to behave like that. So let's get on with it. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our speakers for the next session on securing our border, led by former Congressman Jason Chaffetz.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. I love this country. I want to fight for this country, and I know you do as well. One of the biggest issues that's out there is obviously about immigration. So I am really pleased to have 2 of the foremost experts on immigration and what's happening here. So I'm going to introduce Mark Morgan, current visiting fellow at Heritage's Border Security and Immigration Center, and served as acting Commissioner of the United States Customs and Border Protection in the Trump administration. We also have Tom Homan. He was the former acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and currently a visiting fellow at Heritage Border Security and Immigration Center. So thanks so much for joining us. We're going to have a good discussion about what's going on, what's not going on. We're going to assume that you understand that securing our border is a problem. I don't think that's a hard sell with this audience and this understanding. We'll certainly get into and describe some statistics and numbers that are truly shocking by any metric. But we really want to talk about solutions and moving forward and what we should be doing. And that's the discussion that we want to have here today. And these 2 gentlemen have poured their hearts and souls and careers into making these things happen. And so we're just thrilled to have them and their service. And you'll see their love of country and their passion for this issue. They dedicated their lives to it, and I think it's going to be a vibrant discussion. So with that, you know, one of the things that I look at and I keep arguing for, and Tom, maybe we can start with you, but it just seems to me, why don't we start with enforcing the current law? Because right now, we're not enforcing the current law.
No, you're exactly right. And that would fix a lot of the problem, right? Because the law is clear. When you enter the country illegally without proper documentation, you shall be detained. That's what it says. Not maybe, not think about it. Maybe you should just, take our asylum claims and throw them in the country. None of that. If they would enforce the current law and the catch and release and actually enforce immigration law, let the Border Patrol do their national security job, a lot of this problem would be solved. This is not a resource issue. It is not a legal issue. It's a policy issue. This administration chooses not only to ignore the law, but they're actively violating the law on the misuse of parole policy.
You know, if I can foot stomp on this, actually I steal Tom's line all the time, because Tom and I were there under President Trump. We had the most secure border in our nation's history under President Trump. And to Tom's point, a policy issue. President Biden came in within the first few days, issued over 94 executive orders that dismantled, destroyed, and disrupted the network of tools, authorities, and policies that President Trump gave us to achieve the most secure border. Our current president right now intentionally unsecured the border. That's why we're here right now.
And let me, you knew this was going to happen. We can't shut up. But, I go across the country speaking, and people always walk up to me, Tom, why are you always pissed off? Because I'm pissed off. Because Mark said it right. I started in Border Patrol in 1984. I spent 34 years on the border issues. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan up to Donald Trump. Every president I worked for, even Clinton, Obama, took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't possibly have national security if you don't have border security. We need to know who's coming in, what's coming in, why it's coming in, where it's coming in. President Biden's the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured a border on purpose. That has resulted in historic illegal immigration, historic drug flow, historic sex trafficking of women and children, historic number of people off the terrorist watch list crossing the border. And they want to attack the Trump administration. Homan, Trump, you're racist, you're inhumane. Really? Well, let's look at the data. Under Trump, 4 years, 13 people on the terrorist watch list. Biden, 3.5, 376. Women and children, sex trafficking up 600%. We got 140,000 dead Americans of fentanyl. This administration is not only killing Americans at record numbers from the fentanyl smuggling, they've killed illegal aliens at record numbers. We're already over 2,200 illegal aliens dying crossing this border. So when Trump had illegal immigration down 83 to 90%, when 90% less people were coming, how many women weren't being raped by the cartels? How many children didn't die in the river? How many no-suspect terrorists didn't get into the country because the border's secure? How many Americans weren't dying? How many billions of dollars cartels not make? President Trump's policies saved lives. He was one badass president that did the right thing for this country, and I can't wait for him to get back.
Yeah. Look, Tom and I served the same time, six presidents, both Republican and Democrat. I, too, every single day, and I'm already feeling myself getting fired up and pissed off right now because, look, just mention a couple of names. Laken Riley. Say her name, right? Was killed by an illegal alien. Her life was taken away. Say Rachel Morin. Say her name. A mother of 5, 37 years old, that was savagely raped and killed by an illegal alien. I could go on. We could spend the next hour talking about the Americans that have died at the hands of individuals. And we actually have Democrats on Capitol Hill that want to talk about, well, Americans kill people too. Are you kidding me? That's the litmus test? How about this? An illegal alien, the reason why it's so different is because it shouldn't happen, because they shouldn't be here, right? But this administration intentionally unsecured the border. And Secretary Mayorkas, how do we know he's lying? When his lips are moving. He knows every single day, because of these open border policies, that Border Patrol agents are pulled off the front line, away from their law enforcement and national security mission. They're relegated to be a federal travel agency. We're literally handing operational control over to the cartels every single day, so that criminals, murderers, rapists, pedophiles, aggravated felons, and gang members are pulled pouring into this country. Drugs are pouring into this country. As Tom said, last year, 108,000 Americans died from drug overdose and poisoning. Put that in perspective, that's more Americans than died from all the terrorist attack in our nation's history, the Iraq, Afghanistan, and Vietnam wars combined. When is enough enough?
Tom, we got a lot of people in this country that came here illegally that need to be deported. When I was on the Judiciary Committee, on the Immigration Subcommittee. I asked to be on that because I really wanted to dive into it. Democrats will say, oh, we care about this, we need to do legislation. The only way to solve this is we got to have a legislative fix. Well, when Zoe Lofgren in the House of Representatives was the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Immigration, of which I was there, guess how many hearings they had? How many things that they did on this? 2. One was for a class photo, and the other was literally, this is actually what happened. The person that came and testified about immigration was Stephen Colbert. They literally brought Stephen Colbert into no other hearings, no proposed legislation. And remember, the Biden-Harris administration, with Kamala Harris being the border czar, they had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They had all 3 levers of power. Did they introduce legislation? You know, you hear Joe Biden now. You hear the president talk about, since day one, I've been pushing this immigration. Why didn't they move that bill? Why didn't they actually do it? It's because what these gentlemen are telling you is true, which is they wanted an open border. But now we have a lot of nefarious people here. Don't think that these are all just, oh, the woman just wants to, clean houses and work at Taco Bell. That's what you hear. And you hear Jerry Nadler literally say, we got to be able to pick the fruit in this country. But the people that are here illegally, that nefariously didn't go through the border, explain the policy, because if you want to claim asylum, you're supposed to be able to come through the port of entry. But now, Tom, that we have these people that are here committing crimes, explain to them how bad the situation is, because you have these sanctuary states, sanctuary cities. In New York, for instance, I keep complaining about this. Look, they're moaning and groaning in Boston and New York and in other places in Minnesota saying, oh, we don't have the resources. We got all these people. And Ron DeSantis sent people to Nantucket, for goodness sake. How bad is that? And thank goodness for Governor Abbott actually dispersing people out to, where they actually want to go, and they're going to go anyway. But guess what? Now they're claiming they need all these resources. But they have not taken down their sanctuary city status, their sanctuary state status, and consequently, they're not communicating and working with ICE, even on the most nefarious, worst criminals that are out there.
You're exactly right. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. The last 8 terrorists that were just arrested, 8 people that were planning a terrorist attack, along with all these murders Mark just mentioned, what's the common denominator? Every one of them is sanctuary city. New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles. But I want to talk about something, because I made a comment about this the other day, and the left went crazy. I got all these inputs. Do you want to explain the statement you make? And here's the statement I made, and I'll make it to you here today. So the media in the room, you can double down on it. They said, my wife come running downstairs several years ago and says, look at the hit piece Washington posted on you. And it was a story, and the first line of the story says, Tom Homan deports people, and he's really good at it. My wife said, look at this hit piece. I carved it out and it's hanging on my wall right now in my office. That's a badge of honor, because I did my job. So last week I made a statement. You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till 2025. So I said it, I meant it, you can go ahead and print it. But what I really want to do, we have to, look, people say, well, Trump's threatening this historic deportation operation. He's going to build concentration camps. He's going to sweep neighborhoods. Let me be clear. None of that will happen. We are going to have an historic deportation operation, because you got an historic illegal immigration crossing the southern border. If you look at immigration court data, 9 out of 10, nearly 9 out of 10 of these people won't get asylum because they don't qualify. So they're going to be ordered removed. They'll get a federal order saying you must leave. What is the option? We have to execute those orders, or you know what? Just shut down the immigration court. Take the border off the border. Take the border control off the border. What the hell are we doing? So when they get due process at billions of dollars of taxpayers' money, and a federal judge says you must go home, The Trump administration is going to make them go home. And it's going to require an historic deportation operation. We're not going to sweep neighborhoods. You know, we're not building concentration camps. Every person that ICE arrests, when I was the ICE director, 91% of everybody arrested was a convicted criminal, pending criminal charges, or a fugitive. Bottom line is, under President Trump, he's still going to prioritize national security threats and criminals, but no one's off the table. If you're in the country legally, it's not okay. If you're in the country legally, you better be looking over your shoulder, because it's not okay to enter this country legally. It's a crime to enter the country legally. And I'll say this, I'm sick and tired of people saying illegal aliens commit less crimes than U.S. citizens. That Cato study has more flaws than if you read it. First, they combine illegal aliens with legal aliens. Most illegal aliens come to this country are pretty law-abiding, first of all. But the bottom line is, every illegal alien is a criminal. They enter the country in violation of federal law. It's a crime to enter this country legally. So it's number one crime right there, right? So as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, I'll show her how to be a border czar. Looking forward to it.
Well, look, and to foot stomp on that, so here's what's important. We have to take back the narrative, because the narrative is that what's happening at our border is about immigration. That's a lie. It's a lie. It's not about immigration. What's happening at our border is about border security, which our ability to secure and defend and protect our borders is degraded by illegal immigration. Illegal immigration and immigration are not the same thing. If you and I go to a grocery store and we go shopping and you fill your cart full of groceries and you go out to the checkout stand and pay and go to the parking lot, I go into that same grocery store and I fill my cart full of groceries, but I go past the checkout line, I don't pay, and I meet you in a grocery store and somebody asks us what we did, we both say we went grocery shopping. No, you did. I committed a crime, right? And here's what's important. Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. Every single illegal alien means that's one more resource, again, that's pulled off their law enforcement, away from their national security mission. We hand operational control back to the cartels. With respect to drugs, I'm so sick and tired of the BS lie that illegal aliens commit less crime than Americans. First of all, that's just a stupid litmus test, right? So because one demographic supposedly commits less crime, somehow it's not an issue? That's just stupid. Right? But here's why it's false. Let me give you just a couple of stats. The first 3 years of this administration, ICE arrested 163,000 criminal illegal aliens in this country, including 4,700 murderers and 8,000 gang members. Texas, DPS alone, from 2011 to 2024, arrested over 300,000 criminal illegal aliens and charged them with over 500,000 crimes, including over 1,000 homicides, 1,400 kidnappings, and 60,000 assaults. In the first 3 years of this administration, Border Patrol has apprehended over 48,000 criminal illegal aliens, including murderers, rapists, pedophiles, aggravated felons, and gang members from 180 different countries. To put that in perspective, that's a 99% increase from FY17 to FY20 combined. So don't tell me that this is a one-off. Don't tell me that Lake and Riley murder or Rachel Morin's murder is a one-off, because it's not. It's a lie. And on the terrorism front, it's not a matter of if or when the terrorist threat comes to our country. Ladies and gentlemen, it's already here. And so part of the largest deportation effort that we need to do, here's why we need to do it. Because we need to send a strong message to the entire world that Tom said, one, it's not okay to illegally enter this country, which jeopardizes our nation's safety and national security. But if somehow you get past our frontline defenses, you're not going to stay. We're going to find you. That's going to send a strong deterrence message. And history has shown when we have strong border security on the physical border, backed up right with effective policy to remove people, illegal immigration will go down. Once that happens, our border will be secure, I promise you.
Mark, I want to come back to you, because one of the things I saw when I was on the Judiciary Committee is that pretty quickly into the Obama administration, they started to redefine their interpretation of what asylum is. Maybe you can walk us through what true asylum is and how it is morphed into pretty much anything that the first Obama administration and now the Biden administration wants it to be.
It's a great question. So we're talking about solutions right now, and listen to you. Look, I'm not trying to blow smoke your way, but one of the solutions is we need him back, right? I know this man. I'm serious. I know this man. We both know him, and he was on the right side of this issue the entire time he was there. He was one of the few people that spoke with honesty and clarity and common sense. Look, I'm critical on both sides of the aisle. Remember, even under the Trump administration, the Republicans had the House and the Senate for the 2 years, and not a single piece of meaningful border security legislation got passed. So there is plenty of blame to go around. There's plenty of rhinos there. This man was not one of them. But asylum, here's something we just completely forget about. Here's lawful asylum. You're fleeing persecution because of your involvement in a protected class. That's it. Right now, as Tom said, we know that over 90% of those that are coming to our country, especially those that are illegally entering, do not qualify for asylum. This administration knows it. Secretary Mayorkas knows it. But every single day, he's still releasing people in this country in defiance of the law when he knows that over 90% of them do not qualify for asylum. And after they're released in the United States, very few are actually removed. And so it's a big lie on top of a big lie. And we go back, what's the solution? Jason, it's what you started. Let's just enforce the law. But this administration, this is why Secretary Mayorkas was impeached. This man, as well as this administration, they look at congressional laws that have been passed as a mere advisory opinion. It's unbelievable. The founding principles of our Constitution, but separate but co-equal branches of a government, is irrelevant to them. The Secretary Mayorkas, we don't have enough time to go through all the laws that he continues to violate every single day, and enforcing asylum is just one of those.
You know, one of the criticisms, Tom, is, oh, you're being so mean. You're being just, you're not being nice enough. But it is absolutely stunning to me that we have, by the tens of thousands, if not more, unaccompanied minors that are being exploited. They're being brought through. We don't know where they are. We don't know whose hands they're in. And these are minors. We're talking like 12-year-old girls. Explain to us the problem, and then, more importantly, what's the solution to this?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of people. I mean, I'm hated by a big part of this country, and frankly, I don't give a shit. Because...
Now, for the record, I was betting that Mark was going to swear before Tom, so...
I almost did.
I lost that bet, but continue on.
No, I just don't. I just don't, because if they wore my shoes for 34 years, they would understand me. And a lot of them would agree with me. Look, I've told the story many times, and we get to children. I know what it's like to get on my knees and talk to a 9-year-old little girl who had everything innocent and stolen from her, because she's gang raped by these cartel members. I've talked to numerous young ladies, as young as 9, who lived a nightmare because that was part of the fee for coming across this border. While I'm talking to you right now, let's put politics aside for a minute. While I'm talking to you right now, women are being raped by members of the cartel to cross this border. Not once, numerous times. A child will die today on the border. Women and children are going to be smuggled in this country and forced into sex trafficking. We already found a bunch of kids working in a meat packing plant, cleaning up entrails at midnight shift, not getting paid a dime because they were trafficked. We got 100,000 missing children. Now, people want to attack myself and President Trump over family separation. Let me be clear on this. It was zero tolerance.
Amen.
The reason it was done is to try to save some lives. Maybe less women get raped. Maybe less children will die crossing this border. If we prosecute those for entering the country illegally, which is a crime, prosecute them, and maybe it will slow down. Maybe less children get raped. Maybe less people die if there's a consequence. It wasn't about separation. It wasn't about punishing anybody. It's about saving lives. But the left just turned around to this family separation, ripping a baby out of a mother's arms. Let me tell you something. Law enforcement across this country does it thousands of times a day. When I was a cop, I separated families many times in New York. It's sad. You don't want to do it. When you arrest a parent and lock them up, the kid can't go with them. That was the whole purpose, to save lives, less death. But they want to keep pointing to that. In the meantime, over 400,000 children have been smuggled in this country in the hands of criminal cartels. Self-separated from their families, put in the hands of criminal cartels. I just told you what a lot of these children go through. And this government Secretary Becerra of HHS, he was bragging 2 months ago, I watched him, bragging how quick they release these children from custody. No kidding. The vetting is a fraction of what the Trump administration did. We did DNA testing. They're releasing kids and now they can't find 100,000 of them? Let me tell you, based on my 34 years investigating this type of crime, many of these children are living with pedophiles, many of these children are going to show up pornographic movies, many of these children are forced labor. Do not tell me that this administration's policies is humane. I said it before, they're killing Americans at record numbers, they're killing migrants at record numbers, and they're causing a sex trade of children that are undeniable. Anybody can look at the data. When you wear my shoes, you stand back with a tractor trailer with 19 dead people at your feet, including a 5-year-old little boy who baked to death. Every one of them in their underwear because they're trying to get some relief from the heat. I was there. I smelled it. I tasted it. It changed me forever because these people suffered a terrible, horrific death. When Trump had immigration down 90%, less of this stuff was happening. And why am I pissed? Because this administration came in and unsecured the border. Deaths are skyrocketing. Rapes are skyrocketing. And we shouldn't be okay with that. So come at me all you want. Hate me all you want. I'm doing the right thing for the right reasons. I love this country. I think President Trump's the greatest president I ever worked for. And I can't wait for him to work for him again because he will secure this border.
Mark, look, I got to foot stomp a couple of things here. Every single time I've heard Tom speak about those experiences, and every single time I still get chills, and then I get angry and I get pissed off. My challenge to the liberal media back there, how many times have you mentioned under this presidency the 2,000 dead migrants that CBP has recovered? How many times? The number's zero. Zero. And that doesn't include the deaths in Mexico. That doesn't include the deaths in the Darien Gap, one of the most inhospitable places on the face of the planet. We know that Doctors Without Borders said up to 30% of young women and children are sexually assaulted or raped on the journey up here. I, too, have talked to countless Border Patrol agents and other law enforcement professionals on the border who tell me that they've interviewed a 12-year-old girl who encountered that she was raped multiple times, or a 10-year-old who they were going through her backpack and pills fell down on the ground. And they said, "What are this?" It's a morning after pill. "Where'd you get those?" "My mother gave them to me because she was expecting that I was going to be raped." How many times have you heard the liberal media talk about that truth? The answer is zero. And that's why you get frustrated. Tom is absolutely right. There is no safe, orderly, and humane illegal immigration process. That's an oxymoron. It doesn't exist. But that's what this secretary and that's what this administration tries to get this country to believe. And it's all a lie. But we never hear about that. We never hear about, how many times have we heard about a fentanyl overdose? Remember about a year and a half ago when the cadets from West Point went down to Florida and they took some cocaine? That was a mistake, but unbeknownst to them, it was laced with fentanyl, and a couple of them died. I read about a dozen reports of that. You know, all but one never even mentioned that the fentanyl comes from the southwest border. We have illegal aliens that are apprehended inside the country that commit heinous acts against America, and we have law enforcement agencies in sanctuary cities that refuse to tell you that the crime was committed by an illegal alien. And the liberal media is complicit in that, and I believe they hide that information from the American people to cover for this administration with respect to the magnitude of the chaos and lawlessness on our border that jeopardizes every aspect of our nation's economic, safety, and national security.
Tom, I want to talk about the border itself, the idea of a border wall, and the idea that Remain in Mexico, it's miraculous, I thought, that President Trump negotiated and pulled that off, but it makes a lot of sense to me. Give us your perspective on how to actually secure the border itself.
You want to secure the border? Re-implement every one of Trump's policies. You do it in a week. The wall. I'll let Mark talk about the wall. I'll pass over him in a minute. The wall works. Every place they built a border barrier, illegal immigration went down, illegal drug flow went down, and guess what? Walls save lives. Because the people I'm talking about, most vulnerable, the women and children, they're not getting over that wall. They're going to go to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting for them? The 20,000 American patriots wearing that green uniform who will take care of the humanitarian and medical needs. These are, let me touch this, 20,000 men wearing that uniform, men and women wear that Border Patrol uniform, are national heroes who are slandered by the Secretary of Homeland Security and the President of the United States at the White House podium for whipping black migrants. I watched that video. It took me a minute to figure out they didn't do anything wrong. They did exactly as they were trained. The horses did exactly as they were trained. The only one who did anything wrong that day were the Haitian migrants who came across the country illegally, which is a crime, ignored a federal order to take action, which is a felony, and no one talked about that. These men, to this day, Jason, their careers aren't the same. Their families and children were bullied in churches and schools, that your father's a racist, and not, to this day, no apologies, and these men still aren't 100% back to duty yet. I got off the subject, Matt, but I just want to bring that up.
This is an important part because it was actually the Heritage Foundation, the Oversight Project, that pushed to get the Freedom of Information Act and expose the idea that Secretary Mayorkas knew that this wasn't true even before he commented publicly on it, and what they put those Border Patrol agents through.
It was incredible. I wore that uniform. It's the proudest days of my life, wearing that green uniform.
All right, let's
get Mark. We're running out of time here. Remain in Mexico real quick, though.
Okay.
Remain in Mexico is a game changer. People can still claim asylum, but they're going to wait in Mexico. Hey, if you win asylum, welcome to the United States. If you don't, we have to go look for it. We have to remove you, because we know 9 out of 10 will get order removal. And the DHS Secretary's report, the life cycle report, says only 6% leave when they get order removed if they're not in custody. So it's a game changer. It worked. These policies work again. Mark, I want you to talk about the wall because you built 465 miles of wall.
Yeah, Tom, I know we got to be quick here. So the wall, here's I want to mention a couple of things. This shows the hypocrisy, right? So to be clear, and again, a lot of liberal media, you're never going to hear this from them. But we actually started building the wall under the Clinton administration. Did you know that? Yeah, it just sucked. But we were building infrastructure. It was then that we actually started, the Border Patrol all on their own started to develop, and this is back in the early 90s, the multi-layer strategy of infrastructure, technology, and personnel. And everywhere where we applied that multi-layer strategy in the border, every single measure of success increased. After 9/11, the 2000 Secure Fence Act came, which actually codified that multi-layer strategy, again, of infrastructure, technology, and personnel. And we had 85% of senators vote for the 2000 Secure Fence Act, including then Senators Biden, Clinton, Obama, Schumer, the list goes on. And part of that mandate was, wait for it, to build 634 miles of wall in the 2000 Secure Fence Act. How many times do you hear about that anymore? In fact, the first 2 years of the Obama administration, we built 134 miles of wall. And now President Trump comes along, and all of a sudden it's immoral, effective, and racist, right? It's a big lie. You've been lied to intentionally for the past 3.5 years. It's a big scam. It's a big lie to villainize Trump and to actually further their agenda. But what we did, what Trump gave us, as Tom mentioned, he gave us those tools. And it wasn't just a wall, it was a wall system. It wasn't just steel and concrete in the ground, but it was integrated technology. We had state-of-the-art technology, access roads, lighting, the list goes on and on. But we didn't have, the Border Patrol agents didn't have to choose because we weren't just giving them infrastructure, we were giving them technology as personnel as well. And every single mile where we had that strategy, the border was secure.
We have just 5 minutes left. The backlog that is now facing, I mean, now that there's so many people here, that one of the things I was deeply concerned about is these administrative courts where the adjudication process happens. I was on the Judiciary Committee in the House of Representatives. I wanted to go watch one of these cases. They wouldn't allow me to go. I said, you want me to work to reauthorize these courts and to fund these courts? You won't even let me see it? They're not available for you as the American people to look at it. And that is so counter to how the American system should be. If you're going to court, you should be able to watch that and be able to see that and go watch it yourself. But now that we have, I don't know how many people in the backlog, there are people that are getting court dates that are 9 years out.
And that was part of their plan. That's a part of their plan. They want to overwhelm the system to put court hearings back 7, 8 years, knowing 90% will lose, get order removal. But by then, they got 2 USC kids. They own a home. They have equities. That even when I was at ICE director, I had Republican senators call me and say, why'd you remove that guy with 2 USC kids? Well, he didn't have 2 USC kids and enter the country legally. He didn't have 2 USC kids and got order removed because he successfully hid out long enough. Now he's immune. The court order doesn't mean anything? No. Under the next administration, all that garbage is going to change. First of all, there needs to be an immigration officer in every immigration court. So when he's ordered removed, put the cuffs on and remove him. Don't wait and don't release them. You got to take custody of them. But that is their plan, and we just saw it. Now they're going to give parole in place to 500,000 people that have been here for more than 10 years. That is their plan. Overwhelm the system. Let them build equities to have U.S. citizen children. Then all of a sudden, I even get pushed back from the Republican side of the House on deporting people. Let me be clear on this. Mark said it, and I'm going to double down on it. This isn't just a Democrat problem. We have some Republican congressmen, and I said it on TV not too long ago. For every Republican congressman who didn't vote to impeach Mayorkas, he shouldn't be there. They all be gone. So we got to take control of the immigration courts. We need a strong president, and I know who the strong president is President Trump. There was countries who wouldn't take their people back, and they're having that problem right now with China. President Trump didn't take that. I sat in the Oval Office while he called presidents of these countries and said, you're going to take them back, or I'm going to pull every dollar of international aid away from you. And guess what? Within 48 hours, we have plane loads going to those countries. President Trump thought out of the box. He said, Tom, how do we deal with these incultured countries, and how do we deal with this? I said, well, every administration sends billions of dollars down there to create opportunity zones so these people don't have to leave. Well, how's that worked out? It doesn't work, because these countries are corrupt, never get to where it needs to go, and the people want to come to the greatest nation on earth. He goes, okay, well, I'm not going to give him $1. I'm going to start taking money away. When he started taking money away, you got the Remain in Mexico program, military northern southern border. You got the Third Safe Country agreements. President Trump, he put America first, and he called these countries and said, you're going to do this for not only your own good, but the good of this nation, or I'm going to penalize you. And it works. We need a strong president with a backbone that's going to do that.
And you know, so talk about strength, right? Forever, the most iconic picture, I think, is going to go down in history of this country. After President Trump was shot in the head, what does he do? Fist bump and says, fight, 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 right? That's the strength of the man that Tom and I, Jason, know. That's the strength of the man we know. And I'll give you an example. So the Remain in Mexico program that Jason mentioned, one of the most successful policies, it reduced illegal immigration by 85%. You know how we got that done? President Trump sent out a tweet, right? They said, Mexico, you're going to support this, or I'm going to come down with tariffs, and I'm going to destroy your GDP. Shocker. The next night, the president said, I'm all in. That's the strength we need from the President of the United States.
And I know we got a minute. I want to share this with you. When you get home tonight, I want you to think about what I said. People are dying every day on that border. Women and children are getting sexually assaulted on that border every day. People, this isn't a political issue. This would be a non-bipartisan. Every Republican, Democrat, Independent should be for border security. And I say this all the time. What's the downside on a secure border? What's the downside on less drugs? What's the downside on less terrorism? What's the downside on less sex trafficking? There's no downside. Everybody should want to secure this border. And we're going to have a president in January of 2025 who's going to do just that.
This portion of the program is, and I just want to leave you one thought. The people that we're failing are the people that are trying to come here legally and lawfully. The people who are willing to do it the right way. They're coming in line. You know what? They get bypassed. They are the ones that we're failing. And if you come here legally and lawfully, you can be welcomed into this country. There is a uniform rule. There is a uniform way to actually go through the process. And so don't think for a moment that Republicans or the right or whatever is anti-immigration. It's what Mark said earlier. There's a legal path and there's an illegal path. And what we stand for, what I personally believe, I should say, is that you've got to do it legally and lawfully. And if you're doing something illegally and you're getting every metric going the wrong direction, you have to change that. So thank you so much. Tom Homan, Mark Morgan. Thank you. Thanks.
Same way?
Thanks, guys. Yep.
Thank you, gentlemen. So what do you all think about the VP choice? You haven't heard? We haven't either. But those guys would be great. But we do hear it's coming close, and I do want you to rest assured, I know everybody here has a phone, but as soon as we hear something, we will announce it. Right now, we're going to break for lunch, and we're going to have box lunches. You go out these back doors. You can go over 2 levels and enjoy lunch for the next hour. We're going to come back here at 1 o'clock. Heritage President Dr. Kevin Roberts will kick us off, and we will also be having Tucker Carlson. So we look forward to having you all back here at 1 o'clock. Enjoy lunch.
listen, baby. Ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby.
If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far.
Oh, don't worry, baby.
Just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
Remember the day I set you free? I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow I'll be there when you want me, some way, somehow.
'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
Oh, no, darling.
No wind, no rain, or bitter cold can stop me, baby.
Oh, no, baby.
'Cause you are my
If you're ever in trouble, I'll be there on the double. Just sing for me, oh,
baby. Woo! My love is a light, way down in my heart. Although we are miles apart, if you ever need a helping hand, I'll be there on the double, just as fast as I can. Don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
Oh, don't you know that there
ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
Oh, baby.
Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you. But don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
Baby, it's been a long day, baby. Things ain't been going my way, you know I need you here. You clear my mind all the time. And baby, the way you move me is crazy. It's like you see right through me and make it easier. Oh, believe me, I don't even have to try. Oh, because you are the best thing.
You're the best thing, yeah.
You are the best thing.
You're the best thing, baby.
we come a long way, baby. Baby, you know I hope and I pray that you believe me when I say this love will never fade away. Oh, because you are the best thing.
You're the best thing, yeah.
You are the best thing.
You're the best thing, baby. You are the best thing. You're the best thing
that ever happened to me. Both of us have known love before. Gonna come up on promising like a spring, walk on the door. Cause my heart's so strong and our hearts are kind. Oh, let me tell you just exactly what's on my mind. You are the best thing.
You're the best thing, yeah.
You are the best thing.
You're the best thing, baby. You are the best thing. You're the best thing
that ever happened to me.
touch and leave you nothing, girl. Oh. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours, I'm yours, I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. Yeah, I've done a lot of foolish things that I really didn't mean. Well, I could be a better man if you know what I mean. I've done a lot of things I really didn't mean. Hey, yeah, yeah.
I know you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I had a big plea for your sympathy, I don't mind, 'cause you mean that much to me. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl. Don't you go. I ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl.
Don't you go.
Now I've heard a crying man is half a man with no sense of pride. If I had a cry to keep you, I don't mind weeping. If weeping will keep you by my side. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl.
Don't you go.
I ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl.
Don't you go.
If I got to sleep on your doorstep all night and day, just to keep you from walking away, let your friends laugh, even this I can stand, 'cause I wanna keep you any way I can. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl.
Don't you know.
I ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl.
Don't you go.
I've got a love so deep in the pit of my heart, and each day it grows more and more. I'm not ashamed to come and plead to you, baby. Pleading will keep you from walking out that door. Ain't too proud to beg, sweet darling, please don't leave me, girl.
Don't you go.
I ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby, please don't leave me, girl.
Don't you go.
Yeah.
the right music, get into the swing. You come in and look for the king. Anybody could be that guy. The night is young and the music's high. With a bit of rock music, everything is fine. You're in the mood for a dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat on the tambourine, oh yeah. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that sing, digging the dancing queen. You're the teaser, you turn on mine, leave 'em burning and then you're gone. Looking out for another, anyone will do. You're in the mood for a dance. And when you get the chance, you are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat on the tambourine, oh yeah. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that sing, digging the dancing queen. You are the dancing queen, young and sweet, only 17. Dancing queen, feel the beat on the tambourine, oh yeah. You can dance, you can jive, having the time of your life. Ooh, see that girl, watch that scene, digging the dancing queen. Digging the dancing queen. Digging the dancing
I'm headed down south to the land of the pines, thumbing my way to North Carolina. I'm staring up the road, pray to God I see headlights. I made it down the coast in 17 hours, picking me a bouquet of dogwood flowers. I'm hoping for a rally, could see my baby tonight. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, let it way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. I was born to be a fiddler in an old-time string band. My baby plays a guitar and I pick a banjo now. But the North Country winters keep getting me down. I lost my money playing poker, so I had to leave town. And I ain't going back to living that old life no more. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, mama, rock me. Walking down south out of Old Roanoke, caught a trucker out of Philly, had a nice long tow. But he's headed back from the Cumberland Gap to Johnson City, Tennessee. And I gotta get a move on before the sun. My baby's calling my man, oh, she's the only one. If I die at Raleigh, at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, 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 mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, hey, mama, rock me. Yeah, yeah. Rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel.
Please take your seat. The program is about to begin. Once again, please take your seat. The program is about to begin.
Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, 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 mama, rock me. I said, hey, hey, mama, rock me. Hey, hey, mama, rock me.
Please turn your attention to the screen.
America is the land of the free and the home of the brave. But the land that we love faces grave challenges. And America is not living up to its promise. Chaos reigns, at home and abroad. Elites in Washington have forgotten that they are supposed to serve us, the American people. We don't have to settle for this.
Everything we have to do with, look, if
Despite the threats and challenges our country faces, as conservatives, we know and believe that America is still the greatest country on this planet. But if we don't stand up to defend all that is good about America and push back against the political establishment and cultural elites, America will not recover. That's why the next conservative administration will champion principles that can save America from the brink of disaster. Conservatives will restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. Dismantle the administrative state and restore self-governance to the American people. Defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. And secure our God-given individual rights to live freely. These goals get at the heart of the moral and foundational challenges America faces in this moment of history. And if we can fulfill these promises, America will remain the land of the free and the home of the brave. We have a small window of opportunity to act with courage and confidence, to rescue our nation from the radical left. We've done it before, and together, we can do it again. We know what we're fighting for. We are fighting for America's future.
Please welcome back to the stage Heritage Counselor and Spokesperson Genevieve Wood.
Welcome back. And welcome to those of you who are just now joining us. It's delightful to have you back with us. And the video you just saw, if you weren't here this morning, is outlining the conservative policy vision to unify the country, unify Americans, to get down to business with the next new administration. We talked this morning about dismantling the administrative state. That's number one on the charts. Number two, we talked about getting back to our nation's borders and our sovereignty. And this afternoon, we're going to talk about restoring the family and protecting children, and also securing our God-given rights to live freely. But it's first my pleasure to introduce a man who is really responsible for helping pull this vision together. Ever since he joined the Heritage Foundation at the end of 2021, he has known what time it is in the country, and he's made sure that everybody that works at Heritage has a watch, and we know what time it is too. His leadership of Heritage and also leadership of the conservative movement is really what today is about, is pulling together the conservative vision that can unify the country and get us back on track to save it. So before I welcome Dr. Kevin Roberts to the stage, and you welcome him, please take a look at the video on the screens.
Heritage Foundation president, somebody else doing an unbelievable job.
The head of the Heritage Foundation who smacked the whole idea of globalism.
He's bringing it back to levels it's never seen.
A top Christian leader in public policy and a champion for First Amendment freedoms.
He's my new favorite person, so give him, a legend, a round of applause.
Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kevin Roberts.
Make no mistake, this idea of human inequality, that some people count and some people don't, doesn't come from the media or the government or the elite or the left or even Planned Parenthood. It comes straight from hell.
The agenda that every single member of the administration needs to have is to compile a list of everything that's ever been proposed at the World Economic Forum and object to all of them wholesale.
The party of Bill Clinton wants to talk to us about decency? Decency! Like public schools secretly showing porn to young children? Spare us.
You might say, and the people come here stand up for, is liberal democracy.
Well, it's laughable that you would, or anyone would describe Davos as protecting liberal democracy. With all due respect, nothing personal, but that's your part of the problem.
As we fight, as we charge hills, as we bear the burdens we have, that we always know for the United States of America, there's always more.
Please welcome Heritage President, Dr. Kevin Roberts.
Thanks so much. Man, what a pleasure to see so many great American patriots out in the audience. How many of you are ready to very steadily, calmly, peacefully take our country back? Yeah, I figured that'd be the response, and obviously we have so many people who are tuning in now and will tune in coming days. Make no mistake, the whole purpose of gathering all of you here for Policy Fest, for making this broadcast worldwide, is to remind people that yes, especially after Saturday's tragedy and near tragedy with our former president, it is always darkest before dawn. But to quote our former wonderful First Lady Melania Trump from yesterday, dawn is here again, and we need to have smiles on our faces in spite of that tragedy, knowing that we have the resolve, we have the plan, and we also have the support of the American people to restore this country's greatness once again. Thanks for being part of it. Friends in the media, and I mean that with only a little bit of sarcasm, have spent a little bit of ink, rightly, talking about the conservative movement's plans for taking back this country. And we welcome that conversation because, as is evidenced over the last few days, the more we talk about policy, the more we talk about ideas, the more we welcome the conversation about the overreach of the federal government and the centralization of power, especially in Washington, D.C., the more our friends in the media, and now I do mean that genuinely, the more our friends in the media will recognize that the vast majority of American people understand it is time to get their sovereignty back against a federal government that frankly has run roughshod over them for too long. Sometimes people ask me, well, Kevin, you know, what really is the purpose
of something like Project 2025? Is it X or Y or Z? And what's the difference between the presidential campaign or the RNC platform? And my response would be the response that any of us who've been active in the conservative movement over the last half century would say, which is that it actually isn't about the project itself. The label's almost immaterial. The project is a representation of what a majority of Americans feel and believe, and who have been begging for what they've been begging for, which is a plan for how you do all of these things that are the themes of this great gathering. Not just dismantling the administrative state for the sake of some political science reason, but the real purpose to restore self-governance to the American people so that they can, according to their choice, their customs, their habits, build their families, live in their communities, go about their lives and their businesses and their jobs, as we like to say, living the good life. You might say that the real purpose of this huge, broad-scale effort, unprecedented in the history of the conservative movement, isn't so much about policy per se, as it is to remind people, elites in Washington, New York, the left coast, Brussels, that time has come to stop forgetting about forgotten Americans. People who for too long have seen their businesses shuttered. People who for too long have seen their communities deteriorate. People in the Rust Belt who have seen the ravages of misguided policies that place an emphasis on elite interests and not an emphasis on the interests of the everyday American. Permit me an example that's personal. I was partly raised by my grandfather. I wrote about him recently in a First Things article, and we'll be writing about him more this year because I think he really personifies what's going on here. You have someone in your family, no doubt, who personifies this point, which I think makes my Pawpaw Pete really special. He had very little formal education. His first native language was Cajun French. He was a man's man. He was a man of great faith. He's a man who loved this country, served as a U.S. Marine in World War II. And while being a man's man, he also had this really special, tender spot for the women in his life, for his kids and his grandkids, and especially for this country. He was a lifelong Democrat, but he loved Ronald Reagan. And I know if he were alive today, he would love Donald J. Trump. But why? Is it President Trump's policy record on the border? Sure. Is it his policy record across many policy areas? Sure. There's great agreement there between people like my grandfather and President Trump. But it's actually something deeper, and that's the point that I'm driving at here for you and your families, and obviously speaking on behalf of all of us who've been part of this great project. And it is that for once in modern American history, we have a plan among a unified movement to speak on behalf of the everyday American, the forgotten American, not just someone like him from the Deep South, not even just people who have seen their communities in the Rust Belt deteriorate and diminish, but for new members of our coalition, working class, multi-ethnic coalition that for the first time in modern American history really does threaten the centralized power of the American left. The reason progressive Democrats hate these ideas so much is because they are a threat to their power. And so let us, while being very clear about the intentions of our language, also state very clearly that while there are many reasons to wake up today in the United States of America and be discouraged, to be despairing, to worry, that there are tens of millions of Americans who agree with us. We may not agree on every little detail. That's not the point. In the spirit of Reagan, in the spirit of President Trump, in the spirit of so many leaders, the point is to work together on that 80, 90, 95% of overlap and go fight like heck, steadily, with resolve, with great peacefulness, and show the radical left that once and for all we are controlling this country again. And so, thank you. And yes, that does mean that we have to get about the business of not just policy work and political work, not just about the business of electing good men and women to office, but we have to be about the business of restoring America in our communities, in our families, in our churches, our professional associations, our bowling leagues, our Little League baseball teams. You see, that's really where America is. New York and Washington and the left coast want us focused on politics all the time. But the lesson of the last few days and the motivation of something like Project 2025, ironically, is to make Washington a heck of a lot less important in our lives so that we can go about our own lives the way we would like. And so, this entire conference, our work at Heritage for the rest of the year, is dedicated not just to all of you and to that huge majority of Americans, that huge group that we might call forgotten Americans, but personified by the fallen hero from Saturday, Corey Comparator, whom we would honor given the tragedy that took his life. But I would dare say, not having met Corey, but feeling like I know him, that he personifies what this movement is about. A man who went to church every Sunday, a man who literally gave his life protecting his family, a man who is doing something that any of us from the far left to the far right should think we should be able to do at any point in this country and not be threatened with violence, and that's attend the political rally of our choice. But you see, Corey in his service as a firefighter, his witness as a husband, as a man of God, is someone who represents the vast, vast, vast majority of the American people. And so I'll ask you, for the rest of this week, for the rest of this year, particularly when we're in moments when we're talking to family and friends who might have a different political perspective than us, to remind them it's not even so much about the policies themselves as it is about the spirit that Corey personified, which is to live our lives well, in great virtue, but also fearlessly, on behalf of not just in our faith above, but on our faith that this country, the United States, is still the greatest experiment in human freedom in history, and in spite of its warts, and in spite of its challenges, we now finally, after a long interlude, have leaders like President Trump and many other men and women, and a plan that will actually do honor to Corey's sacrifice. God bless you as we begin this process of taking back this great country. Thanks for being part of it.
Thank you, sir. You all can see why we love working under the leadership of Dr. Kevin Roberts at the Heritage Foundation. He has been awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, we've talked a lot today about a number of issues, but I know one that is so critical to everybody in this room and across the country is the family. And nothing has come under more attack in the last few years than the family and our children. So one of the four pillars that we talked about today that we wanted to delve into was restoring the family to its rightful place in society and protecting our children. And to lead that conversation is a woman I'm sure many of you will be familiar with. She has got her new podcast coming out on The Blaze, debuting this next week. You can also download it on YouTube. Liz Wheeler is coming out, and she will be introducing the other panelists. Come on out, Liz.
Marriage,
Actually,
family, work, church.
But we're going to play this video first.
These institutions are the building blocks of a healthy society. Today, they are crumbling. Marriage rates are at an all-time low. Family no longer looks like a married mom and dad and their children. 40% of babies are born to an unwed mother, including more than 70% of Black children. 1 in 4 kids grow up without a father figure in the home. Statistics show these kids are more likely to experience poverty, abuse drugs, or commit crimes. Instead of helping struggling families, government programs attack marriage and work. Why bother to get a job when the taxpayers can just take care of you? Church attendance is at a record low, and the left is targeting churches and charities that reject woke progressive ideology. Instead of focusing on education, schools are pushing critical race theory and championing LGBTQ lifestyles. American kids fall far below their international peers in reading and math scores. But what do the progressive elites care about? Pronouns and pride flags. None of this is okay. If current trends continue, we are heading towards social implosion. We must restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. We know what we are fighting for. We are fighting for America's future.
Thank you all for having me here. Dr. Roberts, this is an incredible event. Genevieve, thank you for the introduction. And thanks to all of you for coming here. We are fighting for the things that we hold dear. And it's really my privilege to be up here. It's always my privilege to be a part of heritage events. But in particular today, you may feel this the same way that I do. We recently witnessed President Trump being the target of an assassination attempt because he represents the values that we hold dear, that we are here discussing and fighting for today, which elevates my gratitude for being able to have these discussions and fight particularly for families and children, which is what we're doing today. We are the first generation of conservatives who recognize the paramount importance of the culture wars. This is something that we should not take lightly, something we should not take for granted. It's become crystal clear to me how important these cultural hot-button, sometimes uncomfortable topics are since becoming a mother myself 3.5 years ago. And it was crystallized to me even further during my latest research project. I was researching what exactly is behind this woke effort in our schools and in our medical institutions and our culture in general. This isn't a coincidence. It's a concerted effort. Who is behind it? And I was reading Marxist literature to figure out what their strategy was. And I was reading the works of Antonio Gramsci, who was an Italian Marxist, and he was the one who proposed this idea of cultural hegemony, which is if you want to topple a free nation, then you don't topple it from the government, you topple it from the culture first by taking over the cultural institutions. And we have seen this in our country. We have seen the very institutions that Gramsci mentioned, the media, the education system, family, marriage, gender, children, one after the other, systemically assaulted since the works of Antonio Gramsci were translated into English from Italian by a man named Joseph Buttigieg. You might recognize that name because Joseph Buttigieg is the father of Pete Buttigieg. And these cultural assaults in our nation have become more and more prevalent, and yet we are not without hope, which is why I'm so honored to introduce to you a panel of experts who know how to fight back against this, not just culturally, but legally, to once and for all put a stop to this assault on the institutions which form the bulwark of a free society. So I'm going to introduce to you Roger Severino, Sarah Parshall Perry, and Daniel Cochran. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Roger is the Vice President of Domestic Policy here at the Heritage Foundation, and previously he was the Director of the Office for Civil Rights at HHS under Trump. So his qualifications to speak on this topic speak for himself. Daniel Cochran on the end here is a Senior Research Associate at the Tech Policy Center here at Heritage Foundation, and Sarah Parshall Perry is a Senior Legal Fellow here at the Heritage Foundation and former Senior Counsel to the Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education. So it is my honor. Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Sarah, I want to start with you because we were having meetings discussing this panel beforehand to make it as best as we possibly can. And you said something to me that struck me, something that when I'm traveling the country and talking to people, it's something they often ask. And that is, they ask me, are you optimistic about the future? And one of the points that you make before we get into the legal weeds about how we bring this about is you said that parents, when they're fighting against the forces of gender ideology or critical race theory, they should have hope because there are legal remedies for them. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, I think so much of what we're seeing right now in the culture is sort of anti-parent and simultaneously anti-child. But there's good reason to have hope. We've done a lot of research and writing on the constitutionality of laws that are being put in place at the state level to restrict, for example, gender-affirming care for minor individuals under the age of 18. Think about it. These individuals can't buy tobacco. They can't drink alcohol. They can't vote. They can't serve in the U.S. military. But we are suddenly of the mind, culturally, that these individuals can consent to, for example, double mastectomies at the age of 13, when they might not even be conceiving of down the road wanting to nurse their first child. So there are legal remedies, not only through civil rights law, but through constitutional law as well. And I think it's incumbent upon the conservative movement to take those remedies and apply them the right way. One of the reasons I decided to follow a path in law as opposed to just a path in policy was that the best policy in the world, if it is not undergirded by strong law, is ultimately going to fail in the end.
Then I think that's an experience a lot of parents have had. You can gather community around you, but if it is not something that is protected in law, then your children are still at risk. Daniel, I want to talk to you a little bit about where this assault is coming from, and not the ideological point, but the access point to children, and that is, of course, technology. I think all of our best friend and worst enemy here, there's a lot of debate in conservative circles about what's the best way to handle this, but could you speak to how the indoctrination of children is happening through big tech and what some of our policy recourses are in this area?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you're absolutely right, Liz. We can't talk about the degradation of American culture without recognizing that the companies that shape technology are part and parcel of the problem. And let me just talk about one of the worst actors, and that is TikTok. Many of you probably have heard of TikTok. Many of you, hopefully, you have kids who aren't on TikTok, but if your kids are on TikTok, get them off of TikTok. Because companies like TikTok, platforms like TikTok, they have designed their services to addict kids to their platforms. Their algorithms are designed to keep kids hooked. And it's not just the fact that kids are being sucked into these digital services. Over and over again, what we're finding is that they're being exposed to the most toxic, dangerous content. And I want to focus on one category of content in particular that poses an existential threat to our kids and our culture, and that is pornography. Overwhelmingly, the average age of pornography has dropped. So the average age now, it's around 13 years old. The ability to access pornography has only increased with the proliferation of social media. So something like 38% of kids are reporting that they're watching graphic pornography on social media. About 42% are watching pornography on adult platforms, so digital technologies that are spreading this content. And I just want to make a final point, which is that this has a long-term impact on family formation. When you have young people that are exposed to this graphic, violent, and addictive content at an early age, it disables their ability to be future parents, future husbands and fathers. This is harming family formation in a way that I think is unprecedented, and this is just one of many reasons why we need to talk about the technological aspect of our sort of cultural degradation here.
Well, let me follow up before we move on to the bigger picture here. What is the solution to that? We can look at it and we can say, okay, TikTok's a problem, pornography is a problem. How do we solve it?
So I think the first question we have to ask is who's doing the shaping, and overwhelmingly, 3 platforms control or dominate where kids are spending their time. That's TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So essentially, 3 platforms, when we're talking about social media, make up about an average. So average child is spending about 4.8 hours a day on social media, and of that, it's estimated that those 3 platforms make up about 4.3 hours. So those institutions are shaping your kids. And the only way to address that, and this is just the first step, is reining in their power. So the first thing we have to do is say, look, parents need a say before their kids are able to access these platforms. And by the way, We should recognize what these platforms are. They're like tobacco. They're like addictive drugs. They actually have. There are studies that show that social media has similar effects to actual drugs, and we've said for decades that that warrants a legislative response. The same is true here. So one, I think, very important approach, one simple solution that states and the federal government should focus on is age verification. Age verification for social media, age verification for dangerous sites that affect our kids. And we can dig deeper into that, but that's one solution that's on the table.
And Roger, let me ask you, so if we zoom out from these things, education and big tech, these are institutions that should serve as a support system for the ultimate institution of a free society, that is family, built on marriage. And yet in our country, we are experiencing a crisis of marriage. Could you talk to us about, first of all, why that is? Why are marriage rates going down? Is this purely cultural? Is there a legal aspect to it? And then talk to us a little bit about, yes, what we can do culturally, but from a legislative or a policy standpoint, how do we remedy that?
Yeah. Well, it's a multifaceted problem. People are not getting married like they used to. They're not having kids like they used to. And it ultimately comes down to lack of hope and optimism. And that's a cultural question, but government had a big role to play as well. It didn't come from nowhere that even during the Jim Crow era, the black family was intact. Right? Even under grinding discrimination, the black family was intact. When the Great Society and the welfare programs that started punishing marriage came about, it devastated the black community, where 70% of kids born in black households don't know their fathers. And that has downstream effects on down the line, on education outcomes, on job prospects, crime rates. All sorts of social dysfunction happens when government moves in to attack the family with a welfare system that says fathers are optional, and in fact, you're going to be punished if you get married because your benefits are going to be taken away. So we have to move away from this notion that government is actually punishing marriage. Of our dozens of welfare programs is first. Second, to restore some of that optimism and dynamism, get the government out of the way. Let families form. Let parents have the right to raise their kids as they want. Make sure we have economic opportunity so that people don't have to worry so much about, well, if I have a child, how am I going to pay for college and schooling? Of course, our schools have to be fixed, so we need school choice so that parents have the ability to say, I'm going to raise my child according to my values, so the state doesn't just take them and snatch them away. And finally, we're at 1.6 fertility rate. That means we need to be at 2.1 to at least replace ourselves, quite literally replace ourselves as a people. And our nation is a creedal, right? It's our idea. It's also a place. That's why we need secure borders. But it's also a people. And we're born into the American family. And that's special. And the problem is we're losing that optimism. And there is a role to play for government to see if we could say, look, we need to put the family back into the center of American life.
So one thing one thing that you mentioned really intrigues me because it is a spicy topic, and that is the welfare reform. So if you identify that the breakdown of the American family, particularly the breakdown of the black American family, started with a burgeoning welfare system, what specific policy reforms should we do and can we do? Should this be at a state level, a federal level? How is this done?
Well, there are dozens of federal welfare programs, and the states piggyback on them. We need work requirements on all of them, right? It is a myth to say that if you have a work requirement that suddenly you're going to leave people behind. We know from actual practice, you impose a work requirement, people work. People who are able-bodied are not tempted to be instead of the safety net, it's a safety hammock, right? You're going to be taken care of. The government is going to be, Uncle Sam is your father, is your husband. You don't need anybody else. You don't need to work, right? You put a work requirement that's good for human dignity. If you're able-bodied and you could do it, work. And people respond to those incentives. And you cannot punish people and say, if you are a single mother on Section 8 housing, you're going to lose $10,000 if you get married. I used to do civil rights enforcement and sexual harassment in particular, and there were single mothers, often black, that were being predated by supervisors in sexual harassment. No father figure there for the kids. because of our welfare policies that aim to destroy the family. And so we got to get rid of these marriage penalties in all the programs, every single one.
Which you would think would be popular across the board. If you take maybe the politicians out of the equation here. Sarah, let me ask you about Title IX. Because when we're talking about hope and optimism, we're talking about raising people to feel that they want to get married, they want to have children, they want to build these families, this bulwark of our society. It's hard for them to do that if they've spent years in a school system that has been indoctrinating them into the opposite, particularly into perverted ideologies like gender ideology. And you say that with recent changes that the Biden administration has made to Title IX, this is now in every school in the country. Can you talk about that and talk about how we get rid of it?
Yeah, I think you start with the original premise, where we are now, and a recognition of the fact that educators, to a large extent, are no longer educating, but indoctrinating. Now, obviously, there are exceptions to every rule, and there are good educators as well, but we have teachers' unions that have an outsized influence in making sure that those particular education pet policy agenda items, including critical race theory and LGBTQIA-centric curriculum, and illustrated porn in classroom libraries, and drag queens for story hours. These are all platform planks for the AFT and the NEA. They are not looking out for the welfare of our children, so we have to take that welfare back ourselves. One of the biggest things that we're seeing in education right now is a massive change to a 52-year-old civil rights law called Title IX of the Education Amendments. Now, the sexual revolution didn't give us many good things, but one of the things that we did get was Title IX, which guaranteed educational equality for men and women. Remember, women up to a certain point into the 70s were not allowed into graduate schools. They were not allowed into certain colleges. They were not allowed to play scholastic sports. Taking that notion of equality, which has been around now for 52 years. Women have enjoyed many opportunities, myself included, and my daughter, who was going to college on a volleyball scholarship, has benefited from Title IX. To take the word sex, when it was enacted in 1972, and expand it to include gender identity or expression, takes the entire notion of equality and turns it upside down. Now what you've done is you've created special pet classes of individuals who gain super protection. So now is a girl's interest in bodily safety and privacy as important as a biological boy's who suddenly wakes up one day as an opportunistic 16-year-old and says, I think today I'm going to use the girls' bathroom. And when those two claims collide, where does the federal government come down on whose claim wins? So that's what we're seeing right now in Title IX. It will be in every federally funded school in the country, which is the majority of them, as of August 1st of this year. It is $1 indirectly or directly of federal funding coming from the government. So if you take a student on a Pell Grant or a reduced lunch program or a student loan, you're subject to Title IX. What we've seen now is 26 states that have sued the Biden administration and the Department of Education and said, we are not going to follow this in our state. It is illegal, and we are going to stand up. In 16 of those states, we've already seen a victory, and it's been completely enjoined. We have no doubt this is headed toward the Supreme Court, but until then, there are some very smart people and some very good litigators who are working as fast as they can to get this rule rolled back. So that is yet another reason to be hopeful.
And talk to me about the legislative aspect, too, because I hear you talking about the judicial aspect, and I fear, and I think we've observed this in some cases, especially with executive action, when a president of one party is in, he signs an executive action, a president of another party is elected next, he rescinds it, and it just kind of ping-pongs back and forth. Is this a matter for the federal legislature to define, not that they have the moral right to redefine the word sex to begin with, but legally, is this a matter for the legislature to define once and for all what the definition of that word is?
Well, I think the first thing we need to see if there is a new president in the White House in November is an executive order rescinding all of the Title IX guidance that we have seen from this administration. That is step one. And then the next step is going to be ultimately saying our interpretation is going to be that sex means exactly what Congress intended in 1972, male and female. And the Supreme Court has never equated sex with gender identity. And there may be some of you out there thinking, but what about the Bostock versus Clayton County decision? Gorsuch actually began that opinion by saying, we begin with the understanding that as Congress intended, sex means male and female. So the executive can play a role, the judiciary is playing a role currently in enjoining all of these state law applications of Title IX, and then on top of it, we've got the legislative bodies, and at the federal level, it is perfectly within Congress's purview to pass a law saying, we are interpreting sex as male and female, and we are going to revoke, overturn previous legislation that indicates anything else.
And Daniel, let me ask you, in a similar vein here, when we're talking about the three parts of our government, executive, judicial, and legislative, what is the best way policy-wise to go about some of the prescriptions that you were describing before? These age limits on graphic pornography websites, perhaps even on social media. We've seen in Texas, we've seen battles between the state and the porn companies that don't want to enact these age limits or these age verification on their websites. What is the way if we say, okay, we have a coalition, this is what we want to do, how do we get it done?
So I think it's an all of the above strategy. And I think what it requires is both the federal government, requires Congress, it requires the states, hopefully also the administration. And so I'll start with the sort of federal level. On the federal level, there are several pieces of legislation that would make a meaningful dent in this problem in protecting our kids. One is called the Kids Online Safety Act. Among other things, this legislation would impose a duty of care on large social media companies to say, look, you have to consider kids' safety and how you design your products. You can't sell a product to kids. You can't appeal to kids directly and intentionally, knowing that your product is designed to addict them, to ensnare them, and to cause harm, which we know now, not just from third-party research, but from these companies' own internal leaks, including at Instagram, that the companies have known for years the impacts that their platforms have. So on the federal level, I think it's legislation. But at the same time, the states, as laboratories of democracy, they need to be involved. And in Texas, I'm glad, Liz, you brought up Texas. I think that's an excellent example. So Texas enacted a law that said, look, if you're an adult site, you can't allow minors to have access to it, and you have to perform reasonable age verification. I just want to note that for decades, states around the country have said the same thing about brick and mortar adult venues, right? So if you're a strip club or you're an adult video store, a lot of states require, and in fact a lot of localities require, that you verify the age of your customers before allowing them to even enter the premises. It's a travesty that we aren't requiring the same thing of digital platforms that are far more pervasive and far more harmful. So Texas took the right, Texas is a great model, like they took a step in requiring age verification for those sites, and it was challenged, of course, by the porn industry. However, the law was upheld by the Fifth Circuit. It's now, there's some procedural questions. The Supreme Court accepted a question over what standards should be used in the lower courts to evaluate these laws, but I'm hopeful that both the states and the federal government working together can really, I think, push the needle in the right direction when we're talking about the most egregious harms.
Yeah, and I think that I'm interested in watching that case play out. I think a lot of people are, because Texas is taking a lead on that. Roger, I want to go back to the welfare topic that you mentioned before, because I think that it is sometimes an unpopular topic to talk about any kind of welfare reform. People, and this is perhaps just human nature, people get very worried, oh, am I going to lose my benefits? I rely on this is how I support my family. Can you paint us a picture, though, of what it's going to look like in our lifetime if we don't enact some of these reforms, particularly as it relates to the population crisis? You mentioned that, and I think that it's pertinent to mention this because we are going to experience, a crisis if we don't replace ourselves. It will be a population that's older, that requires care, that's more expensive, and not enough younger people to drive the economy and to support them. What does this look like, and when would it happen if we don't make these changes?
Yeah. So our welfare system is based on the notion that for those people who could be left behind, through no fault of their own, we're going to extend a helping hand, right? It comes from a place of deep compassion. And that was based on the ability of working younger people to be able to contribute to those who, A, cannot work or are older or widows. I mean, that's what motivated a lot of our welfare state. It was never intended or designed to be a replacement for work for people who are able-bodied. It was never designed to be a replacement for mothers and fathers, right, where people have a choice. Do I marry this man, if you're a woman, or do I marry Uncle Sam, who could provide for me and, in fact, will penalize me if I get married? That affects the birth rates. So here's a couple statistics. If you are an unborn child, the safest place to be is in the womb of a married woman. And that's impacted by the fact that if the father of the child has no real commitment to be there to raise the child for the next 18 years, a woman in that circumstance will think, you know what, maybe this is not going to be something I'm going to do, and will abort at a much higher rate. 86% of abortions happen to women who are not married. So that lack of certainty, that optimism I was talking about earlier, affects people's choices that trickle all the way down to the point where, as a society, we're at a point where, since we're not marrying and we're not having as many children as we used to, we are quite literally disappearing. And just try to imagine, it takes some moral imagination to think, when you go to the convention and you're going to see just tens of thousands of people all crowded, imagine if, you know, a couple generations from now, you are not able to fill that stadium literally. And then another generation after, it's half of that. And another generation, half of that. Our Constitution was founded to pass on the blessings of liberty to our posterity, right? What we conserve as conservatives are our ideals, et cetera. But we need people to pass that on. And the natural fundamental unit is the family. And that's how we pass it on organically. And government was part of the problem that got us in this mess. We also have to make sure that we have the cultural message that every child is a blessing and every child contributes to everybody else. And the more children we have, the more we can actually have that optimistic vision, as well as help those in need that cannot help themselves.
The whole thing strikes me as a hybrid between policy and culture, which, as I said at the opening, it's what gives me optimism in this generation of conservatives, because for the first time, I feel like we really have a grip that the two don't compete, but the two have to go hand in hand to solve these problems. Sarah, I want to ask you about parental rights law when it comes not just to education, but the new front in the battle over gender ideology is actually the medical system. Mm-hmm. In healthcare, children are being given quote-unquote rights by the left to make decisions, life-altering decisions, as a result of the gender ideology that they were indoctrinated into, and parents aren't given any dominion over their children. Do parents have legal recourse here? What do we do to solve this from a policy perspective?
Well, first of all, some statistics that are pretty jarring. 16 states, for example, have what are called sanctuary laws, which means that if your minor child flees the state to pursue gender-affirming care, and I'm using air quotes here, that child can be hidden from custodial parents in another state, which of course is patently unconstitutional, but the problem is that you need a parent who's experienced the pain of a runaway child, who has undergone gender affirmation surgery before they can actually bring a lawsuit against it. There are states, 3 of them in particular, that are now denying custody rights to separated parents who question their child's gender identity or expression, and will pick the parent that buys in whole cloth to a child's expression of gender identity. My 12-year-old son, who is on the autism spectrum, believed he was a firefighter, but you best believe I did not entertain that particular manifestation of his internal belief. We have seen so many expressions of the child being given the sort of premier authority over their lives, when in fact, for the better part of 50 years, the Supreme Court has recognized the immaturity and the emotional lability and the sort of long-standing inability of children to make life-altering decisions, whether it's in criminal law or civil law. But here we are in the medical context, and we have sort of a self-reinforcing confirmation loop. And it goes very much to what we've heard from Roger and Daniel at this point, because we're hearing in school first these particular curricular ideas, gender expansive. Children are being taught in preschool and beyond that gender is on a spectrum, that it is sort of fungible. And we've heard horror stories, and I've written on some of these horror stories about teachers and administrators going through an actual active social transition process with a child. Are you sure that's what your name is? Are you sure that's what your gender is? Would you like to borrow from our transition closet? These are real stories happening in real American classrooms. The problem is then their friends feed into this confirmation loop, and then what they see on things like TikTok and on social media platforms reinforce this confirmation loop. So they're hearing it from educators, they're hearing it from friends, they're hearing it from celebrities, and then of course the next logical step is medicalization. So then we see these children who are getting nothing more than 45 minutes of one telehealth counseling session before they are put on puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones. These drugs are drugs used to chemically castrate sex offenders. They leave lifelong consequences. None of it is reversible. And the Cass report that maybe some of you have heard of that just came out of England about 3 months ago was devastating for gender medicine in Europe. Unfortunately, here in the United States, we're not getting the memo. And so while Scotland, England, Norway, Ireland, Sweden have all backed off their approach to affirm early, affirm often, what we're seeing in the United States is whatever Johnny feels that day is going to govern how he is for the rest of his life. Children are bound to everything from rules on curfew, to allowances, to education, to friend groups, and yet now all of a sudden we're deciding that though they're incapable of making all of these short-term decisions, they are suddenly capable of committing themselves to the lifelong expression of a gender identity that will come with medical complications, chemical castration, and an increase of lifelong effects, everything from osteoporosis to bone density defects to liver cancer, and more. We have to take back as parents our authority, our God-given right to parent our children even when it's tough and to say no to them. And unfortunately, a lot of the culture is not saying no to kids. A lot of the culture is facilitating their internal subjective mythical belief system, and we have to put guardrails in place, whether it is through family formation, whether it's through tech policy, whether it's through education, but primarily at home. Because if they're not going to hear the truth from us, you can believe they won't hear it anywhere else in the culture.
Yeah, and
Amen.
You could hope it will take maybe an NFL kicker to give a commencement address to present options to young people that maybe there are options available. And here's one thing. Motherhood itself has been denigrated so much. It is so countercultural now to actually say, you know what, motherhood is good. Our culture says you must put that aside and fatherhood is good. Put it all aside, and then maybe, as a cherry on top, you could say, yes, I've added this to a checklist. Raising kids it should be central. It should be praised. And that in no way lowers anybody else by saying motherhood and fatherhood is so important to our society. And it doesn't take away from anybody. It's just a net good, but it is so countercultural to actually even take that position.
It is, and that leads into my next question for you, because when you make a cultural change, there are some cultural shifts that seem to happen quickly. Most cultural shifts, the seeds have been planted for decades before, the fruit, good or bad, comes to fruition here. Talk to me a little bit about policy changes in the vein of things that we've heard out of Hungary, where they say if you have 4 children, you never have to pay income tax on money that you have earned to provide for your family. Is that effective? Should we be exploring policies like that here to enact a quicker cultural change than waiting, 1, 2, 3 generations to kind of retrain people on how to think about family and marriage and motherhood and fatherhood?
Yeah. if you want a preview of where things are headed, look at South Korea, look at Japan. If you think that's a good vision, then you would think there's nothing to worry about. But I think it is a dystopian vision, and that's why those governments are, on an emergency basis, saying there's a serious problem because they are disappearing as a culture, as societies. That's a preview. So take a look at the social crisis that's happening there to get a sense of where things are headed. So Hungary is one example of a country that's dedicated a tremendous amount of money and effort to try to reverse that decline with some limited success. There has not been yet a silver bullet. All these other countries are trying it because every developed country is well below replacement except for Israel, but they have a unique historical circumstance. They do have strong faith culture as well, right? So if we're denigrating faith, and people of faith in particular, that's going to hurt us when it comes to family formation. In terms of particular policies that require some sort of outlays, we have to be looking at every option to see what can be the best that works. We already have a child tax credit that is quite popular to help support families. We have to look at to see, okay, what can be done to do it in a way that does these principles: work, marriage, and children, and then education as well, so you could keep them and raise them according to your values. Are we willing to invest in those Americans that invest in this country's future? Are we going to invest in them because they're investing into our prosperity? You know, I have 6 kids. They are the joy of my life. And yeah, it takes work, but the blessings overflow. So we need to change the moral imagination so we could say that, you know what, this option is a good option for people, and it will pay off consequences that last for generations, because our country depends not just on our ideals, not just on our resources, but our people as well.
I thought you looked awfully relaxed up here with 6 kids at home. This is your vacation time. Daniel, my prompt to you is one word: TikTok. Ban it? Not ban it? What do we do about this problem, especially because it's not entirely American-owned?
No, absolutely. But I wanted to touch on something Roger said, which is how our society has come to view family, which is linked to this idea of the self, right? So everything is oriented around sort of this individualism, this idea that what I want, I can create my own reality, and what I want overrides sort of the interests of others, right? So there's the idea of self-sacrifice has essentially been sidelined, and I think that social media in particular has really formed this, it played a significant role in forming this plastic culture. So if we're thinking about what does social media reward in us, it rewards essentially a reality tailored to our desires. And if you think about, so there's a study from the University of North Carolina that looked at how social media may be rewiring kids' brains, right? So it's thinking about the sort of reward, how the brain essentially rewards different behaviors. And it's essentially rewiring the brain to prioritize sort of instantaneous gratification, short attention spans, and things that are shocking. So think about what that means in the long term. I mean, obviously we know the effects on kids' mental health, but if we're sort of looking at this for 10, 20 years, what this means is that kids, the next generation of would-be parents, are completely ill-equipped. They lack the virtues necessary for family formation. They have a total lack of impulse control. Right? They're unsuited to be fathers and mothers. And I think that this goes to also what Sarah was saying about gender ideology. Where is this spreading the most? It's spreading on platforms like TikTok. And I want to just say, it's notable that the groups that are spreading gender ideology go out of their way to say how important social media is to them. In fact, if you notice, and this is interesting because I do a lot of work on the states, on age verification, as we mentioned. Guess who, other than the tech companies that, of course, almost always oppose age verification, who else is opposing it? It's the radical gender ideology groups. Why? Because they know that this platform is the place where they can identify and groom kids. Okay, this is the tool of choice for them. And so to your point about TikTok, TikTok's a great example. What do we do about it? Well, there's sort of two elements. TikTok is both a threat to kids for all the reasons we've talked about, but it's also a national security threat. And so we favor banning it. Congress didn't go that far in their current bill. What they said is, look, you got to have ByteDance divest, so you can't have a foreign entity controlling one of the most important communications platforms, frankly, in the country. And that's a good first step, and that kind of gets at the national security angle. But longer term, we need sort of a fulsome solution that addresses the larger harms of social media, not just on TikTok, but on all these other platforms as well. And I'll add one more thing, which is when we need to change the principles for how these companies are looking at their products, right? When you design a product for kids, you need to design it with privacy in mind, and you need to design it with the best interest of the child. That's the long-term fix, I think, for some of these problems.
And that fits within our constitutional framework of what state legislatures, but also the federal legislatures, are allowed to do. Make no mistake, and don't believe the propaganda from the left. Sarah, the proverbial first day of the next Trump administration, you have one policy you want him to enact on that day. What is it?
First, he revokes all of the guidance on sexual orientation and gender identity. And the first executive order that he's going to revoke is Executive Order 13988. That was enacted on January 20th of 2021. His first executive act in office. Joe Biden was to expand the definition of sex to include gender identity in every federal law and regulation impacted, enforced by, interpreted, or applied by every federal agency in the country. And from that first pebble, we see an avalanche of gender identitarianism and orthodoxy in every system in America, whether it is healthcare, whether it is technology, whether it is education. That gets revoked, and all of the other pieces start to fall into place. That is the primary responsibility, I think, of the next administration, is to make sure that they don't sacrifice children on the altar of woke progressivism. President Biden said once that they are, quote, all of our children. Well, I have a set of stretch marks that indicates otherwise. So if we don't take back our individual power as parents, if we don't stand up and say, I don't care about hurt feelings, we're going to talk reality, we're going to talk science, we're going to talk about common sense, and we're going to talk about you waiting until after you've gotten the therapy, the mental health care that you need, and after you get to be an adult. At that point, we can have another conversation. We are not seeing the grown-ups in the room. We have ceded all of the power in the American educational institution, in the American medical institution, in technology, essentially to minor children who are spending so much time being indoctrinated by the individuals coming from Washington, D.C. and trickling through the cultural elitism of the left and right coast, that we are not able to stand up and say, I know it's not what you're hearing, but let me tell you what's right. So if there's anything I can say to the people who are in the audience today, if you are a parent or a grandmother, or if you are an aunt and uncle, a sister, a brother, you need to take your power back. It is no longer time for the elitists in Washington to pass policies and tell you whether or not you actually own your own children, because their hearts and minds belong to you and them alone.
So here's my policy idea for that. May require Congress, but if the president were to do something like this, take the $500 million giveaway in loan amnesty for student loans, right, for people who had not been working, take all that money back and give it to taxpaying parents in a form of educational credits and vouchers so that they could use that education money so they do not have their kids indoctrinated by the government-run public schools. Take the money from the hardworking people that lost it and give it back to them and give it to the parents. That's the way.
2 for 1 shot. We've just solved it.
I think day one signing the Kids Online Safety Act, looking at what the FCC could do around Section 230, But I think, as both Sarah and Roger mentioned, it's going to take an all-the-above approach, both on the state and federal level. But I think we have to understand, to Sarah's point, that all the institutions are set against parents. They're working against parents, whether it's the state, school bureaucracy, the DEI woke bureaucracy, or Silicon Valley. They're all on the same team. And to the extent that we are able to sort of split their forces up, I think that is the future for our movement, to be able to take back some of our sovereignty and power.
Yeah. Amen to that. If this does not give you hope in the fight again, in our culture war fight to take back our rights as parents and to protect our children, I don't know what will. Daniel Cochran, Sarah Parshall Perry, and Roger Severino, thank you all for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, so if everybody hasn't heard, I'm sure everybody's seen it on their phone. Who is it? And have you all read President Trump's X tweet about it on Truth Social? Yeah, he said he's going to be spending a lot of time in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and all these interesting states. So great pick. We are good friends with J.D. Vance. I heard earlier today, you heard Dr. Roberts talking about he's got a forthcoming book in September. I think he mentioned that in his remarks. And Senator J.D. Vance actually wrote the introduction. So great news. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to enter the home stretch here, and that means we've got one pillar left, talking about the economic and energy policies that we need to have so that we can lead free lives. And we're going to wrap then with Tucker Carlson, but we want to give you a chance to stretch your legs, give you 10 minutes. If you need to run out and grab a drink at the back, feel free to do that, but we're going to come back here in 10 minutes and hit that, and then we will be heading into the reception after. So take that 10-minute break now. Thank you.
please take your seat. The program is about to begin. Once again, please take your seat. The program is about to begin. Please welcome back to the stage Heritage Counselor and Spokesperson, Genevieve Wood.
I can't see everybody up in the balcony, but hello to everybody up in the balcony. Great to see you. Oh, now I see big waves. Hello, hello. Oh, I see Larry and Diane. I can actually make out faces. Good to see you guys. And again, I want to say hello to everybody who's been watching via our live stream. We've had several thousand people watching via the live stream all day today. So in addition to all of you here, all those across the country watching, thank you for being a part of this. Well, we are into our home stretch. We talked about a lot of important issues, but the next issue set that we want to talk about deals with the economy and energy. And we know that in polling we've done in battleground states around the country, the top issues to those voters dealt with gas, groceries, and rent, and the cost of all those things. And we believe as conservatives, we need to be putting forth policies that allow people to buy the kind of cars they want to buy, drive the kind of cars they want to drive, use the kind of energy they want to use, be able to afford a home. People should have these rights to live freely. And so that's what our next round of programming is about. And to start us off, we're going to be welcomed by the governor of the great state of Oklahoma, and I say that as a Texan, a great state of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt, who's going to talk about what we should be looking at in terms of the right energy policies. Then my colleague, our Chief Advancement Officer, Andrew Olivastro, is going to lead a discussion on the economy and the challenges many families across this country are facing. And then we will round it out with Tucker Carlson. So before we welcome Governor Stitt to the stage, please take a look at the screens. Thank you.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These God-given rights are the foundation of the American dream, the secret to the success of the American experiment in self-governance. But today, the American dream seems out of reach. While everyday Americans struggle to fill their gas tanks and pay for groceries, and leftist policies squelch our energy production, elites wield the power of government to advance their own agendas. Big tech censorship undermines free speech, and liberal college campuses squelch expression of thought.
You know what NYU's doing? What?
A corrupt judicial system gives sweetheart deals to political friends while prosecuting conservatives, from President Trump to the pro-life activist grandmother praying for unborn babies and their mothers. The powers of the intelligence agencies have been turned against the very citizens they were designed to protect. Government regulators stack the deck against small businesses and large families while helping woke corporations get ahead. Reckless government spending has saddled our children with an enormous national debt that threatens their chances to pursue the good life. Our job is to ensure the next generation has hope to achieve the American dream. We must secure our God-given rights to live freely. We know what we are fighting for. We are fighting for America's future.
Please welcome Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt.
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing today? I'm pumped to be in Milwaukee. This is going to be great. I just want to first take a moment to condemn the act of evil that occurred the other day and the assassination attempt on President Trump. Just so thankful that the Lord protected him, and I just can't even imagine how close that was. And so, just in a few days, we're going to be putting him forward as the nominee for our party for President of the United States, and just super excited for that. So, this reminds me, a couple years ago at the Democrat National Convention, there was a group of reporters that were running in, and they see this little boy over there, and he's selling puppies. And he's saying, "Come get your Democrat puppies here. Get your Democrat puppies." And the press is like, "Oh, a cute little boy," and they go on in. And 2 weeks later was the Republican National Convention. And the press is there, and they're running in, and they see a boy over there selling puppies again. And he's saying, "Come get your Republican puppies. Get your Republican puppies here." And the press is like so curious. They're like, "Man, I wonder if that's the same little boy that 2 weeks ago was selling Democrat puppies." So curiosity gets the better of them, and so they go over and they say, "Are you the same boy that was here 2 weeks ago selling Democrat puppies?" He said, "Yes, sir, I sure am." And they said, "Well, what changed between 2 weeks ago to today?" And he looked at them and he's like, "Well, now the puppies have their eyes open." Oh, man. Just making sure I was in the right audience here. But we're here this week to fight for the American dream and really our way of life. Our founders, the American dream meant freedom to worship, freedom to assemble, freedom to speak one's mind. It meant that there was no limit to what someone could accomplish. It meant freedom from the government, not control by the government. The American dream is really the belief that everyone is capable of anything he sets his mind to. That each of us is endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, that we all in America have endless opportunities that if we're willing to work hard for them. And now, nearly 250 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, it's time for us to reclaim that American dream. I love how Ronald Reagan would say it. He said, "Government is not the solution to our problems. Government is the problem." We all know that in here. A perfect example of this is in our education system. During the COVID pandemic, blue states across the country, it's so important we don't forget this, were bending to the will of the teachers' unions and were shutting down schools for sometimes up to 2 years. And as a result of that, an entire generation of students were cheated out of their right to an education for the illusion of safety. And in Oklahoma, we believe that you don't put the Constitution in the attic just because somebody in Washington, D.C. tells you to. States like Oklahoma, we put students first. We kept all of our schools open. And I was one of the only governors in the country that refused to do a mask mandate statewide. Y'all remember all the mask mandates? It was unbelievable. Nationally, public education has seen a 20% drop in language arts proficiencies, a 37% drop in math proficiency. And even after seeing these results from these lockdowns, blue states are still deferring to teachers' unions. They want parents in the dark about what's being taught to their children. In red states, we call that stuff crazy. We're pushing back, and we're seeing huge education freedom choice movements across the country. In Oklahoma, we passed the very, very best school choice plan in the entire country. And now, every parent, regardless of income, has a refundable tax credit or a voucher to go to a school of their choice. And here's what I tell people. Listen, rich people already have school choice. They can send their kids to any school that they want. And if you were governor and you had to talk to the single moms that are trapped or the single dads or people without resources and they're in school districts where their kids are getting a failing education, it would break your heart. Now everything's possible in Oklahoma. We also became the very first state in the country to approve a religious charter school, okay? We're so excited about that too. St. Isidore is a Catholic school that's going to be set up in the state of Oklahoma. The American dream is making sure that every kid has the opportunity to get the education that best fits their needs. So let's talk about government control versus free markets in the energy sector. You know, in blue states, the government is trying to control what car you drive. They're trying to say what stoves you can have in your house. I mean, it's getting weirder and weirder. On day one in office, think about this. President Biden started putting up roadblocks to American energy dominance. He canceled the Keystone XL pipeline. You remember that? Okay, Cushing, Oklahoma. Cushing, Oklahoma is right in the middle of our state. That is the largest commercial storage of oil in the entire country. It's 100 million barrels. Did you know that there's already 2 pipelines from Canada to Cushing, Oklahoma? One of them's called the Keystone. The Keystone XL was going to be the 3rd pipeline. Okay, it is absolute common sense that the safest way to move oil and natural gas is through pipelines instead of train or trucks. It's just unbelievable. It all gets so political. West Texas Intermediate, WTI, is priced not in West Texas, but from Cushing, Oklahoma. And then the pipelines go on down to Houston and Louisiana to meet the needs of our citizens there. You know, President Biden has leased fewer acres of land for energy projects than any other president in history. I give you the stats. It's just unbelievable. Because of Joe Biden's anti-energy American energy policies, taxpayers are now stuck spending about $1.7 trillion in hidden energy cost. This is crazy because states like Oklahoma can meet the need of Americans and our allies around the world in Pennsylvania and Texas and other states. Oklahoma, we're so proud of our all-of-the-above energy story. And I'll tell you real quick, we're number 6 in the country in oil production. We're number 5 in natural gas production. But here's what people don't realize. We're also number 3 in the country in electricity generated by wind, okay? We have an all-of-the-above approach. We're one of only 4 states that 45% of our energy comes from renewables. Okay, that blows away the people on the, some of the coasts that are just the green stuff, that they think about states like Oklahoma that are leading the way on an all-of-the-above approach. President Biden also halted, y'all see his LNG ban, okay? LNG exports, he's banning LNG exports from the U.S., which is really hurting our allies. It's denying our allies around the world access to clean, reliable energy. And it really drives our allies into the arms of our adversaries. Here's a news flash. Every country has to heat their homes and their businesses. They have to drive to work, take their kids to school. They need energy. And so they're going to get it from us, or they're going to get it from people that may not like us very much. I always talk about energy as a national security issue. Energy security is really your national security. Because the Biden administration has done everything it can to squash our domestic energy supply, the U.S. and our allies are less safe. We have seen unprecedented aggression from adversaries around the world. Nothing is more evident than when we watched Hamas' brutal attack on Israel on October 7th. Myself and Governor Abbott took a trip over there, and we met with Netanyahu, and we met with President Herzog as well, and saw what was happening. It was unbelievable. It'd be like at a concert in the U.S., terrorists coming in with machine guns and just mowing down our young people. We visited them in the hospital. It was the most brutal attack you could imagine. And here's the deal. By lifting sanctions on Iran, the Biden administration has made them flush with cash right now, and they're using it to fund terrorist groups around the world. Let me tell you something. A Trump administration would immediately put sanctions back on Iran and bring stability back to the region. The other thing President Trump is passionate about is reducing our reliance on China. Right now, China controls 60% of the critical mineral supply chain and about 75% of the manufacturing. And critical minerals, if you think about it, they go into everything from our smartphones to satellites in space to our F-35 fighters. In America, we have the workforce, we've got the technology. A lot of times we invented this processing technology and the resources to bring this supply chain back to America. We're leading the way in Oklahoma. We've made announcement after announcement because of our business-friendly approach. We just landed USA Rare Earth, which is the first ever mineral to magnet manufacturer in the U.S. And I encourage you to check out my op-ed I wrote in the Wall Street Journal last summer on this exact topic. And it was talking about America needs to have a strategic stockpile for critical minerals like we do in the oil and gas space. We need to set up relationships around the world in Africa and in South America to make sure that we develop those relationships because China is out in front doing those. You know, it's no secret that the Biden administration has been terrible for our economy. And over the last few years, Americans have been choked by inflation. It's hurting Oklahomans, it's hurting Americans all over this country. We're spending 20% more on everything that we need. You know, when President Trump left office, inflation was below 2%. And in 2021, your average gallon of gasoline was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it's $3.50. That's causing everything to cost more. But for Democrats, that's not a mistake. They want more reliance on the government. They've taken programs that were supposed to be a hand up, and they've really turned them into a hammock where people are sitting in them. The deficit spending to fund these social programs has caused our national debt to skyrocket. And now, when you really think about it, we are spending a quarter of our income, okay? A quarter of your income is on interest-only payments. Right now, our interest-only payments on our national debt is more than we spend on our national defense. Just think about that for a second. You know, I like to describe it like this. When I graduated, I went to Oklahoma State, I got an accounting degree, got my first job in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I bought my first house right across at 8th and Harvard, right across from TU. And I spent $66,000 on my first house. I was pumped. I was dating my wife, Sarah, at the time. We've been married for 26 years, by the way. But thank you. $66,000 for my first house. My house payment was about $550. And I remember making my first house payment. I was 27 years old, and I looked at it. It was $550, and only $49 went towards principal. And I was like, what? And the rest was interest. But at least I knew that in 30 years, when I looked at the amortization schedule, that I was going to own my house at 8th and Harvard. Folks, we don't do principal and interest on our national debt. It's interest only. That means we're never going to pay it off. And it gets worse because right now they keep piling on top of it. So our revenue is about $4.4 trillion. You would think they would spend about $4.4 trillion. They spend $6.4 trillion, right? They're spending $2 trillion over what our income is. And that's just making it harder and harder and harder and harder for the taxpayers. But at the end of it all, if they control our education, if they control our energy and our economy, they'll next go after our ethics. You know, it's really already happening. We are living, I tell Oklahomans, I mean, this is like, I'm living in the twilight zone here when people think it's okay to perform sex change surgeries on children. They think that a child who can't get a tattoo, can't buy a gun or vote, but it's okay for them to have life-altering surgeries. They think it's okay to expose children to inappropriate sexual material regardless of their age. They believe that men should be able to compete against women in sports, hold records. I mean, we're seeing that all the time, like, hey, this dude broke this female swimming and track record. They believe it's okay for men to be incarcerated in women's prisons or chained in women's locker rooms. We know that's crazy, and it's not happening in Oklahoma, I'll tell you that. I was the first governor to ban men and women's sports. Thank you. The Washington Post called me and like, Governor, you signed this controversial bill. And I was like, it's really not controversial in Oklahoma. We know the difference between boys and girls. But I also had to sign an executive order to define what a woman was, to make sure that women weren't going into, or men weren't going into women's prisons, because we were seeing that happen in other states. You know, they know if they can break apart our families, that they can exert even more control over us. And, you know, we're seeing record levels of fatherlessness across our country right now. Today, nearly 18 million children are living without a father in the home. The statistics paint a grim picture. So 71% of those who drop out of high school grew up without a father. 71% of those that drop out. 66% of juveniles that are in state custody for some kind of problem grew up without a father. So in Oklahoma, we're tackling that. We're promoting fatherhood. We know that the best place for a kid is at home with their mom and their dad. And in red states, we're fighting for families so they can keep fighting for the American dream. And you guys are here today because you believe in freedoms, not government control. You know that there's hope in that American dream, and it is worth all of us fighting for. So I just thank y'all so much. You are the leaders of your community. You're here at the Heritage Foundation, so you're making sure that you're here taking this message back to your states. And it's clear that the American dream can't survive another 4 years of Joe Biden. That's why it's so important that we bring common sense back to the White House. I'm grateful for groups like the Heritage Foundation who are advocating for freedoms. They're engaging the decision makers and educating Americans about the most important issues that are facing us today. The founders of our country envisioned that there's no limitation to what we can accomplish, but it does matter who we choose to lead us. And there's only one choice in this next election. Thank you all so much for being engaged and for working to keep that American dream alive. God bless you, and may God continue to bless this great nation of ours. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Heritage Chief Advancement Officer, Andy Olivastro.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again to Governor Stitt. We love when Governor Stitt takes some time with us. I think we're going to hear a lot more from Governor Stitt over the next couple of years, and that's a remarkable good thing for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like you to join me in welcoming Andy Puzder, Senior Distinguished Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, and John Schlifsky, the Chairman and CEO of Northwestern Mutual. Andy, John, please come on out. Now, these two gentlemen are going to join me in a conversation about supercharging the American economy. And I'd just like to say, I've had the privilege of working with Andy Puzder for quite a number of years now. He's a Senior Distinguished Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, like I said, and for many years was the CEO of CKE Restaurants, which is Carl's Jr.'s and Hardee's and many other franchises. And John Schlifsky, who I just had a chance to meet backstage, is the Chairman and CEO of Northwestern Mutual, one of Milwaukee's best businesses, of course. And in terms of disclosures, I feel like it's important to tell you that I am a customer of Northwestern Mutual. I have a term life insurance for them. And clearly, I've eaten at a lot of Hardee's restaurants. So now that we have those disclosures out of the way, I do want to go to John first on this one.
Sure.
John is he's also leading the RNC's fundraising efforts for the convention here in Milwaukee. And they have blown through all of their goals, and they've had a remarkable fundraising effort. And so congratulations to John and the team that he pulled together for that. But John, is that because you're leading it? Is it because it's Milwaukee? Is it the RNC? Is it President Trump? Tell us why.
I think it's Milwaukee. I was using this analogy earlier. It's I feel like I'm a lifelong resident of Milwaukee, and we're so proud of this city. And it feels to me like the time, you've got your girlfriend or a boyfriend and you're introducing them to your parents for the first time, and you're so excited to introduce them, and you're so hopeful it's all going to go well. And Milwaukee is a city that we're very proud of. Milwaukee, it's on an upward trajectory. Sometimes we get overshadowed by Chicago, and so for us to have 50,000 visitors coming to Milwaukee and our ability to showcase the city is just maybe a once-in-a-lifetime thing. So we seized on the opportunity, and I will tell you, everybody saw it for what it is, which is a huge event for the city. My fundraising efforts rarely devolved into politics. It was all about what's in the best interest of the city, how can we showcase the city, and how can we look as good as possible. And I think that's why we did so well.
That's wonderful, and certainly been successful, yes. And, many of us have only been here for, a day and a half now, but just a wonderful welcome across Milwaukee. So thank you very much for that.
Glad to hear it.
Shifting to you, Andy Puzder, you're often on Fox News, on CNBC. You have an NBC News interview right as we depart here later today. Tell us about the economy right now. Is it bust or is it boom?
Well, it depends upon how you look at it. If you look at it like an economist, economists can make a lot of arguments that things are improving, that inflation rate isn't as bad as it was. Unemployment rate, if you look at the technical numbers, seems to be coming down. But if you look at it like the American people do, the economy's in real trouble, and so are the American people. Inflation may be down to 3%, which, by the way, is still a full percentage point above the 2% target that the Fed sets. But when prices are up 3%, that means they're up 3% on top of all the other price increases we've had since Biden had that March 2021 American Rescue Plan, which was, talk about a terrible name for a bill, because it did just the opposite of rescuing America. We've now seen Americans have experienced about 20% cumulative inflation since Biden took office. 20%, and that's a fifth. You notice that when you go to the grocery store. And if you look at the unemployment numbers, you hear about these jobs numbers every month that are good, and then of course you hear the next month how they were revised down. But leaving that aside, I don't think people really look at the number of jobs. They look at whether or not they have a job. And if you look at the employment numbers, the numbers that back up the unemployment rate, you'll see that we've only added in the past year about 300,000 jobs. Now that's a plus, right? Well, the interesting thing is that we have 900,000 fewer Native Americans employed. The number of Native Americans working is down 900,000. The number of immigrants working is up 1.2 million. So those 300,000 jobs all went to people that are immigrants. Now, many of them may be here legally. A number of them may be very good people, but I'll bet the most of them went to people that are not here legally. And if you look at the number of part-time jobs versus full-time jobs are actually down 1.5 million, while part-time jobs are up 1.8 million. So the whole 300,000 additional people working are people that are working part-time that weren't born in the United States. So it's no wonder that the American people feel that something's wrong with the economy. The American people understand the economy much better than the experts do.
Excellent points. John, how about from your point of view, all of your customers, they're interested in making money now. That's why they're working. They're interested in saving for retirement. What does your customer base say about the state of the economy right now?
So I think the real issue that's going on from an economic perspective is broader than just what the economy looks like today. I mean, we're a 170-year-old company. I mean, we're going to see recessions and booms and busts, but there's something that we're missing, I think, which is we're coming off this era of really easy money. And so we had over a decade of very low interest rates. It started to come out of it when Trump was first elected. Then we went back to even lower during the pandemic. And there's a whole asset reprice that's going on. And so I think most people that are customers of ours are finding their ability to provide for retirement, save for their loved ones, all that stuff is harder than they thought. And they're really concerned about their ability to put as much money away as they can, given some of the inflationary pressures that were just talked about. So when you look at the state of the consumer, even those that are working full time, the pressure to make ends meet and save a requisite amount for the future is getting harder and harder and harder, I think.
Do you think, it's a wonderful point, and Andy, maybe I'll ask you this, the manner in which people make money, and as that's shifted and changed, Donald Trump has talked about not taxing tips and things like that. What do you think about that in a time like this? What do you think about that as an economic stimulus in any manner?
I think the not taxing tips point, the argument that the left made was that this was political, that it was a political move. He was in Nevada. They have a lot of tipped employees. But if you think about it, there's really three contingencies here. One is consumers, the other is employees, and the other is employers. And then how did their interest affect the economy? And if you look at consumers, well, consumers, if you're not taxing tips, if the person serving you gets more money because their tips aren't taxed, their inclination is going to be to give you better service. And you then have the power. See, this is what elites hate. They hate it when you have the power. They hate it when consumers have the power. This is why they like socialism and don't like capitalism. But you have the power then to determine the salary of the person who waited on you in some respect. And then as far as employees love this, obviously, because they get to take home more of what they earn. It's why you find there's something called the tip credit, where tipped employees are paid a lower minimum wage, but they get to keep their tips. Well, tipped employees hate the idea that the Democrats and the left have, that they want to eliminate the tip credit and just get that regular old, $15 or $20 an hour minimum wage. The employees love getting tips. They love being able to earn their success. And this is obviously a big boost to them. But the part I think that people miss is employers will love this, because your labor costs go down. Labor costs have been zooming. So restaurants are closing. Any retail establishment is suffering because of these increased labor costs, which you can't build as much as you'd like to. You can't expand as much as you'd like to. You can't really do the things that you can do when your costs are lower, so your profits and your investable capital are higher. And this gives employers the opportunity to turn some of the responsibility for what an employee earns directly to consumers, because they'll determine it, and directly to employees, because it'll be based on their performance. This is like the worst possible results. It's the perfect storm against what the Democrats believe, which is that elites should control what people make and where the economy goes. But it's a huge benefit to people who believe that consumers, employees, and employers should be running the economy. The economic benefit will be that if employers have more money, because their labor costs come down as their employees' wages are in part paid by consumer tips, then they can grow more, they can expand, they can open more businesses, and the economy will benefit. So people aren't giving President Trump, not that they ever give him the credit he deserves, and maybe they are now after the incident the other day, but they don't give him the credit he deserves on the economy. His intuition about what works economically is incredibly good, and I think this is a great example of that.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah. With that in mind, John, maybe you have a point of view on tipping itself and those sort of proposals, but in a different sense, or maybe in another way to approach it would be, when you look at an inflationary economy, or an economy that has rapid inflation or slowing rates of inflation, but still positive inflation, how does that affect how you guys think about your business, how you operate, and what advice you give to customers and clients?
Well, the biggest problem with inflation is that it's a tax on savings at some level. And from a general tax policy perspective, we would say that our two biggest policy angles are don't tax work as much and don't tax savings as much, right? So those are the things that drive the economic growth of this country. And the more you tax something, the less you get of it. We all know that. So from a policy perspective, I think taxing work less and taxing savings less would be a better thing. Inflation is sort of that hidden tax that everybody pays, whether you like it or not. And as I said, we're in this period where we've got too much money chasing too few goods. And by the way, it doesn't just show up in consumer inflation, but this is this notion of assets that I was talking about. So we've got real estate, all-time highs, things like that, because of all this money that's sloshing around in the system. And so I think you've got to look at both the notion of a more coherent tax policy that incentivizes people the things that grow the economy, and a monetary policy that doesn't just feed money into the system and creates more fiscal balance.
No, I like that a lot. All right, so neither one of these two gentlemen appears to be the VP nominee. But we're going to ask each of them, and start with you, Andy, and then go to you, John. If the president called you right now and said, I want you to be my VP nominee, get over here to Fiserv Forum, but you're sitting there, what's your number one policy that you're advancing in terms of supercharging the U.S. economy as you're sitting in that room and you're getting prepared to take office?
You want to go first, John, or you want me to go first?
You go first.
First of all, if the president calls you to serve, you serve. That's my opinion. If he calls, you have to do it. Secondly, I think the most important economic policy out there that affects inflation, affects the cost of goods, affects the cost of everything, how the economy can grow, what we can do in the world is energy. We need to be encouraging the energy sector to produce as much oil and natural gas as it possibly can, as quickly as it can, because it not only affects the economy, it also affects our international relations. I mean, if we could make Japan and Europe independent of Russia, if we can drive down the cost of oil to the Russians so that they don't have the money to continue fighting this war they're waging in Ukraine, if we could take money from Iran by increasing our production and reducing the cost of oil, I think we would see an economic boom, and we would see the world become a more peaceful place, much as it was when President Trump was president and oil prices were very low. We also need to replenish our strategic petroleum reserve, which President Trump filled it up with cheap oil, and Joe Biden got in there and sold most of it. So we need to get that refilled, and we want to do that at reasonable prices. So for those reasons, I would focus immediately, number one issue, on energy. Now I have other issues 2 and 3 that I think are as important, but that would be number one.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Maybe we'll get to 2 and 3. But
so I won't take energy independence, even though I agree with that, and I would argue that I don't think President Trump even knows I'm alive. So I've got my ringer on, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to ring in the next 15 or 20 minutes.
After all the success you've had here at the convention already?
I don't think so. But what I would
you'd be surprised.
What I would add to that is I think we need a federal government that's focused on fiscal responsibility. We have unsustainable spending, unsustainable deficits. You heard the governor talk about it a minute ago. It's not due to tax revenue. Tax revenue is growing at a nice clip. It's that we don't have any spending discipline, and we just can't keep this up. There is an expiration date on this kind of behavior. I don't know when it is. I don't know if it's next year or 5 years from now. But at some point, you can't just keep doing that, and it really threatens all sorts of aspects of what we would think of as the classic conservative American economy: freedom, liberty, the ability to do what you want, because it's not sustainable. And so I think we need to have a return to more fiscal responsibility, more focus on what we're spending money on, less focus on always thinking that more spending is the answer to a problem, and have more targeted spending that's more tied to solutions. I know that's easy to say up here, and it's hard to do because people are used to it, but at the end of the day, it's going to happen one way or the other, and if we get in front of it, it'll be easier than if we have to do it in a crisis.
I don't know, gentlemen. I think you both could handle your own big boy press conferences if you had to, right? If you think about,
but the question: when did the measure of whether somebody's qualified to be president come down to you can do a press conference?
Yeah.
Wasn't that like a throwaway? Like you kind of expect them to do a press?
Yeah.
This is like saying, the test of whether you'd be a good wife is can you cook a dinner, or a good husband, can you cook a dinner? It's not. Anyway. We'll get back to the economy now.
Yeah. I knew we'd hit a chord with that one. The concept of fiscal restraint and the concept of, a growing economy we have right now, no matter what happens in an election, although we can all understand the direction it's going, thank God for the country, is that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act has provisions that are going to expire. And so how is it that growth is one of the best antidotes to any of the challenges that we face, but yet we have members of Congress, House and Senate, who seem opposed to those things that are in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that created a lot of growth for the economy?
Well, and not only did it produce a lot of growth, it produced more taxable revenue. It produced more revenue. So the Congressional Budget Office said that we were going to have $1.1 trillion less in revenue over the first 10 years. And it looks like we're going to have almost $1 trillion in excess revenue above what they thought we would get with higher tax rates. So it's not only do people get to keep more money, but consistent with Art Laffer's curve, when you have lower tax rates, you generate economic growth and you produce more tax revenue. And you hear Biden, everybody's heard Biden talk, oh no, we've had all kind of economic growth. The economic growth's been great. We're wonderful, good economic growth. Well, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act has been in effect his entire presidency. So to the extent that he has had economic growth to any extent, he's got to give some credit to Trump because the Tax Cuts and Job Act is there. And by the way, he said he won't raise taxes on people that make less than $400,000 a year. Guess where 90% of the tax revenue comes from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? It comes from people who make less than $400,000 a year. So if you get rid of the tax cuts, you don't get to keep part of it and get rid of part of it if you're the president. You either let it expire, right, or you renew it, or you enact a new bill. So this idea that we're going to let the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act expire and it isn't going to hurt people to make less than $400,000 a year is as truthful as just about everything else Joe Biden has said over the past 3 years. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's just false. So the Tax Cuts and Job Act is huge, and I haven't even mentioned, maybe John can do this better than me, but there are real incentives for growth in there with respect to expensing and amortizing investments, business investments. So there's advantages to doing that. And by the way, the corporate income tax cut that Biden hates, it doesn't expire.
That's right.
That's not one of the things that expire. You listen to Biden talking, you think, does he have any idea what he's talking about? And then you listen to him for another minute and you realize he has no idea what he's talking about or even where he is or how to get off stage. So, but no, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is hugely important.
We get off stage that way. Just
Thank you.
So, there's no doubt that the tax cuts of 2017 were pro-growth. I think the revenue demonstrates that. We tax less of something, we got more of it. The corporate rate does. You're 100% right. It doesn't expire. What expires is a number of policy decisions that were made under reconciliation. And I think the answer to what's going to happen next is really you tell me who's going to win what branch of the government. It's highly likely we'll have divided government at worst from if you're a Republican. The notion that the Democrats can hold the Senate is almost zero. And so you're going to have at least probably Republican control of the Senate. When you have a reconciliation package, it has to move through the budget committees, and so that'll have a huge impact on things. What I'm really curious to see is what parts of the expiring stuff they're going to be able to keep at the same time as figure out how to pay for them. And so you look at the SALT deduction, for example, which is a very positive thing for most conservatives, but there's a lot of blue state Republicans who are afraid of that and want to see that come back from an income tax deduction. So even within the party, there are people who want certain things and don't. And I think it would be just as likely as picking who's going to win the Super Bowl is to tell you what's going to happen. Our hope is that there's a concerted effort around pro-growth policies. And I just want to make one more pitch. Part of the problem with the government, let's say the big government, is they don't think about ever cutting spending. I run a Fortune 100 company. If I said to my board, our budget's out of control, we're just going to have to raise prices, it doesn't work that way. We would sell less of what we make and we would never hit our budget. And so you have to have budget restraint. And we need a government that can focus on both things at the same time. Pro-growth, the faster we grow, the less this tax burden becomes, or the less this deficit problem becomes. But we also have to have spending restraint because you can't do one without the other.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent point. Thank you. John, maybe I'll stick with you on this one. You've been chairman and CEO for about 15 years, been with Northwestern Mutual for over 30 years, I believe. We're talking a lot about economics, and we're talking about supercharging the economy. Economics at its most base is the study of human behavior, and so we're talking about opportunity for people. Tell us a little bit about your employee base. Tell us about what you look for. How has that changed? Do you find that the sort of new employee is ready to tackle these economic challenges in this way? There are additions to the workforce. How's the education system producing good talent for you? Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we continue to grow. We continue to hire. Our headcount goes up most years. So we're not a fast growth company. We're 160-some years old, but we're a steady, slow growth company, and that provides lots of opportunity for employment. What I would say the biggest shift in terms of who we're hiring practically is the orientation toward technology. When I started at Northwestern Mutual in 1987, we hired a lot of liberal arts graduates with MBAs, law degrees, finance backgrounds, and we still need those kind of people. That's a cornerstone of our company, core competencies that make us as what we are. But increasingly, the ability to be in the tech industry, and whether you're a programmer, you understand how systems work and all that, is what's going on. And we started in town here with both the major universities, Marquette University and the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, the Northwestern Mutual Data Science Institute, which is a proof point about trying to get more high school kids and then college kids excited about careers in things like data science, because that's really the future of our business. If you think about it, the data powers so much of the business decisions, and so it's not just collecting that data, but using that data. And so what I tell I have 6 kids, they're all going to college. I think liberal arts education is an amazing thing, and I encourage them to do that kind of thing. I'm not trying to dissuade it, but you have to have strong STEM skills too. You can't just be I was an econ major. I don't even know just econ major enough is anymore. I really encourage them to have a background around technological stuff, because even if you're not actually programming it, knowing how it works is important. And I joke, Northwestern Mutual, you think I'm the CEO of a life insurance company. I'm the CEO of a technology company. The majority of our budget dollars go to technology year after year after year, and the ability to understand how to deploy those resources, where to deploy them, how to be efficient with someone with no tech background was frankly something I didn't understand when I took the job. And so I would just encourage everybody to know how things work, understand how they work, and be prepared to engage in that battle.
Yeah, that's excellent. Excellent advice for everybody out here. I know that we got a family friend named Robbie Tandy out here somewhere who's in college, and so he's probably listening pretty closely. Maybe he'll go to work for you at Northwestern Mutual.
We'd love
or
it.
your successor there. But Andy, same question about people, right? And we maybe get close to that with the tips conversation. But how has the workforce changed in your mind, and what do you see in terms of obviously keeping in touch and offering counsel to a lot of the business leaders that you've worked with over the years?
My major concern is this recent trend towards DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, where you've now got people who believe they're entitled to their job or entitled to their position because of who they are, not what they do. They want to be judged on the basis of race or sex as opposed to their qualification, character, and merit. I've been retired now since 2017, so 7-8 years. And then that's changed a lot. There was really no talk of DEI when I was running CKE restaurants. And our general managers, which is really the kind of the backbone of the company, it's where people are promoted from you're a general manager of a restaurant, you have management talent, and people get promoted up from there. We were 70% female and 69% minority when I ran the company when I left. But I always made it a point of saying to everybody, nobody in this company is going to be promoted based on race or sex. If you get a job, you're going to get a job because you earned it. And I think that's a very encouraging thing for people. It's the kind of thing that makes you want to keep working, that you have value, that your employer values what you do, not just who you are, but what you're able to do. And it's what causes people to work harder, to be more dedicated. It's what keeps kids off the street and in school. I mean, it's the kind of thing that makes a real difference in people's lives. And I see that dissipating under this new regime where you don't hire people based on their skills or their ability. You hire them based on equity principles, where we're going to try and make everybody the same. Kamala Harris, who's a great beneficiary of this system, is also a great proponent of this system. Much different than much different than Martin Luther King, who, as many of you know, said, "I look forward to the day when my children will be judged not on the color of their skin, but on the quality of their character." And I think we need to get back to a workforce where we all acknowledge people should be judged based on the quality of the character and their merit, not based upon any other artificial characteristics. Because I can tell you, there are many things that determine whether a person is successful or unsuccessful, but the amount of melanoma in their skill or the number of chromosomes are not two of those things. What really determines your success is your determination, your ability, your education, and your desire to move forward in life. And those are the things you need to look for in employees and in a workforce.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, so I mentioned, and I think it's really remarkable, such a long career at Northwestern Mutual and 15 years as chairman and CEO. But if tomorrow was day one as CEO, what would you do? If tomorrow was your first day as CEO of Northwestern Mutual?
Well, I think I touched on it before. I really think that I underestimated the role of technology in our company, and not just technology, but the ability to use data. I make the argument all the time that data is what drives a life insurance company, and we know more about our clients than probably any other company in America. And so our ability to use that data in a way that benefits them, not in a way to commercialize it, not to sell it to Google or sell it to some other company, but to use that data to make them better off is something I would have focused on. And the second thing is, frankly, from a public policy perspective, I oftentimes think that government officials sometimes understand a policy issue differently than the people down in the trenches actually running things. And we need to be, as leaders of industry and leaders of companies, we need to be more engaged in some of these public policy issues, not because we necessarily oppose them, but because we need to influence the way they've gone. And you know, the example I always use is around your genetics and your ability to understand your genetic makeup. And there's many people who want to argue from a public policy perspective that that's yours and yours alone, and you don't have to disclose it to anyone. And I would say, from Northwestern Mutual's perspective, we don't need to know that. We can underwrite you just the way we always underwrite you. But if you know it, then you have to disclose it to us, because otherwise we have what's called adverse selection. And this is where public policy people mistake what could be a good notion around privacy with the way businesses are run. And so I would be more involved in that. I think that's helpful to government leaders to get the right policy at the right time.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I once heard something that stuck with me, that was that data, as important as it is, we are creators of it, we're consumers of it, it's very important for the business community. You know, data is not information, information is not knowledge, knowledge is not wisdom, and wisdom is not necessarily virtue. And so as we think about public policy that we try to have for our society, you have to think through all these kind of things. Maybe the last thing I would ask each of you, did you have a comment on that, or otherwise I'll go to a different question?
No, I think John stated it very well. I think I'd like my employees to know that there's a lot of talk now about businesses doing well by doing good. In other words, you do well financially by doing good socially and politically. And I think I'd like my employees to understand that we can't do anybody any good until we're doing well financially as a company. We can't help our employees or anybody else. Okay. So I might have a talk with them about that, but we only have 2 minutes, so I'm going to let you go to your last question here.
So thank you, gentlemen. My last question for each of you is, what gives you hope? What do you hope for tomorrow, for a year from now, for 10 years from now?
I think this is a great country. I don't think it's broken. I think what happened on Saturday is a disaster, and it's an example of horrific things that can happen to any great country. But America has ingenuity, we have liberty, we have hardworking people, we have people who want to do well for themselves and their families. And I think that is uniquely American in so many ways, and that's what gives me hope. And I don't think the American dream is in danger at all, and I think it's actually ready for the next sort of reset and reinvigoration. I'm really excited about that.
Wonderful. Andy?
I agree with everything John said. I think he stated it very articulately. I would add in that in our current circumstances, I am very enthusiastic about the fact that we have someone who was, whether you believe was fairly or unfairly, was defeated in 2020 with some shenanigans going on, has been impeached, indicted, convicted, shot, and is still willing to stand up for this country and do the right thing for the American people. And I think that's huge.
What a way to end. Perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Andy Puzder and John Schlifsky
Thank
for joining
you very
us.
much. I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Kevin Roberts again, but he doesn't know I'm supposed to walk off stage, but I'm going to tell you this is my favorite introduction of Kevin Roberts that I like to do, which is that Kevin Roberts is part Louisiana roughneck, part Wyoming rancher, part Texas academic with a PhD in American history from the University of Texas, and a strong man of faith. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Roberts is the Heritage Foundation's first Chief Diversity Officer. Please join me in welcoming Kevin Roberts.
Thanks, Andy. I heard a little bit of what he said. It always makes me nervous when Andy introduces me. Perhaps it makes our next guest a little nervous that I'm introducing him, because the last time we were together at Heritage's 50th anniversary, he had a different job. But the great news is that untethered to anything, our guest is someone who sees America for what it is. Still the last best hope for freedom and sovereignty in the world, but also a place that needs some reform. So, before cueing a video about our guest, let me just observe what a tremendous, dare I say, momentous day this is in American history. President Trump, who personifies this movement, is alive and well. Scores of Americans who don't necessarily call themselves conservatives, but they just want to wake up in a normal America, are saying, I want to be part of his movement because of his sacrifices he's making for us. And MSNBC didn't even let Morning Joe on this morning. And right in the middle of this program, we learned that our great friend, Senator J.D. Vance, is President Trump's running mate. So just when you think it can't get any better, it can. And the next video, which I cue now, will explain why.
But you look around and you see these people, and some of them really have paid a heavy price for telling the truth. And they are cast out of their groups, whatever those groups are, but they do it anyway. And I look on at those people with the deepest possible admiration. The people who run our country are destroying it, and they're doing it on purpose. What they've done at the border, completely changing the population of the country, letting in millions and millions of people. My role is to tell the truth to the extent I can see it. Always with the knowledge that we see everything, through a glass darkly. We don't see things clearly, but you do your best. And you cannot allow people to force you to lie, period. I have guns at home, and often on my person when I'm in the United States, I'm proud to say, because I want to defend myself and those I love against violence. I'm defending what I love. And if you're against that, I guess I would ask why. Why would you be against that?
Well, so you don't think you harbor any kind of responsibility for these hate crimes?
The very first thing we should do every single day is tell all the people you love that you love them. And affirming things out loud makes them real. And that is also simultaneously an acknowledgement of a truth that we don't face, which is we don't know what's going to happen today. And reminding yourself of that every single day will bring you, paradoxically, joy.
Please join me in welcoming our great friend and a great doctor of truth, Tucker Carlson.
Thank you. I don't even know where I am. I just landed, and it took me an hour and a half to get here. There's a lot of security. All the security guys look like they should have been in Butler, PA on Saturday. They definitely brought the real ones out this time, thank heaven. Thank you for having me. I am thrilled to be here. I didn't want to come to this convention. Now I'm really grateful that I did. And I spent the whole day dealing with politics this day, starting at 5 a.m., and I forgot how repulsive a process it is, and how feline and ruthless the players are. It was a reminder why I don't like politicians. I never deal with politicians. I deal with people who believe in things, and some I agree with and some I don't agree with, but they're all basically sincere. Even the wackos on the other side are generally sincere. They really mean it. And I kind of get that, and because I think I'm I may be wrong, I certainly have been, but I mean it. But you deal with political people and they don't mean it. All they mean is they want power, that's it. And there's been a lot of jockeying because there are a couple big jobs, well, one big job, which was just awarded. And it's crazy to watch politicians around power. So there's this job, one person makes the decision, and whoever gets the job immediately has a lot of power. And it really is like waving a flank state over an alligator. They're just jumping up and snapping in the air. But they're not doing it in a straightforward way. I mean, I've always wondered, I spent 35 years in Washington, and there were politicians I liked, but I just couldn't help but notice that every single one of them had a weird personal life. Almost every single one. Not all, but most of them. something they were hiding. They were secretly gay, or they were into drugs or alcoholic, or they're cheating on their wife or whatever. And I thought, this is not a random sample of the population. Like, my neighbors aren't living like this. Why is all of the US Congress? And I'm not being mean. I know it sounds like something you say just to be nasty about a group you don't like, but I'm being sincere. Why is that? Why are so many politicians living lies? And it's because that's who they are. I mean, deception is at the core, actually, of who they are. And when you watch them pursue power, it comes right out. Rather than just saying, you know, I think we should do this because here's the outcome. And I think we should avoid that because there's the disaster that will result. It's always, if you do this, I'll give you something secret. It's like the most disgusting thing I've ever seen, and I haven't been around it in a while, and I just watched it up close over the last 24 hours, and I thought, man, I'm glad I'm not around this very often. However, it's worth making yourself see it, and in some cases go through the process because it actually matters. I guess that's the other thing that I learned. So now J.D. Vance is the VP pick, and I think every person who pays close attention has got to be thrilled by that. And if you don't know much about J.D. Vance, I'm not even going to make a case for J.D. Vance. I'm going to tell you what I just saw, which is that every bad person I've ever met in a lifetime in Washington was aligned against J.D. Vance. And I do think the negative case is often more powerful, because I know of myself, I do not think I'm a particularly good person. I have strong reasons for feeling that way. I don't always think that my side is right. I know for a fact I have been wrong many, many times. And I hope to correct and be honest about my error. So it's not like I think that, you know, I'm always, you know, God's always on my side. Sometimes I'm not on God's side. But I definitely know who's representing the other side. It's a lot easier to tell who the people who are only in it because they like, I don't know, killing other people in pointless wars. Like, I know who those people are. And their odor is so powerful that I can smell one when he walks in the room. And every single one of those people in a line that would extend from Milwaukee to Chicago was lined up over the last week to knife J.D. Vance. Not on personal grounds. I mean, he's a perfectly nice guy. He's like one of the only members of the Senate with a happy marriage. True. But because they thought he would be harder to manipulate and slightly less enthusiastic about killing people. That's it. That he would be an impediment to their exercising power. And boy, they went after him in a way I've just kind of never seen. Which I think happens every day in Washington. I just don't have a vantage on it because I'm far, far away and grateful to be. And again, I was just reminded that this process is so ugly that normal people do not want to participate in it, and yet normal people have to suck it up and do so anyway because the consequences are just so profound and so very serious. That's the first thing I was reminded of. And the second thing I was reminded of, and I've been thinking about this for the last 15 months since I spoke at Heritage's 50th anniversary, which was the beginning of a total change in the way that I see the world, is that this is not ultimately political. This is much deeper. And I think what happened on Saturday, the assassination attempt against President Trump, reminded a lot of people this, or awakened a lot of people to this. There is a spiritual battle underway. There is no logical way to understand what we're seeing now in temporal terms. You just can't. These are not political divides. There are forces, and they're very obvious now, they've decided for whatever reason to take off the mask, whose only goal is chaos, violence, destruction. And there are the rest of us who, once again, are not always certain we're right, but we know that that's bad, and we're against that. Sort of standing watching, thinking, is someone going to explain to me why this is politics? This is not politics at all. This is much deeper and older and more recognizable than that. This has been going on since the beginning of time. And I do think, by the way, that the more literal among us, and I would count myself in that category, fail to see this because we're so desperate to ascribe some kind of recognizable human motive to what we're seeing. So we call it leftism or neoliberalism or communism or anarchism. We come up with some phrase to describe it. But those phrases are inadequate. They do not describe what's actually happening. So what you're seeing now is really not at all different in substance from what you saw in 1789 in France, from what you saw in 1936 in Spain, from what you saw in 1917 in Russia, from what you saw in 1975 in Phnom Penh. It's all the same. These are forces of chaos and destruction which are fundamentally anti-human, which are against people. By the way, explain that for a second. What kind of movement could be against people? There are all sorts of movements that are against people now. Transhumanism, AI is inherently anti-people. The climate cult is inherently anti-people. Explain that rationally. If your view of the world is, as mine was, derived by an understanding of evolutionary biology. All of us have been raised to see the world through the lens of evolutionary biology. The species does what it does because it's acting in its own interest, and its own interest is to procreate, to pass on its genes, to continue. And so you tell me what we're looking at if the defining movements of our time are against carrying on our genes, procreating, continuing. Is that human? Well, no. Is there any other animal species that kills itself? No. Is genocide known in the natural world? No, it doesn't even make sense. Dogs don't commit genocide against other dogs, maybe against rabbits. That's because they're hungry. But no animal decides to eliminate itself because it's unnatural, so it doesn't happen. No animal commits suicide. That's not found in nature, okay? That's something outside of nature. That's supernatural. And that's what we're seeing, but it's also what we've seen again and again and again throughout history. There are forces within every society, because they reside in the human heart, that are against people. They are dedicated to the destruction of people and the civilizations that people built. And if you pay any attention at all to history, you will recognize it. It's like, wait a second, people are saying exactly the same things. The climate people, the AI people, the transhumanist people, the Biden administration, they're saying exactly the same kinds of things, the same themes that every other movement of this kind, and they had a million different names for them throughout history, were also saying. That's the first thing I noticed. The second thing I noticed is, what do all of these movements over the past 2,000 years have in common? Who do they hate most? As you can tell by what I said about J.D. Vance, I think you learn very much by taking a look at who's mad at whom and about what. So if there's something that threatens you, pay close attention to what makes them angriest. It's certainly true in my business, which is the speech business. What are they trying to get you not to say? What are they punishing you for saying? Those are likely to be the truest things. Not the falsest things. It's not misinformation. It's not disinformation. It's truth. That's why you hate it, obviously. It's obvious now. It took me about 10 years to figure this out. I'm not a super genius. But what group do they dislike most? What group are they absolutely terrified of and hoping to eliminate? Well, it's Christians. That's who it is. It's Christians. And I'm saying this as not a particularly fervent, lifelong Christian. I am a Christian, but I haven't spent my life, surrounded by plumes of incense deep in prayer. I spent my life in a newsroom saying the F word. I mean, I'm not sort of a pious person at all. But I try to be a noticer since I'm paid to do that. And the group that makes them angriest, triggers them most, I guess we would say now, is Christians. Christian nationalism. People pray outside abortion clinics. People who celebrate Easter and not Trans Visibility Day. These are their real enemies. But that's been true in every revolution in the past 2,000 years. It was true during the Cultural Revolution. There weren't many Christians in China. They were the first to be killed. It was true in the French Revolution. They beheaded nuns. What did the nuns do? Were the nuns really an impediment to progress? No, the nuns existed. And they pledged a higher fealty to Jesus. And that was their crime, and for that they were killed. It was true in the beginning of the Spanish Civil War. The communist side, which wasn't really communist at all, it was anti-Christian. Who's the first person they executed? Well, it wasn't a person at all. It was a statue of Jesus. And they opened fire on it with a firing squad. In a picture that when I was a child was famous, it's now probably forgotten in history, probably still available on Google as of this afternoon. You should look it up. But if you find yourself firing bullets at a statue, what you're really doing is revealing your deepest priority. And that's to kill Christians. And why? Well, I can't fully answer that question because I am hardly a theologian, but I do think it tells you everything. I think the most obvious reason is anybody who pledges a higher loyalty to the people in charge who believe themselves to be gods is a threat. But I think it's more than that, because it's not every religion, actually. There are a lot of religions. I respect them all. By the way, I'm just a believer in faithfulness and acknowledging that you're not God. I'm probably the only right-winger in the world who's not bothered when I see Muslims praying 5 times a day. Amen. Anyone who acknowledges he's not God 5 times a day is not my enemy. That's how I personally feel. But it's not my religion. But it's actually not Islam or any other religion that makes these leaders angry. It's Christianity, it's the religion of Jesus that makes them angry. And that suggests that maybe there is something a little deeper going on here. It's not just that they're in the way. Christians are hardly in the way. They're the most peaceable people there are. They worship a God who tells them not to hurt other people, to turn the other cheek, to pray for their persecutors. So it's not like they're disruptive. They're the opposite of disruptive, and yet they are the enemy. So you should know this, I think. I don't know if there are any Christians here or people who are, interested in continuing to live in the country you grew up in, but these are the terms, and these are the stakes. They are not the ones that we've been told they are, left versus right, Republican versus Democrat. I learned that the hard way in the last couple of days, watching the leaders of the Republican Party, not all the leaders, but a lot of them, some of the most powerful and richest people in the party, reveal who they really are. And it made me think that for the purposes of this election, I mean, let's be honest, Trump just won. He won. Not only did he survive an assassination attempt, he stood up without knowing whether there were other shooters there. He stood up and faced the crowd and raised his hand and said, "Fight, fight, fight." That's it. You do that, you win. And by the way, I happen to notice that the crowd, which also didn't know whether there were other shooters, who watched Trump get shot in the face, they did not bolt. It wasn't like a fire in a theater, actually. They sat there, they watched him intently, and when he stood up, they applauded him, and many cried. Why is that? Because a brave leader gives his people heart. That's why. That's exactly why. So with that, Trump became president. I bet my house on it. And he defeated the Democrats. And on merit, by the way, not through the usual political scheming, "I'll trade you a Senate seat for your vote." No. He did it by being a man in a nation of people who weren't quite, just being honest, okay? He acted like a man, the kind of man I respect, and I think every person feels this way, every person, no matter what you think of Trump. Because leadership isn't actually all about, the way you talk. It's about how brave you are. That's what people want. They want a brave leader. So he won 4 months before the actual election. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have enemies. And the truth, and no one wants to say it, but it is true, a lot of the enemies are people who claim to be his friends in the political party that I voted for my entire life. And they seek to subvert him. And they seek to channel the energy into a super dark direction. And above all, I'm just telling you, it's the last thing I'll say, and I'm sure this is very upsetting to everybody, but I just saw it. What do they care about? What do you want to know what they care about? They only care about war, that's it. That's what they care about. They don't care about immigration, obviously, at all. Our country's being colonized by the rest of the world, no problem. They don't care about the economy. They're insulated from it. They don't care. And they certainly don't care that Trump has a naughty mouth, said something, untoward off camera. They could care less. These are filthy people, right? Yeah, they're offended. No, they care about war. They want the power to kill. That's it. And that's the power, of course, everyone who wants to be God seeks to possess. That's why human sacrifice was the thing. I have the power to kill. Only God has the power over life and death. And that's the power they want. And Trump has stood in their way. Imperfectly, but Trump's the only president, since Jimmy Carter, most of my life, who hasn't committed us to a brand new war. That's what they hate about him. And that's what they were trying to change over the last couple of days. I saw it. That's all they cared about. And they lied about it, of course, and said all kinds of things are insane and totally untrue. But that was the motivator right there. And when Trump came out in 2016 and said the Iraq war was a mistake, which was very obvious to those of us who were in Iraq while it was going on, it was like news to nobody. It was shocking in Washington, and that was the point at which they sicked the FBI on him. They started bugging him. They decided we cannot have this guy because he was trying to limit their most important of all power, which is to hurt other people. And so you should just know this. That's what the stakes are. I think he's going to win. I think it's going to be really important to rolling back some of this insanity. But there are a lot of people who have other agendas, and you should just be aware of that. Thank you so much for letting me spoil your afternoon with that stuff.
Tucker, thanks for being here. Thanks for speaking the truth. And obviously, we have a lot that we can cover in a short amount of time. But let's start with a homework assignment.
Yes.
Based on what you just said, things have changed since Saturday. A lot of Americans in the center, and maybe even some Americans on the center left, saw that that near tragedy, that near assassination of President Trump, and they realized, oh, maybe I've not quite figured out what's been going on. A lot of us have been in that category. You've talked about that yourself. We at Heritage have said that. What do you advise the people who are in this auditorium and also the people online to do with members of their family, friends, neighbor who still don't get it? What's the advice that you give us in having those conversations to bring them into this movement that Trump has built?
Well, I kind of feel at this point that first of all, anyone who thinks the status quo is a good idea is probably not convincible. If you let tens of millions of people into your country illegally, you destroy all your cities, you wreck the economy, you can't afford to go out to dinner, things aren't going well. And if you're willing to ignore that, then you're probably not someone I can persuade. So I would say that. Never give up on anyone, but probably best to just pray for those people instead of talk to them about politics. I really think the core problem in the country right now is bad leadership, and by bad I mean weak, and I think more broadly weak men are the problem. You watch these schools indoctrinate kids and try and turn them into freaks, circus freaks, and in the country that I grew up in, the dad would just punch the counselor out, put me in jail, I don't care. Like, you weirdo? I mean, that's like child molester stuff. Talking to my kids about sex without telling me? Where's dad? He should be beating this person, like physically. And I'm happy I just said I'm against violence, but that's like a very basic, that's the most basic requirement of fatherhood, but also of leadership more broadly, is to be willing to die for the people in your care, period. And if you're not willing to do that, you're contemptible. And what is that? What are we looking at when we acknowledge that? Well, we're looking at the fact, which is strength is the basic requirement of leadership. Weak leadership is an oxymoron. And with weak leaders, a nation dies, a family dies, a weak father will destroy a family. A weak officer will get his men killed, and a weak president will wreck his country. And that's exactly what we've seen. I mean, Biden's core problem is weakness. And what Trump displayed on Saturday was strength of the most basic kind that is absolutely impossible to fake. You can think whatever you want about Trump or whatever you've heard about Trump. You watch that tape, the guy is shot in the face and is bleeding and forces the Secret Service to allow him to stand up and faces the crowd. I mean, all men, when they're boys, tell themselves, well, something happened, I would jump right in and, you know what I mean? Like, I'd stop the shooter. But you don't know that, actually, because you're not faced with it. I mean, very few people are tested in the way Trump was tested on Saturday, and not only did he pass, he got the highest score ever recorded. And so you can't look at that. And it's not fakeable. That's just real. It's undeniably real. No one staged that. And so anyone who looks at that video, I think, comes away thinking that person has to lead the country because the option is more destruction. That's what I think. Just watch the video.
During your comment there and also your comment from the podium, it occurred to me that C.S. Lewis's great phrase, men without chests, is really apropos here. And not to go, too intellectual or academic here, although remember, I do lead a think tank. It seems as if, yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree. It seems as if Americans are saying Washington elites, New York elites, all of these elites have complicated life. And what Trump showed us in that moment of near tragedy, as you said, is just something basic. And what we're all yearning for is just a return to normal. And it is normal for a strong man, for a man, period, to respond the way you described to the school counselor, with all this disorder. It's normal, although very, very heroic on a tremendous scale for President Trump to have responded the way he did. But it shows how starved this country is for just normal things. What's your prediction for themes this week at the RNC from a messaging expert who's got his pulse on things? What should the campaign really focus on? Not just for President Trump and Mr. Vance, but for people out here in the audience and digitally who are going to be involved in local campaigns. What do we need to be emphasizing rhetorically?
Well, I mean, I think, can I say one thing really quick, which is the definition of strength, I think, needs to be a little more precise. Strength is not abusive behavior or authoritarian behavior. That's what weak people do. That's what Gretchen Whitmer did during COVID in the neighboring state of Michigan. This is a demonstrably weak person with a facelift who's like terrified to go out in public. and yet she's telling people they can't buy paint in a paint store. That's not strength. That's fragility. She is fragile and brittle, and that's why she's acting that way. True strength is calm. That's the first thing about strength. Someone who's actually strong is in command, doesn't need to prove it, because people can smell it. The second thing about strength is it serves others. Willingness to die for the people you lead is a prerequisite, okay? I'm not afraid. I'm willing to lay down my life for you, okay? That's clearly the message of strength. It's what Trump displayed on Saturday, and people's reaction to it is amazing. They instantly calm down. Dad's home. Everything is okay. It's received on a visceral level. So to the extent that the campaign, and I'm not a messaging person, obviously, I'm like half insane and can't stop talking, so I'm not good at messaging, but to the extent that they can convey that, it's fine, actually. And I do think the campaign is trying to say that in its unity message. And a lot of people hear unity and they think, well, unity implies some sort of compromise, conversation. You can't have a conversation with people who are unwilling to compromise. The left, which is a religious movement, is unwilling to compromise on any level at all. They won't even admit men can't become women. So how can you have unity with people like that? And of course you can't. But I think what they're really trying to say is, let's ignore some of the insanity, actually. Be in charge. You don't need to constantly remind people you're in charge. Just do it. A good father's not constantly telling you how hard he works to, pay for the food you're eating. He just does it. And you notice after a while, and you're calmed by that. And I think maybe that's the message. We don't need to respond to all this nonsense. You're too small to respond to. That's what I would do. No one wants to hear, why is MSNBC still on the air? Nobody watches it. Same with CNN. Nobody watches it. And if I look back on my life, I've worked at both CNN and MSNBC. So for me, it's, the hatred is absolutely real. But too much, though. Too much. Unhelpfully. Don't feel hatred. That itself is a sign of weakness, in my opinion, and a lack of self-discipline. But why are we even talking about them? Nobody watches. Nobody watches. My nephew get drunk and post something on X, and he's got more viewers than MSNBC primetime. I'm serious. So, why are we even giving them oxygen by engaging with them? Their audience is tiny. I hope that's part of what they're saying. I saw Don Jr., who is really my favorite person in Trump world, who really I think does understand, I shouldn't even be saying this, but it's true, understands the voters and how they feel on a real level, on a gut level. But I saw him do an interview with MSNBC today, and they're like, are you going to separate more families at the border? Really? You let in tens of millions of illegal aliens and wreck our country, and that's your concern? And he just looked at the guy, he's like, yeah, go away. Enough. He didn't yell at him, just go away. It's not even worth it, actually. And I think that posture is kind of what's needed right now. I'm not going to engage with you. I've tried for 7 years now, 8 years, to have a conversation in good faith. I used to try to book these people on my show. Not one person would come on my show to debate the other side. And then, of course, I got fired anyway. But it's better just to be calm and in command. And I think that restores tranquility to the country faster than any rhetorical argument you could make.
So that's high profile national example, which is great. And I also want to give some folks an idea of what they might be able to do locally. And it seems as if you're saying, whomever you are, national profile, don't engage with these outlets that are dying, don't give them the oxygen, that there's also a lesson there about what we might do at the local level. What I hear most of all as I'm traveling the country from people in this audience, I know you do as well, is, Kevin, what advice do you have for me talking to my local school board, talking to my local city council? They, of course, want to cancel us, but at some point, people are going to those meetings, especially school board meetings, because they are invested in it with their own kids and grandkids. What's your advice for them? Because and I think you know this, but our rationale at Heritage in asking that question is, we want this to be not just about DC and New York power centers. We want Americans after Saturday's tragedy to understand this is also about what we're doing in our lives on a daily and weekly basis, and to give people that advice about how to expand the ranks of this movement locally.
Well, I think Saturday is the inspirational moment to do that. And what's the lesson of Saturday? There are probably many lessons. One is, if a guy 150 feet away at a political rally climbs a ladder with a rifle, maybe this whole system is not quite what we were told it is. Okay, sorry. So there's that. But the big picture takeaway is bravery is the essential quality. It's the essential quality. What's the takeaway from Saturday? Trump's going to be president because he's brave. Period. Period. Like actually brave, physically brave, like facing death, shot in the face, and unbowed, unafraid, defiant. And that's the only thing that works. And I do think there's been so much whispering among the persecuted right about, wow, does this come to a time when we have to like physically fight back? And I don't think it takes that. You don't have to hurt anyone to save your country. You have to be willing to be hurt, however, period. You have to be willing to make a sacrifice. You do. And I think people are cowards. I'm just saying that. Sorry. No one in particular. There are an awful lot of cowards, me sometimes too. But Trump is a reminder that doesn't work. The only thing that works is bravery. So if you walk into a school board meeting, the first thing they do is seize the moral high ground unjustly. These are the people who have the least claim on the moral high ground. They're amoral. They're filthy, actually. They're sexualizing your children. They should be in prison. But somehow they manage through rhetorical tricks to make you feel like you're the freak because you want them to get their tentacles off your kids. And you've already lost if you allow that. And so the way to approach them, it's a matter of employing words, but moral force. You will not do that. I will not accept that. Under no circumstance. I will do everything I can, as long as I draw breath, to stop you from doing that to my children. You have no right. What you're doing is totally immoral. It's criminal. And I will stop you. Period. You don't need to scream. And I think to say, when people approach you and say, well, if you're against this, you're a racist, or if you're against that, you're a whatever, they call you names, someone who's been called a few names, I can promise you that not one person calling you names believes that you are those things or even cares. In fact, they're almost always those things themselves. It's purely a leash around your neck designed to control you. It's a manipulation device. Everyone here knows that already. We've been going through this for many years. And so if you're still worrying about it, then that's on you. Like, I don't care what you call me, actually. I also don't care if you put me in jail. I really don't. Gandhi, I have mixed feelings about Gandhi, but he did end the Raj after he kicked the British out of India after 300 years. And all he did was talk and just stand there and be obstreperous in a peaceful way. And that worked. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's kind of fundamentally what happened. One guy was like, no. As Solzhenitsyn famously said, to bring down a tyranny, it takes one man who will tell the truth. That's it. And so I think it is as simple as that. I really do believe that. I know that sounds childlike, but it's demonstrable in history, and it's clearly true now. You don't need to, I would definitely not give up your guns ever under any circumstance. And they're going to try and make you do, the real lesson of the shooting is you shouldn't be able to defend yourself. I don't think it is. The real lesson is you're dangerous, and you can't have power, actually. Because you caused this, as we all know. So, but the point is, don't let them seize the moral high ground. Stay calm, stay assured in your spirit that you are right, and be willing to make an actual sacrifice on behalf of your family and your country. And if you're not willing, well, then the country's going to go to them, and they're going to eat you. That's just true.
One of the other lessons, I think, too, is how disordered the left is regarding the centrality of politics. You even said it here a few moments ago that politics, in essence, is religion for them. And it seems to me that we, not just we on the right, but just we, period, as Americans, whatever our political ideology may be, ought to reject that concept and understand that there are things so much more important than politics. In other words, to be engaged in that kind of framework with the left, we're always going to lose. Are often going to lose. I've heard you talk about living the good life, and I've reflected on that since Saturday night, from that moment as I was standing with my 14-year-old daughter who was sobbing because we thought the absolute worst when we first saw the news, as I'm sure everyone did. But then I realized, here's a moment, in addition to the politics and the policy, which are important, where we've really got to get back to, especially us here, to living the good life. What advice do you have for us for keeping this in perspective?
Well, thank you. I think about this every day. One of the lies about living in a certain way is that you have to be rich, and it's hard for me to say because I made a lot more money than I ever thought I would. So it's like, oh yeah, rich guy lecturing us about how to live. But if you saw how I actually lived, I think you'd see it could be done pretty cheaply. I'm not into spending money. No, I mean, for me, the good life is a life that's rooted in physical reality, actually. I think one of the main problems with the modern world is how abstract, which is to say digital, everything is. And I find it essential to maintaining happiness and clarity and perspective to get away from that. My rule is if I can't smell it, it's not really real. And I believe that. I really do. I sniff everything and everybody in my... I'm not joking at all.
You sound like Joe Biden.
I mean it. I defended his hair sniffing because I do the same, and I'm not ashamed of it. But I'm not a weirdo or a creep. I didn't shower with my daughter, so it's cool when I think it's defensible when I do. But the point is, don't spend your life in a fake world. Spend your life with other people who you can touch and smell and whose eyes you can see. I think animals are incredibly important. I really believe that. The older I get, I think it's really important. God created animals. We have dominion over them. It doesn't mean that they're totally different from us. They're not. And there's something about animals that brings us back to reality. I could never live without dogs. We have a lot of dogs. I think it's very important. It's not just like, oh, it's my pet. It's like, no. It's an expression of God's creation of beauty, and I think nature and trees are just essential. I could not live without them. I don't understand how people can live in glass cubes on the 27th floor in Midtown. I think it's terrible for you. I think it's wrong that we would encourage that, and I don't think a lot of the things that are described as progress are progress at all. I think that they are imprisonment, and I think technology is a mixed blessing at best. I really do. I feel I have very extreme views on this, which I'm not going to share with you because I don't want to reveal how crankish and crazy I really am on this subject. But we accept technological progress as progress when it's enslavement, actually. And that's super obvious. No one does anything about it. Or, you hear people say in like think tank world or cable TV news world, oh, yeah, we're spending too much time on our phones. It's like, no, actually, we really are. And it's destroying our souls and making us crazy and unhappy and dividing us, most importantly, from one another. So, take affirmative, very aggressive, like don't allow a cell phone in your bedroom, you weirdo. What? No. Don't allow it in the bedroom. I wouldn't allow, a circus elephant in my bedroom. Too disruptive. Don't allow an iPhone. Just like, how's that? So for at least 8 hours a day, I don't have that. There are other activities that the bedroom was designed for. And... your phone, or whatever. Anyway, take that seriously, I think, and get outside. And if you're not married, just grab someone off the street and do it. It's not that hard. I mean it. I half mean that, actually. It's not. I don't think it's that. It's never been hard for me.
This is the danger of asking you an open-ended question.
I know, because as I said, luckily I begin all comments with the caveat I am half insane, which is demonstrable.
Last question, a little open-ended. It's January 2029. President Trump is giving his farewell address. We tend to, on the political right, think in worst-case scenario terms, but we at Heritage, as you know, try to get people to think in best-case scenario terms. What's the best-case scenario for the message regarding what he's accomplished, but also, more importantly, where the country's going?
Well, by far the most important question is, does the country hold together? And the country can only hold together if there is a consensus view, not a universal view, but a consensus view, a majority view, on what it is to be an American. It's not a racial group. It's not a linguistic designation. The population of the country has changed so radically in such a short period that it risks breaking apart because not enough people have enough in common with one another. That would be a tragedy. That would never end well, despite the fantasies you read on Twitter about how that's not going to happen without massive bloodshed. You don't want that to happen, period. So you want the country to hold together, but it can only hold together if most people understand that they are Americans because why? What do they have in common? It can't just be competing groups who are trying to screw the other ones out of some prize, some money that other people made. That's very quickly where we're going. And so above all, after avoiding nuclear war, which has got to be the first one, and only Trump will do that, and J.D. Vance, everyone else was like totally into nuclear war. All the other people he was considering, let's have a nuclear war. Okay. Children. Anyway, so after that, the most important long-term question is, what do we all have in common? And only a leader can establish that. It doesn't need to be explicit, by the way. I don't think Trump's going to give a speech when he's president saying, here are the 5 things we require of every American, or every American must believe. It's not quite that simple. but there has to evolve a sense of what we have in common, of what we share, because we don't look alike, we don't speak the same language oftentimes, we don't have the same religion, so what is it we have in common? That has to be the overriding goal above all others. And the last thing I'll say is I think the big change in the last week is the social sanction levied against people for supporting Trump is disappearing fast. It is. One of the reasons this was such a divided country is that people were not allowed, like normal white-collar professionals, were not allowed to even consider the possibility that Trump might be less than Hitler. And now I think they can. I do. I think after Saturday, that is the big change. People are like, maybe I didn't like Trump, I didn't vote for him the first time, but all of a sudden I'm seeing, I don't know, Elon Musk just endorsed him. I think the country's largest government contractor, a guy with an awful lot to lose. If there was anyone with a lot to lose, yeah, he's the richest guy in the world. Okay, he's also got the most to lose in the world. And that guy just endorsed Trump publicly about 5 minutes after the shooting. That is a watershed, in my opinion. Bill Ackman, someone I don't agree with on a lot of things. Bill Ackman, also a lot to lose. Someone who's, I doubt, ever voted for a Republican. Those are signals to the rest of the country. Again, these are not people I necessarily agree with on the issues at all. However, what those gestures signal to everyone else, it's like, well, I guess I could do that if I wanted to also. That is a prerequisite for national healing and for national unity. Doesn't mean you have to agree with someone. In other words, if somebody said to me 4 years ago, like, you're not allowed to support Joe Biden. Well, I never supported Joe Biden. I don't agree with him on anything. I didn't yet hate Joe Biden. I now do. I'm ashamed to say I actually hate Joe Biden. But I don't want to feel that way, but I do. I do because he's wrecking my country. My kids live here. But if someone said to me 4 years ago, you're not allowed to support Joe Biden, I said, that's a bad thing. You should be allowed to support any candidate you want. This is a free society. It's a free country. It's a free country, a phrase that was common in my youth and now extinct. But it is still a free country. It must remain a free country. And in order for that to happen, you have to have the right as the average person to support anyone you want. And I do think you now have the right to support Trump. And that's the beginning of healing for us.
Tucker, thanks for being here. Thanks for everything you do. On behalf of everyone here, and I know millions of Americans, we're grateful for your clarity and matching that with an unfailing sense of humor. God bless you, my friend.
Kevin, God bless you. Thank you.
Tucker, thank you. Dr. Roberts, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here so much of today and being a part of this. Would you please give our special events team at Heritage a big applause for all the bringing this together? They were awesome. All right, please make your way out. There is lots of good food and drink. We hope you'll stick around and enjoy that with us, and we'd love to mingle and talk. So enjoy the evening, enjoy the week, and have a great 2024. Thanks, everybody.
What I want, you got, and it might be hard to handle. Like a flame that burns a candle. A candle feeds a flame. Yeah, yeah, but I got a still stock of thoughts and dreams that shatter. You pull them all